Tap, tap, yeah, I want that. No lines, I don't cut back. Sweet, salty, and all that. Let loose, come get that. Can you play that back, back, back? Can you run that back, back, back? I'm trying to play that back, back, back. I want that. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel that? Let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel that? Ooh, you feel that? Ooh, the real back. Ooh, I'm still that. Ooh, you catch that? Ooh, I guess that. The best back. Yeah, yeah. 30,000 up, I'm a pilot. Might jump out if I'm wildin'. Catch my flow, I'm so stylish. Tap, tap, real smooth. Can you play that back, back, back? Can you run that back, back, back? I'm trying to play that back, back, back. I want that. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel that? Let's go.
It's total calamity, total mayhem inside of the server. Out of nowhere, they find their round back into their favor.
Holding up for the blood, the wave! And I think he might just find it!
September 20th, 2024 may be one of the tightest play days the NAL has ever seen. 3 out of 4 matches contested today are between teams 1 position away from each other on the scoreboard. Number 4 plays number 5, number 7 plays number 8, number 2 plays number 3. We are utterly spoiled for good games today on the eve of the Super Week. Welcome back to the Rainbow Six North American League. I'm Caliber Jacob Anderson. He's Gabriel Axing Miralez. He's Davide Foxe Bucci. Gentlemen, we are in full mid-season swing, and it's been a lot of fun so far.
All right, this is a little off topic, but in the beginning of the intro where it shows the team skins, can I just say appreciate Ubisoft for allowing the freedom and the art with the art. Oh my God, I can't even talk right now. The creative art direction of allowing the teams to have the freedom to create their own skins. Like our game just blows every game's team skins out of the water.
Oh yeah,
I just gotta say that.
It looks pretty nice. Just as nice as the games that we have today.
I'm gonna say thanks for taking us off topic, Lex.
Right,
really appreciate you.
Little plug. I
gotta see it all the time. I gotta acknowledge it.
Buy the team skins.
Speaking of team skins, here's team standings. We'll look at what we've got through day 5 so far. This is the current board. Sonic's currently topping us. They were not in first for a very split second. Cloud9 Beast Coast had a win, and for an hour sat in number 1, and then Sonic's took it right back from him last night.
Yeah, it's really nice to see that all of the points are so close in contention that every single team can pretty much leapfrog over each other, besides the bottom teams. Like, the bottom teams have to win at least 2 games to really solidify more of a spot in the top 6.
Yep.
But you need to start today, and obviously having 7 and 8 playing today, oh my God, it just makes everything at the bottom so much more stressful.
I mean, even looking at Los, even if they get a win today and Luminosity doesn't play today, regardless, Luminosity has that head-to-head, so Los still sits in 7th place no matter what, no matter how this turns out. But again, this is crucial. Teams in the bottom really need to start winning, where the teams at the top can just keep their lead, keep their pace, and we will see them in playoffs, no doubt.
Right, you can't wait until the Super Week to get all of your points. You have to start doing it way before then, so when you get to the Super Week, it's considerably less stressful. But to your point, Luminosity don't play today, which makes things a little more interesting for the rest of the field. M80 and Space Station start us off. That's number 4, number 5. Los Wildcard, number 7 and number 8 will clash for any points that they can scrounge from the other. And then, personally, game of the day, Cloud9 Beast Coast and Dark Zero is game 3.
Really? You think that one's game of the day? I mean, it is going to be a great game. It is fair. I'm looking forward to M80 SSG.
Yeah.
I think M80 SSG, I mean, SSG's been playing so good recently. I don't think they get enough credit for how good they have been. And that game for me will be really exciting to watch, especially since The only time we really saw M80 do bad is when they played Nighthaven back-to-back. So
Right.
if they don't go to Nighthaven, it'll be a much more even playing field for both teams.
I'd have to agree with you on the Cloud9 Dark Zero, just for the simple fact it's more of like it's a proving ground for Nafe, obviously coming into that role, but both teams are coming off 3-0s right now.
Yeah.
And when you look at Cloud9, they're keeping that consistency, looking like that major winning roster. They're continuing throughout these matches. And DZ, again, they're continuing to improve every single game. So it's going to be a good testament for Nath and them, but also Cloud9 Beast Coast, like I said, they're looking good. So I am definitely looking forward to that game. The last game also, Sonics, Oxygen.
We were going to try really hard not to talk about that game until right now.
Nah, but there are key things to take away that Oxygen did. Again, they didn't get blown out of the water yesterday. It was a 5-7, but I do like to see that, there still is competitive life in them, but I do want to see what that looks like going into that game as well.
Again, Oxygen are trying to do what they can to stave off being the first ever 0-5 team during the Blast era, but that's something for the very, very end of the day. Let's talk game one. Let's talk M80 and Space Station. Both of them had some off-season ideas. Let's bring some new players in. Both of those experiments for the moment have produced winning records, but interestingly enough, the past 4 times that Space Station and M80 have played one another, M80 has won every time, and they would love to extend that win streak to 5-0 today.
Oh, I'm sure they'd love it. I mean, it makes a lot of sense when you look at how the rosters are set up, because when it comes to both teams, I would argue SSG is a little more brainy and M80 is a little bit more gun heavy, every rendition of these rosters. And when you put them head to head, M80 always had players to exploit on SSG in the gun skill department. They'd always be able to farm them out on kills at the end of the day. But now I feel like the tables have turned and it's a lot closer knit, because nobody on SSG is really that much of a slouch when it comes to shooting back.
I mean, you could say the same for M80, though. I think both teams evenly have the same struggles. I don't think there's one thing that you could point out that's different from the other outside of just being different teams. Like, they both struggle in the same areas where it's just fundamentals and maybe understanding an approach and how they want to collapse on a round, end around. Just overall, I mean, this is a really good head-to-head to really see who can continue their streak of obviously M80, but I think SSG wants, to put that to rest and come out here with big 3 points.
M80 for right now have played 5 games. This is their 6th, meaning that if they lose this one, they go back to 500. That's what they're trying to avoid. And it was a good start this week. 7-5 victory over OXG on Clubhouse. Handed OXG their 4th straight loss. But some might say they only just escaped because they played Clubhouse for the 3rd time this stage and the score was only 7-5.
Yeah, and it was a little questionable. We talked about it in the prep phase, the ban phase, that why would you bring a team to Clubhouse? Fox said it best. You don't bring teams to Oregon back in the day if you know you're better than them, because it allows them to fight back. It allows them to have a better chance at beating you. And that's exactly what we saw at Clubhouse. It was a very close game, and it went into question of why would you let that go through? Sure, they won it, but they didn't look flawless on it.
No, they didn't look too great. And obviously, when you play a team that is having struggles on the IGL department and you take them to a very simple map, it makes it that much easier. And it made it that much harder for M80 in that matchup, but they ended up scaving away with it just by a 7-5.
Yeah, and the biggest thing that I want to talk about is this team needs to have better communication and coordination. And I have some clips to kind of demonstrate where they lack that team chemistry and the coordination in some of these rounds. In the first round here, second round, I should say, they're doing a good job trying to get this bandit off this wall. But again, the wall is not open on Jacuzzi. Why is the Amaru flying in? No one can play off that. No one can go for a trade. And you will see throughout this round, they just get collapsed upon by just playing a simple default hold from Oxygen. M80 didn't have to rush this. They could have used as much time as possible. There's 1:30 left, and they just got way overzealous. The Amaru goes in, and you'll see this round. It just looks like a basic default hold, which that's exactly what it was. There was nothing to play off of that. Then we get into this next round. I mean, this has been M80's biggest weakness of just trying to get open server wall. I don't really know what's going on here. You watch every other team do this successfully. I see people in my rank lobbies work together better than a pro team can do it. Oof. And not only do they mess up here, and we already saw this in the C9 Beast Coast game when they failed to do this, then we see it again. We see the exact same situation of them trying to repeat it again, all 3 coordinating on to get this done. Yaga does a beautiful job at bandit tricking this. And again, it just lacks in terms of that team coordination and communication that you just simply cannot get this wall. Then we go into round 10. Now, this is a very important round when I talk about, coordination and communication heavily, because Citizens is in such a power position here in Armory. You look at the seconds on the board. Now, there is a key thing to take away in this round, if we can just pause right here. Now, there's a player down bottom main. Citizen gets this kill on bomb. There's a player blue. No, there's 2 players in dirt. The thing is, he already gets this kill. They already know where bomb is. They already clear the hallway. the last two players are in dirt. You don't need to peek it. You can play this safe, and that's just not what they do. You continue through this clip, you'll see how this completely falls apart. Everyone peeks Yaga in dirt. Don't peek Yaga in dirt. He gets a 4K. This round could have easily went in M80's favor. A lot of these rounds could have went in M80's favors if they coordinated a little better, they had a little better communication. We could have probably saw a 7-2, but it's because of those simple errors, those simple mistakes, and the lack of coordination and teamwork that we saw a 7-5. So it just goes to show they need to be better going into this game against SSG.
A little bit of overconfidence and discipline, a lack thereof, because in a situation like that, there's 5 seconds left. In 9 out of 10 times, you're probably going to win because Yag isn't going to get 4 kills from dirt. But on that occasion where he does get the 4 kills, why give it to him in the first place? That is a rookie mistake that shouldn't be happening. You don't want to see that from a team that should be at the top of the standings, but they did it anyway, and they were able to recorrect. But like Lax is saying, it shouldn't have been that close and gotten to that place in the first place.
Yeah, that was Hyper's best performance since coming back to Tier 1 so far, and Spoit still remains a top player in the league, but in the word, M80 seems a little bit reckless. Their opponents in Space Station, kind of a different story. They had a really big upset win over Sonics on Chalet just back last Friday. Didn't play yesterday, but we were really worried they were going to lose Chalet 2 days in a row, and then they stormed 5 rounds straight at the end of that Sonics game to come back and get crucial 2 points.
And wow, that game was amazing to watch for if you're an SSG fan, because the mental resilience to come back from a 6-3, it was beautiful. I mean, SSG is slowly but surely finding their stride. They're that team that we always talk about week after week, saying there's little mistakes here, but they're working on it. Little mistakes here, and their defenses, they are still working on it. But on their attacks, every engagement is 2-on-1. Watch this beautiful play where they bait the player out on blue with the drone, and Ashen gets a beautiful pick. And then they 2-on-1 the player on top mezzanine, where Forrest walks up the main stairs and Ashen is pushing from that piano hallway. And then the great situation awareness to read that SQ is playing a player on blue and main. The rest of SSG in this 3-on-3 isolate the side player, which is a play that you don't see many teams go for. They just rush in with full confidence, take the fight to Grixer, and once they have that win, they know that the site is theirs, and they just have to wait for the remaining players to funnel in, all on their lonesome. And this was the key for SSG coming back in their game against SQ, being down 6-3. Every single attack, they were isolating those ones. Every gunfight was a 2-on-1, a misdirection, a team-oriented fight against one player, and it didn't really leave Sonics much of a chance in their individual gunfights.
Yeah, and it just goes to show their mental resilience, not only from the team, but especially their IGL of Fultz, to be able to put his team in those attacking rounds, to be able to situate everyone, and like you were saying, to have people doubling up on each other, making sure they're all working together. And that's truly where we see this success coming from SSG, is truly their testament and their resilience.
I think no matter what version of the team Space Station has, if it's the old one from years ago, if it, the Astralis core that came in, what it looks like now, Space Station can always hit flow state. They can always get into a 6th gear if there's really a problem on their hands, and it showed big time in that game against the Sonics. But now they have to face an M80 team that, you know, they've only played 2 maps so far. It's only been Club and it's been Labs, and both of those are gone, meaning M80 will be playing a new map this stage. What's it going to be? Bank.
Ooh.
First time Bank's being played this stage.
Interesting.
About time.
Yeah, that's an
it's about
interesting map.
time.
Until day 6 to get to Bank.
That's an interesting map pick for M80, because that's not necessarily a map that I would expect them to want to go to. The last time I remember seeing M80 play, obviously, I believe was at the last event that they were at. Was it Manchester?
It was Manchester.
And Kino was on the blue stairs with the Monty, and everyone was like, oh my God, and the 1v1.
It's another map Kino can play Shield.
No, we don't
love
see
this.
I don't want to see that.
But this is a map that SSG is very good at, and when we talk about them in their stage 1, they were struggling a lot on their defenses and connecting those dots. But so far, we have them seeing them get better and better at communicating and working on those isolating picks. Bank is a map where you absolutely can do that because it's so spread out.
Yeah, and for M80, I mean, you know, we talked about the teamwork and coordination. Bank is definitely a map where you have to have that. It is such a big map. You have to hold down position. You have to gain position. You got to force players out of position. If you can't do that from a teamwork fundamental level, you're going to struggle on this map. But it goes to show, if you're going to bring out Bank against SSG, where you're already leading the charge in that matchup, it just goes to show you are respecting SSG, but you also don't want to give them a chance and the liberty to have a, you know, a game or on a map where, you know, they might run away with it.
I noticed that the predictions were split on this one, and And remember, NAL Predictions Championship on the line between both these guys. But because it's number 4 and number 5, you both went different ways on this game. Why?
Yeah, it's not. I think you could go either way and have a respective answer. But especially on Bank, I'm very confident with the SSG pick because Lax is right. We just highlighted the lack of coordination behind M80. And Bank is a map where you can't do that, especially on that basement. When you're going for those plants, you need to understand who's stopping that C4 being thrown, who's going to be more coordinated on stopping it on their respective defenses. And I just believe SSG is a little bit more better equipped for the utility game compared to M80.
I think had I known that this was going to be the map, this may have swayed my judgment a little bit, but I am going to stick to M80, but I will say the stronger suit here in terms of IGLs, Fultz definitely nails that by a huge margin, but I do believe that M80, when we have seen them replay the maps that they have played, at least outside of Nighthaven Labs, they didn't switch anything, but going to Clubhouse, they did change things up, they did change the tempo, they did understand what they did wrong from prior outside of a server wall, gotta, bring that up again, but I do think that they will be able to be a little bit better here than what we've seen them in just the previous match, so for that alone, I do think that they will get it done, but again, that is going to come down to the IGLs here to facilitate these attack rounds to really lock down and get position and then go into those sites at a well-executed pace.
Out of curiosity, I think just from the amount of time that you've spent playing professionally, was there ever a time that you would come into a situation like this, knowing that you've lost to this one specific opponent so many times in the past? Is there ever a want to tap into that in order to try and beat them? Or do you think Space Station doesn't care that M80's beaten them 4 times in a row now?
Oh, no, absolutely. Absolutely, you think about that. I believe
I don't.
I feel like there was a period of time where, I mean, if you have been on a roster for a long time, we would consistently lose to Sonics. I believe it was like in the
beginning
and
to
TSM during like the COVID era. It was always TSM, and then it just feels rewarding once you do accomplish that. You know it's always going to be a difficult fight at the end of the day, but when you're playing a team that you know has beat you and quote unquote on paper is maybe potentially better in the head-to-head, it relieves a lot of pressure. I feel like being the underdog is always the better position to be in.
For me, I don't really care about that. I'm more focused on like what do we do wrong the first time that we can now exploit going into the second time on their end. So, I mean, I get what Fox is saying. I think it's very true. It does feel good to beat someone that's been beating you for a long time. But like I said, for myself, it's more so like, what can I do differently as a player individually, and what can we do as a broad team individual play that can make this go in our favor versus, the past 4 other times for SSG's sake.
Yeah, that makes sense. Obviously, Space Station wants to try and snap a 4-game losing streak against M80, but M80 are not about to let Bank go very easily. Carter Hannafelt and Sam Stewart have front row seats to Bank.
And we'll start it off with a little bit of a fun fact, Sam. Every time M80 and SSG, or this new iteration of M80, have played SSG, it has been on 2 maps, Bank or Consulate. Today, the map was between Consulate and Bank, and we decided to go with Bank to make this new M80 roster's 4th map against SSG. Unfortunately, are we going to see maybe Cameraman struggle to wrangle people, and maybe he puts Kino over by Blue Stairs? I'm not entirely sure, but I do think this is my game of the day, Sam, and I hope we see both teams in top form.
Yeah, right off the jump, too. No warm-up, nothing. No appetizer, just straight into the nitty-gritty with these two. I'm very excited. I'm honestly excited that we got Bank as well. This is going to be the very first time that we have it inside of this stage, and it's become kind of a map to kind of speculate on, especially when it comes to teams and how they play it in its current iteration. A lot of teams not really favoring Bank all that much just due to the play style that you have to apply to it. So I'm excited to see how M80 and SSG operate around that today. You heard a lot of talk on the analyst desk about the utility game that goes into Bank and how both of them are a lot more confident in Space Station being able to pull this off. I'm interested to see if that's going to be a hallmark here inside of Bank.
Well, when it comes to, I'll get to SSG in a second, but when it comes to M80, I mean, definitely, obviously, the roster last stage performed very well and garnered, M80's far and away their best international placement since the org has entered the scene. But in this particular stage, bringing on Hyper, we've seen quite a lot of good individual performances from M80, even from Cameraman. And the only player we were kind of like waiting to see, I think, really kind of pop off and start hanging with the rest was Hyper, who was putting up good performances. But you know, when it's the cliche goes, when you're on hard support, it can always be a bit harder to shine. And yesterday was unequivocally, at least in my opinion, Hyper's best day on M80. I think getting 2 different 3Ks overall during the game, and it's still hard to perform, but being able to top frag and really come into his own, Hyper is starting to join kind of the rest of the squad and create what I think was an incredibly scary version of this org, which is a team with 5 shooters who can perform extremely, extremely well. Whereas with SSG, keep in mind, going into last week, Ashen, their star player, was the lowest rated player on SSG, and it was Forrest, oddly enough, normally in that spot, all the way at the top, or second to the top. So M80 has been getting more consistent and consistent with their individual performances, even if that hasn't translated necessarily to a first or second place finish. Whereas SSG are still trying to find a bit of that individual consistency that makes them so scary.
Yeah, 100%. I think that's definitely something you can put towards SSG right now. But it's one of those things where I feel as though when they get on the same page, they're just one of the most dangerous.
They look ridiculous.
Yeah, they're one of the most dangerous squads that we see across the entire NA board. And that's the one thing that I always have to just keep in my back pocket and go, okay, don't trust the space station that you're seeing now. As soon as they get more than comfortable with the roster that they've got going on here, I think that things will definitely pan out for them. But the same can be said with M80. I've been very impressed with what Hyper's been doing, especially with this match yesterday, as you stated. And that's the big thing is M80 also just has this huge cache of talent. So that is what we're kind of building on here today. Who's really going to try and rise higher than the other inside of this breadwinning competition?
Yeah, and especially with for the longest time, M80, with Spoit on the roster kind of being obviously one of the best players in North America, but when it comes to European imports in North America, certainly the best. And Benjamaster right now, highest rated player on the side from SSG. We've got somebody who can really go toe-to-toe with Spoit, not only in terms of individual skill, but also in terms of kind of being SSG's version of Spoit, though with maybe a little bit different roles. We finally have Bank coming up, and everyone appears to agree that the number 4 versus number 5 matchup is as close as it seems on paper and as we have set it up to be. Anything can happen in a best of 1, especially with 2 squads who, as Sam just mentioned, can easily create a dominant win if all 5 players show up in the lobby shooting their best. To start out with the bans, we will see, of course, Twitch go off the board first by M80, and a round out for SSG. Well, they decide to go with the Monty. No shock there.
I'm telling you, man, Ashen's my spirit animal. Like, he just, no matter what, Ashen's typing. It could be a round that goes terrible for Space Station. It could be the best round in the world. No matter what, this man's in all chat. And I have a very high amount of respect for that. Always trying to play the mental game. And, above all, always having a good time with things. So we'll see how it goes, but we're going to have Twitch and Monty as well as Kaid removed so far. What's going to be our last ban here, Carter? It's going to be the Valkyrie, the defensive bans, as well as quite a few of the offensive bans making sense. The Twitch just working her way in there, simply because we see a lot of, easy pickups with those Twitch drones. We see a lot of things going down with that DMR as well. So probably just trying to make sure that no utility gets eliminated, no mirror windows get popped, nothing of the sort, just making their lives a little bit easier on defense. M80 is going to be garnering that initially here for themselves, as that will definitely benefit them on their defensive end. And we're going to be headed downstairs to kick things off here.
Yeah, and also Twitch is consistent with M80's previous bans on Bank. Really neither team breaking too far from the trend. And even if Monty might be a bit different from SSG, shield ban rates have skyrocketed since the start of Stage 2. And since teams really began to figure out how strong shields were about halfway through Stage 1, now we are really seeing that impact the ban rate, as I believe there were quite a few games in the UL and other regions where both attacking bans have been both Monty and Blitz, which we're used to kind of like, the Monty ban, then maybe like the Blitz counter ban against a player like Spirits and Forest in this particular case. But to see both starting to become semi-consistently, even if it's not in this game, could be something to just keep in mind as we continue to see the meta develop further and further on, as is important to mention. We did see a little bit of her yesterday from M80. Scopos, obviously, now currently in play. Not, I think, an operator we're going to see panned quite a lot, maybe not even necessarily played a whole lot, but since we did see cameramen play her not once, but twice on Clubhouse, here's hoping we will see her today.
Yeah, a little bit niche when it comes to things, mainly because of the two-body problem, right? And that's the main thing. Like, the reason that we saw it on Clubhouse yesterday is because, well, the strategy that they implemented was practically picturesque, right? You put it inside of the shower, it's bulletproof, you can't shoot it through anything, you have to have an explosive to deal with it, and it just soaks up a lot of time. Bank doesn't exactly have the same benefit. There's no place where you can just place one of those bots and not worry about it. So, might be something that we see, but also on the same hand, might be something that we don't. Citizen's going to be seeing people initially here inside of Garage. The Vector not exactly able to tag up those legs in the way that he wanted to, but he knows that Osa on Fultz as well as Ashen are both moving through the Garage post-haste.
It's good info to get early on, because if you're able to see that Osa, you know, all right, Garage is going to be a focal point of this team's strategy. It's one thing to see, all right, they're firing a couple shots over our way, maybe somebody will, you know, go for the backstab later on, but seeing that Osa, you know Fultz is going to be here as quickly as possible and garner as much control as he can. Sploit with a two-piece, Benja might be able to refrag, and maybe SSG could find a way back. Huge impact from the Swede over... I don't even know entirely where, but with the MP7, he gets it done. And now Fultz feels he might have an opportunity, pulling out the Talon Shield to slowly push his way up. One player behind him, not with the shield in his hand. He's able to find a second, but Sploit holding down gold as best he can. The only one keeping M80 competitive in round one. But SG have committed at this point, and they've got to win these fights if they want to clutch round one in the 2v2. Ashen down, Benj is the only one remaining, and they know exactly where he is. This man is trapped in Elevator, and the very player who's made SSG's attack so difficult with this MP7 is the one he has to cut through. But what is that shot onto Kino? Predicts it, but can't land it to deny the 4K. Sploit, a ridiculous performance to clutch that in round one.
So cool, calm, and collected, too. Zero emotion on his face. He's like, just another day in the office. Sploit putting SSG to the sword. And Carter, we have a little bit of a garage execute going on there, more of a garage hold, right? Then you have the execute coming in from the lobby side, trying to get the hatch and all that kind of stuff. But I mean, it all went down the same way. It's a Sploit at the very forefront of this play for M80, and he's able to dust SSG member after SSG member. This is very well done. Yeah, we have some space station moments where they're able to get some semblance of control, but really it just came down to Sploit and being able to play this vault area extremely well. Quad kill for him already, and I bet he's happy with starting off this strong.
A great example as well of why M80, but also you very easily could turn this argument towards SSG as well. But M80, as the desk talked about, maybe with a bit more famous names when it comes to firepower, is why this team can be so difficult. On the attack, especially in stage one, the communication and the coordination wasn't always there, but you had Sploit as your entry, or you had Citizen as your lurk. And that can just be enough to win you around anyway. And right there, SSG tried to go for the rush. Sploit's in the position to shut it down, and he does exactly what you'd hope Sploit would do. So, good performance from him in round one, and gives M8 an incredibly close win in an incredibly action-packed round that hopefully will be a precedent for what we'll see in future rounds of this game.
Oh, 100%. And it's something you never want to shy away from, especially when it comes to Sploit. I mean, he does this so often now, it's almost like, oh, when's it going to happen next, right? Like, you expect it at this moment in time.
I do feel silly sometimes bringing it up. I'm like, all right, you know, I got to mention the Sploit's really good. Everyone knows this, but I have to.
And he's good in every iteration. You want to 1v1 the guy, he's amazing. You want to play him in comp, he's also good there. Like, there's just no hole in his game. I think that's the thing I respect the most about him.
We'll see if SSG are able to find a hole in it.
I
Coincidentally,
doubt it, but hey.
I was saying, coincidentally, two different ways you could spin this or go for this transition. One, hole in the wall in Kanto, as SSG have been able to find a bit of an opening. Second, Sploit sealing up holes with those castle barricades that he is on, and typically on bank, we see this castle get played in the checkers position, where Sploit is bouncing in and out through that rotate hole. Candelas go out, Force moving in to try and challenge this exact spot. He spots him, but can't land the kill. Sploit just barely getting away with that, though not for long. Caught inside of Elevator, SSG with the dominant 4v3 lead. There is still one player on this top floor, Cameraman at 7 HP, who will fall back rapidly as we reach a minute 30.
And that's the thing that we worry about with SSG, right? I mean, it didn't work out last time when they went for more of a brute force execute, but this time around, they do not shy away from this top clear. And it's to the point where nobody expects Force to be over on Banana at all. And he's able to catch off guard quite a few M80 members there. And they've set themselves up for success. They have that top floor control. They have the capability to start breaking up some floorboards and making some of these anchor positions a little bit harder to play. And they also want to start transferring over to more of this horizontal positioning. That way they just at least have people in the area to start looking for that plant and things of the sort. Do still have a couple things to check off your list, though. You want to make sure you know where these M80 players are, where these crossfires are coming in from, and, I mean, above all, find a safe place to put this case.
They do only have one canister left in that launcher Forrest has in his back pocket. Depending on where they want to put the case, if they want to drop down through the stock hatch, might be able to put it on the close corner as you move in from beepers, or oftentimes we'll see somebody play close with a shotgun, maybe deeper to try and spot Cameraman, though he does move to that position I just mentioned by the A bomb chassis. Space Station do just have that consistent 4v3 advantage.
Ooh.
Excellent awareness by Foltz. Checks the drone hole just to be safe. Had a Z-ping on it too. Benjamaster on the drop, cuts down another. SSG, 2 rounds in a row with a very quick execute, but barring no massive performance from Spoit in round 2, it goes a lot easier than the former.
Yeah, very well done from them. They got that huge opener on the top floor. They used all of those aggressive antics to peel that back. And then they used all the time that they, basically got issued from that moment upstairs to put it to full use, right? We see them shift over towards printer window. We see them trying to get some more information on the site. It all works out well for them. They obviously match that with that nice little drop in there from stock and are able to get things done without the plant, just getting the bodies instead. But very strong round here from Space Station to just show their worth and show that although, it is an aggressive play style, it's still smart at the end of the day.
That's what I've liked the most so far about their 2 rounds. I mean, of course, Spoit is seemingly able to shut it down with ease in round 1, but it was overall seemingly solid coordination by SSG. A massive performance from Spoit counters it, but the push in from Garage is relatively well timed with what I believe now is a drop down of the elevator hatch or the vault hatch, and it almost worked out. Got the round to a 1v1, and that round, they're able to go just as quick. It is showing that SSG are having a very good level of coordination that I think the desk mentioned as well. Sometimes SSG don't get a lot of credit for, but in this case, hopefully, or certainly, we can be giving them credit for it on CEO in particular. How quick will they be here? Normally, it can just devolve into 1.5 minutes, 2 minutes of teams sitting out on repels, no matter how aggressive your tendencies are.
Yeah, it's hard to say how this goes down, too. We saw them flash the Blackbeard for a second, and that's always something that's solid for rappel angles, just because you do have that split moment where you can take a gunfight, they can't shoot you in the head. All solid things at the end of the day, but instead they shy away from that. We've got the Zofia in, but we've also got the Kali in, something that we don't see all that often, but definitely something that can be useful, especially when it comes to hard breach. Break open those panels a little bit easier as you're able to get rid of bandit batteries and everything of the sort for your hard breacher, but we'll have to see how they try and implement J90 in here. It might just be on these longer angles to try and use up the sniper rifle. Bank is known for these longer angles. This is definitely something that could be useful to them.
Yeah, especially if you just want to sit them on ATM for those long angles, but also destroy any castle barricades over by checkers, or of course can also one-shot those barricades too. And there's so much destructive utility that seems directly meant to counter this castle. Hyper got in a bit of a compromising position, but man, SSG is going to be so happy finding an Azami on a CEO attack within 1 minute and 10 seconds. You are feeling quite good after that. All this utility being expended. Almost curious if SSG are deciding to go for an execute. Yep, here we go. Forrest repels in, goes for the exact same play he made in round 2. Certainly was something we see frequently and something M80 were expecting. But Benj is there to trade. It's an even 3v3 if you exclude Forrest down on the floor. They're certainly drowning in blood at the moment, stuck outside of the checkers position. And Space Station's stuck at a standstill at the moment. All these attackers separated. Foltz out on rappel. Janino in main lobby knows that this Jaeger is inside or on top of Spiral, but gets caught by the T-85 from the Ying. Janino in a good position to pinch, but Caraman able to win his fight instead. Benja can't go for the trade as Caraman plays it perfectly. Peeks around the corner, pops the head off Benja. Now that one player who's stuck on rappel is now the last player alive. No shot, you're getting Forrest up to make this a 2v3.
Yeah, and I mean, these offensive rounds so far for Space Station, if they're able to bowl over the initial volley for M80, I mean, they look so solid, but as soon as it becomes a problem with them on these clears, M80's been able to battle back. And that's the key thing you got to focus on with this squad. They have so many shooters that if things start to get a little bit murky, the water's getting a little cold, things don't exactly work out the way that you would want them to, and Citizen is going to be able to seal the deal for M80's defense on this top floor.
Caraman with a big 3K in that round, and Caraman really a big surprising solid performance from him in this stage. Not because Caraman's a bad player, so he was in the finals for a major just a little under a calendar year ago, but when you have players like Spoit, like Citizen on the roster who can take so much of not only the highlight reel, but also just take up so many of the kills in the round. Caraman has been performing really, really solid this stage, just under a 1.0 rating, just a little under Citizen, 0.96 compared to 0.98. So very, very solid performance. Obviously 3K in that round. Just goes to show again that this M80 squad, we give a lot of the praise to the biggest names on the roster, but they all are performing quite well, especially now that Hyper is getting more and more accustomed to this squad. with each passing match. Retaking the lead after that round, they'll go back down to basement where they got their first win overall. Doubt we'll see as quick of a pace set by SSG, and unless they swap to the Osa late, might not even see the same attack whatsoever.
Gonna get away from the ace as well, as it is downstairs. The Habana in for these hatches, and probably Buck with some extra hard brace just in case things do start to go awry. But we'll just have to see. Interesting mirror setup that we've got here. I think this is facing in towards server. Something that we don't see very often is this is going to be exposing the rear end over towards the actual server stack away from CCTV, so it makes it a little bit easier here. And actually, it's already done. I don't know if we have the Twitch in or what have you, but I think they might have just done that straight up themselves just to make a new angle. That's something that we don't really see all that often. We've been seeing people getting more and more aggressive with their mirror setups, especially when it comes to outside-facing panels, right, Carter? We see a lot of mirror, placed on there now just to try and play some prevention. But this might be something that's a little bit new for M80 here as they create that angle through that single panel.
I was about to say, the past 6 to 9 months really has felt like kind of the era of 5-head mirror windows. So this, I haven't seen this one much before, and I can't remember last time I've seen it, if I have. So definitely really pushing the experimentation just to make it difficult to try and go up to that server wall. Obviously, you can shoot somebody's legs through it, so very good. But Garage still a bit of a focal point for SSG, but very different than it was before. Ashen solo with a drone to try and get information, looking over towards that BP, trying to time his drone perhaps just to get it in time. Citizen obviously can still watch, but as the Glaz can contest this long angle. But once that smoke grenade goes down, anybody nearby who hears that sound cue is probably aware of what the game plan is from SSG. Oh, Citizen tries to push out further, but he's punished for it. Really risky behavior, and Ashen makes him pay for it. Bolts follows up by taking down the Clash inside a server. Both extremities falling for M80.
They've only lost J90 so far as well, so still plenty of meat and potatoes to Space Station's offense here. Don't have to worry too much, but they will be at least happy with the fact that they've gotten here in time to thwart the plan of Goya. We already see that utility coming out from the defense, trying to delay some time, but it's going to come down to the gunfight still. Ashen's been practically suspended here, but Spoit kills his own teammate. He gets gunned down too after Benja. And now it's all up to Kino to try and work this out. He's out in the garage, but Ashen's going to give him the 1 versus 1. He's going to go down. SMG 12, or rather 11, the only thing by his side. And really, what can he do with this Deimos track on him?
Yeah, really can't do much at that point once that Deathmark tracker goes out. The death of any viable 1vx, especially as one player now rotating up above that hatch. He'll try to stick the defuse, but Forrest makes it in time. Don't want to call it too early, but it seems a close game might very well be in order, as nobody can keep the lead for long on Bank.
Oh, this is what it comes down to, though, Carter. This is where things get exciting. What adjustments are we going to see, man? What audibles are we going to see from both of these teams? Because right now we have Space Station where if they're able to get a solid open or these executes go off without a hitch, they are just wiping the floor with M80. But if M80 are able to cause any sort of disconnect, any chasm between, the starting of these rounds for SSG, the true start, when we see these big moments, past everything else, if they're able to disconnect that from the actual execution, then things go pretty well for them. So it's kind of neck and neck right now as to what's going to happen. We just really got to see what's going to give. And what a bad moment there for Spoit as that man drops down the hatch. Just a knee-jerk for reaction from him as well. He's so quick with those. He probably just didn't even recognize who he was shooting at.
It is, I suppose, kind of something that maybe isn't off talked about with the SSG, crank play style, is that obviously, sometimes it leads to SSG when they turn up the pace rapidly to make some individual mistakes, but when you suddenly throw the round into chaos, it certainly increases the likelihood that unforced errors like that, completely reasonable errors made by Spoy right there. When somebody drops down in front of you, you try to shoot it, you're reacting the moment, just so happens a bullet flies by him and hits your teammate in the head. That's bad luck, unfortunately. But SSG rapidly moving in, dropping down the hatch, then of course having Foltz come in from server to trade that out anyway. It was likely already going to go SSG's way, and that just makes it a little better overall. We are going back, not upstairs, though partially so. We'll go back to open area with a bit of an upstairs hold. Remember, this was the round SSG were able to take very quickly and seemingly not trying to leave anything to chance this round as Benja creeps on in and finds Karaman walking down the marble stairs. Ashen right by him has already removed Kino's head early on. Spoit might be able to find one, but remember how I said SSG like to turn up the pace? It's the quickest round we've seen so far.
This is what I love about them so much. They're always willing to go that extra notch, that extra mile here to try and cause some chaos. And that's the thing about Space Station, man. They'll find these gaps and they'll exploit them immediately. They knew it was going to be the top hold again here for open area, Carter, and instead they go direct, and they're finding so many bodies. They get Citizen as well. The site's completely open. He knows somebody's going to drop. They have to respond. Hyper donates himself to Ashen. It's a 1v4 already.
What is going on this game? SSG with the first lead established by them. It was M80 round 1, then M80 round 3, but with 2 in a row, SSG finally ahead by 1 for the first time this match. 4 opening kills in a row, by the way. Sploy was able to get the opener with that toucan round 1, but since then, indicative of the pace they're setting or representative of it. 4 rounds in a row that SSG have managed to find that first kill in the round, and it's not been traded out a single time. Really, really strong performance in round 2 to round 5 to even excel and move beyond the one they had in round 2. M80 have looked good on the rounds they've won, but I have to say the momentum behind SSG is staggering.
Oh, 100%. And that's the thing that I think both you and I are recognizing so far through this is that SSG, when they're able to get even the tiniest foothold and go, okay, we're going to step on the gas, things get really difficult for M80, especially when they're not capable of putting an obstacle in front of things like we touched on earlier, right? So we'll see if they're able to do that in this last round. That's going to be the hallmark of success for me with M80 here. If they're able to actually thwart Space Station's initial volley, I think that they have a round on their hands. But as of right now, Space Station, they're just looking so solid in these moments, especially with the second go around for open area there. Just recognizing that M80 are donating themselves, or rather dedicating themselves to the top floor, and knowing that it's basically a call as to whether they want to try and work their way in through the front office as well as admin. I mean, there's just so many different ways that that can go down, and they end up finding out that there's a huge gap there. They exploit those side angles, and they're able to work their way into the map in a very successful manner. So, and you can see Space Station already setting themselves up for success once again here. We've already got Ashen inside. He's rocking the Ash this time around here at top square, just waiting to see if somebody wants to work their way over towards stock or maybe swing off the janitor door.
I was about to say, he's not in the site, but this certainly feels familiar to where we saw him last time. Benja also being the one alongside Ashen to lurk into stock now. This team is constantly on the offense these first 6 rounds, of course, literally in terms of the side they're on, but also just forcing M80 to respond, taking away every bit of ground they can find the moment they find it, and then forcing M80 to try and come up with a way to deal with it. Stock and square is all nice. It is a bit harder to find your way into the site than it is on open area. All 5 players are nestled around the A and B chassis. The janitor and checkers everywhere right now. How do you find a way past this? Ashen will open up a long angle looking into the B site. He'll likely duel with Spoit soon, but Space Station's pace they've set through the first 5 rounds seems to be far slower in round 6.
The main thing that I've at least noticed so far through this is that Forrest is usually the fire starter here. We've seen him rappelling in on these windows, the quad windows here. You got this 2 set and then the double inside. This is usually where we've been seeing them try and make their way into the map, but now Citizen, he's thrown a spanner in the works. He's going to take down Benjamaster, and we've seen how these rounds have gone when Space Station's on the back foot.
And we have, might be the second time M80 have got that opening pick, but on the previous CEO defense, after Foltz got his pick, M80 were able to fight back effectively, but Ashen might have found that gap. As the fire goes in, he looks the wrong way, and Citizen's able to cut him down. Forrest might recover. We're in a difficult position now. M80 still hold that lead. Foltz cut down right in front of Forrest. And do they know he's also inside of CEO in a difficult position? I think he hops back out and goes in the rappel even. With the diffuser, it's a difficult position, especially since all your utility is gone. Bit of a tricky spot, as SSG seems so confident taking that lead that we might end up having a 4-2 half off of the back of it. But now as M80 are able to weather that Space Station storm, and Forrest will give away his position, unfortunately, opening up that double barricade. Seems a tie half is what we will have, and I think with how well both these teams have been performing, especially SSG obviously on their attacks overall, but M80 with how they've been able to respond, when they've been able to respond. If we wanted a close game, nobody with a decisive lead at the half.
Yeah. Yeah, and I mean, just button heads, right? I mean, just constantly. We're seeing SSG go for just the heart and soul of their strategy. They are full on committed to exactly what their book is telling them to do, and they're not shying away from it. That's what I really love about the SSG play style, at least what we're seeing here so far on Bank. But M80, again, they are able to find the moment here in this last round to be able to get that big pick and start to slow down Space Station, because they have to retaliate. They have to find a way to get this to go off with only 4 players remaining when their first entry did not work out. And that's where M80 was able to complicate things throughout that entire defensive half. We didn't really see a huge sweeping change from M80's play style throughout that defensive half. It was really staying true to themselves as well, and just hoping that these positions that they're holding work out. And that's exactly what we see. We see those big moments where they're able to get those picks, or able to at least delay time long enough to complicate things for Space Station, and they're not capable of pulling things across the line. But now the flip, or rather the script, has been completely flipped, Carter, and Space Station is going to go over to the defensive end, M80 taking reins on offense. How do you feel like this is going to go? Do you think M80 is going to look a little bit better? Space Station is going to look a little worse? What are you feeling here?
I think M80 will probably look, a bit more traditional on Bank. I mean, obviously, SSG, I think, not playing, a style that is certainly unique to them, but with the pace they're setting, I think in this matchup is going to be unique to them. I'd be shocked if M80 tried to move as quickly as SSG did. They'll probably go for more full clears through the top floor, even on this basement site, trying to acquire control in a bit more traditional of a manner. Maybe we'll see somebody go in garage, but I honestly doubt that even if they go there, it might be for a backstab late. I doubt it'll be the position of focus that it was for SSG, who tried to take it with the Oats in round 1, then tried to take it with the Glaz in round 4. And even if they try to do that, well, Benja is literally sitting underneath the garage door waiting for somebody. So SSG are well ahead of any idea M80 might even be thinking 45 seconds in.
All right, well, Space Station did that mirror as well in a single panel. So one of these Poindexters on one of these teams showed something off inside of a scrim, and now everybody's doing it. Like, everybody's like, well, we can just prevent this panel right here, and why not? I mean, it's one of the most solid panels to go for when it comes to, a downstairs execute. You really want to be able to get control of that, because it makes your plant a lot easier. If you're able to get that panel open, you just 180 and plant that thing immediately once you get inside of the the realm that you're capable. And yeah, both of these teams on their defenses so far just trying to deny that out with the Mira. So we'll see how M80 tries to deal with it as they implemented that on their defenses as well.
You gotta be careful with holes in that wall. It costs Liquid a semifinal, so you gotta be careful with that spot. Gotta make sure you can vault through it. Cluster charge is going out. Very useful tool to deal with all those Vulcan packs inside of the site if you want to go for a server plant, and it's seeming like M80 do want to do that. It's what SSG tried to do in their second attack on Lockers, but again in very different fashion. We had the opening kill at about 1:30, and then the round basically ended 45 seconds later. Here, we barely had any damage done to anybody in the lobby, and we only have 55 seconds left. Nobody even in garage. Benja has been here literally the entire round.
Yeah.
He's not moving.
What? J9O is going to pick Hyper. Hyper has had the worst luck so far here on Bank. I think he's 0-5, 0-6 as of right now. It's just not working out for the poor guy. Spoit's going to work away from the office. He knows that somebody's sitting outside here, but he gets dusted by Benja.
What?
They know that I know that they know, and Benja still works it out. He's still able to get the kill. It's a 2 versus 5 now for the M80 offense.
Oh, this has been a bit of a goofy round, unfortunately. Caraman now drops, and he's relatively isolated. One Candela to support, but Forrest just shuts him down. And basically, in terms of positioning a complete same story from round 1. Last guy trapped an elevator. Beyond that, it was a 1v1 from M80 to start their defensive half just to win Lockers after a Spoit 4K. For SSG, it's their first sight. Don't drop a single body. I don't even know if anybody got shot in that round. Maybe a bullet hit Benja in that gunfight. Maybe.
I don't even think it did.
I'm not going to lie, when I was like, tie game at the half, it's going to be close. I mean, it could still be close. It's just one round, but that was very anticlimactic round 7 after that. I mean, Sam, M80, they did go for the full clear. They went for the slow play, I thought, and then SSG just won every fight, it seems.
Yeah, that honestly, Carter, That's exactly it.
They didn't even enter the site. Hyper's like hanging out by a hatch and then just dies. It's like, all right, cool, I guess.
Yeah, Space Station are, or rather, not are, but were playing aggressive for the more important portions of the map, right? You know, garage, elevator drop, that kind of stuff. And if you came in that area, they're taking the fight. That was the whole strategy. It just so happens that every single fight went the way of Space Station, which, I mean, if you're call out, you can't draw it up any better, can you? So, I mean, that's about it for them. We're going to move on to round 8 now after Space Station show off some mechanical prowess past just knowing what's important across bank, what you don't want the offense to have.
Offense, at least having a bit more angles at their disposal in the first 30 seconds. We have one hole opened up in the wall outside the site, another one opened up with a Rotero drone right next to the printer wall, or printer window. Cubeberry will go out to plug that very quickly, but M80 just trying to burn and deal with some of this utility as early as they can, especially with how problematic their execute was last time. Even with taking 2 minutes and 15 seconds, you want to see them get as much work done as possible. First Clutch drone EMP'd by the Bulletproof, but the second is able to find a Banshee just around the corner, where a player, I think, as M80 will be expecting, is actually playing. One player also spotted inside of stock. So within the first minute, M80 gathering a relatively clear picture. Ooh. The SSG defense so far.
He really wanted to run it back on that team kill, didn't he?
We don't need to spin the block back on that one. I don't know if that's necessary.
Please don't. Just please don't. Ashen's going to hop out and kill Cameraman, but Cameraman's Claymore is activated and it will take his life. So which one was more important? Honestly, probably equal. Thatcher down, Tuber route down, wall open. It's going to become a hell in a cell here in moments. SSG have some semblance of control around the bottom of square. I think somebody was in Brenner there, at least if the silhouette was correct, but also could just be Citizen moving away from this here. And once again, M80 not exactly in control. Space Station has done enough to be able to break off this initial volley of execution, really. And things not exactly going their way. M80 need to try and find one of these big opening moments, but you can see Space Station are posturing right now to see exactly how things are going to go down on site. Fultz, are you going to go for the rotation? Are you going to go back upstairs? He's going to choose the latter. He's going to play this thing out safely. He knows that they have the advantage. He doesn't want to throw it away.
Yeah, I was about to say, I mean, definitely the safe spot is just sticking by Marble in case somebody tries to push beepers later on, but also, you're in the 4v4. Sure, the main count is even, but you're far away leading the momentum right now. 35 seconds remaining, and Forrest in a difficult spot. No Kiva barricades trying to hold the bomb chassis. Fultz technically by himself downstairs, not actually on the site. There are pieces M80 can pull on. There are threads they can tug at, but they aren't doing that yet. Still trying to find an easy way in, still trying to find more information. Forrest has basically had this breach open in his face for the entire round, it's felt like, and nothing's been done about it. 10 seconds remaining, and Fultz just walks from basement up to the second floor and kills the guy with the diffuser, and the round ends on time. I might be revoking my close game prediction very soon, depending on the result of round 9.
M80 are just not confident in the calls that are being made here. I mean, we have some picks inside of the round, which more than likely is causing an audible, right? The IGLs are talking back and forth and trying to see exactly what they want to try and go for, but M80 are playing this down to the wire. And while they're being reactive, Space Station's being proactive. They recognize that M80 really isn't chomping at the bit to get into the site. They want to see if Space Station's going to peek, and they give him one better there, Carter. Instead of peeking him on a vertical angle, Fultz just brings it right to home. He walks up Marble, and he guns himself down a Case Wielder. They're inside of stock, and that's basically the round dead in the water. M80 just not actively trying to take the map, not actively trying to play into that last dying moment of the round, and they get punished for it. Yeah, it could have been moments away for M80 to actually light that powder keg, but Space Station, they were quicker to the trigger.
They were, and I mean, I'm looking at Forrest's position for so long. I mean, once that Tubra goes down, and we immediately cut to Forrest with the entire basically like quad wall open in front of him. Like, man, you really wish you had those Zoto canisters right now. Like, Forrest can face a lot of pressure, and then when his final Kiba was destroyed on the bomb chassis, it's like, dude, this guy is going to feel a lot of pressure really quickly, and M80 could just throw bodies at this and probably get a reliable man advantage. And they either aren't able to make that decision, or they see a problem with it and fail to rotate to something else, and very reasonable tactical timeout as a result, as we've had 2 profoundly lethargic rounds from M80 on their attacking side after the side swap, putting up a decent fight on defense and then just non-existent through these first 2 rounds, rounds 7 and 8 on the attack. So now the first one post timeout, if the course correction does not work, SSG will find themselves on match point, up 6-3, which we've seen teams come back from that scoreline. I think SQ, of course, up 6-3 against... it escaped me right now. What team was it? Was it M80, actually?
It could have been. I'll be honest with you. I have no idea.
Wait. It actually might have been M80, coincidentally. I was about to say it, and I was like, wait, that might not be correct. No, it was M80. That, I think, no, M80 was up 6-3, and SQ came back. There we go. I had so many, like, terms in my head. I was like, SQ, M80, Nighthaven, comeback.
Ashen.
Whoa.
Ashen, you're not allowed. Whoa. Hold on. Stop the presses.
Dude, it's 2 minutes and 30 seconds. Like, nothing's happened this round.
This man said, instead of holding an angle, I know they're not going to pressure. I'm just going to start talking shit. Oh, Benja. He gets soaked up by the Claymore. Oh, man. Well, you guys donated Hyper's first kill and Ashen cuts him down.
Oh, no.
Oh, my God. You can't write a better script. You can't do it. That's just utter insanity. It's a 4 versus 4. The Zofia down. Benja's utility is going to persist because that's how Banshees work. And yeah, M80 once again in a predicament up against a space station that across the board feeling themselves.
Yeah, across the board, and incredible confidence from SSG throughout the entirety of this best of 1 so far. As you mentioned, of course, as well, all Benja's utility is down, so sure, you lose him, and Benja can be individually a very impactful player, so that could be a little problematic, but as far as trades go, Ashen able to get that kill. You're relatively fine overall. Kino thinking he might have found a gap in the site. Banshee might reveal his position, but is anybody actually close by to make use of this? Are there vertical angles in the floor that... Thank you, Ashen, for listening to me. Are there any vertical angles he make use of? Ashen, what a maniac! And I think he gets the Claymore too! How does he get away with that with the shorty of all weapons? Jade, I know, pieces up 2 and I think 1 mag. Even if it's 2 mags, I'm not going to knock a 2K in any way, shape, or form. Sploit, who we've seen down below for basically the entirety of the mid-round. 1v4, spots 1. Cut him down. Fultz will try to bait it out. We'll bait out a flashbang at least, but not much more than that. Diffuser control can be reestablished. Oh, no, that's a shield. I was like, is that somebody prone next to it? But the game is like, guys, there's a blitz shield here, just so you know. I guess I guess I appreciate that. We know where the round really went awry because of that.
Man. Jane, I know. That was just, what a moment there. But Sploit's going to try and plant things, try and fake it out. He's going to tag up Fultz in the rear here, but these angles should start working their way in towards him. He knows, or at least has a semblance of knowledge of somebody being over here on the teller's office side. He's going to take that swing, but it's going to be the ump of Ashen to dust him. All that chatter earlier, he backed it up with the walk. Ashen's going to waltz into this match point here. 6-3 in favor of Space Station as they are destroying M80 on these defensive sides.
Yeah, this has just not even been close on the defense. At the side swap, it's like, this has been a profoundly uncompetitive half. Like, obviously with the flawless round to start, I think, was it a 1v4 at the end of open area 2?
Mm-hmm.
And then I think a 1v4, and then, of course, a 1v4 at the end of this round as well. Like, jeez, talk about a fall-off, unfortunately, for M80 on this switching sides. And Jesus, hop out with the super shorty into destroying the Claymore on the next pump. That is wild from Ashen. 3K for him that round. Second 3K of the series overall. And his exact stat line, what is it? 9 and 6, or 6 kills in 2 rounds. Very impressive stuff, and I mean, everybody having really impressive performances. Janino might be negative, but he had the other 2 kills in the previous round, so he's certainly having impact when it is needed, the player to actually bring that round over the line, essentially. And, well, no more timeout for M80 to call, Sam? Nope. I don't want to say it's over, but, man, is it looking like SSG are completely in control of this series.
Yeah, I think we're in the closing ceremony for this one, bud. I'll be honest with you. And
feels a bit like it. Feels a bit like it.
Yeah, most definitely. Especially with Fultz, 10-3 right now. This is the best
Very
game we've
quiet
seen out of him the
10-3.
entire season. Yeah, exactly. We really haven't been able to see the highlight reel from him inside of these 10 frags. But, I mean, they're true to his name. He is playing up to snuff right now. Something that we do expect out of Fultz just because of his years of constantly being one of those players that you can rely on, especially in the frag department. But just exactly hasn't come to him so far in this this stage. But also just a little bit of a change for him. He's been playing a lot of Thermite, a lot of Mute. So things that do, you know, or rather are indicative of a more supportive role. So something that is a little bit of a change of pace for him, at least from his earlier years, but definitely something that he can still you know, find success around, just like what we were seeing right here. So we'll see how Space Station wants to try and deal with this roam clear from M80. So far, it has been them scurrying back to the basement, all except for this positioning from Benja up top. He gets found by Spoit. He didn't know where that Deimos tracker was coming in from. He was looking to see exactly where he was positioned, but Spoit got him on the first ping.
Yeah, really good find there. Obviously, not the first time M80 have brought Deimos, but certainly the first time they've been able to really find impact from it in this game so far on their attacks. But Benja wasn't really necessarily helping the team all that much up top. There's potential for it, but not that much. A lot is going to come down to how Ashen can play around this position on blue stairs. Kino might not be on the Monty, but he is on the Blitz. And how is this operator that can create so much space for the attack got to navigate around this two-player setup, one on the stairs, one in server, C4 pre-placed above the door, anticipating the Blitz to push in that way. It seemed like maybe Kino will try to drop down the hatch, but no, he goes in. Ashen will detonate it. Kino successfully baits it out, but Ashen with the kill! Ashen with the twofer! Goes prone for the follow-up. The flashbang goes in, but it's Warden! Doesn't matter, he can die all the same. To the Hibana, as she moves down the blue stairs and fills that gap left by Warden. M80 will finally take control of server, but they've not gained any advantage. It's only realized once Spoit, his second for the round, is able to catch Forrest playing aggressively on Marble. Hyper moves in, but the smoke separates the remaining two players over by server. Wall opens up, Caraman can move in, but excellent shot by J9. Smoke goes out. Is it a little late to stop him? Certainly not when this is the match on the line. Caraman retreats rapidly with only 39 seconds as we move into the post plant. SSG have the advantage. Caraman's got the X-Kairos out trying to create additional angles. Bolt will just try to stick it, keep a barricade in his way. There's nothing he can do. That's the game of the day, done in a matter of seconds. If you thought it was going to be close, well, SSG had a reply. House 4 rounds in a row with barely any competitive attacks from M80.
Wow. Space Station really said, let me show you how to drive that thing. And they just took full control on these defenses, looking so unbelievably nasty. And not only that, it isn't even the aggressive plays for me, Carter. It's their understanding of what's important on this map and the more aggressive angles they can take. You know, you think about the moments back to Ashen, just knowing, hey, there's more than likely only one person outside now. I can make this hop. I can kill him, get this Claymore, and rotate back into sight. Just so many solid plays from Space Station across the board. Extremely well done.
Extremely well done. And hopefully we have a bit more competitive games after the break.
By defenders.
You have a foam.
One foam, one smoke. One foam, one smoke.
I'm gonna start hitting.
Yeah, do it.
He's abundant. He's gonna be blue stairs.
1 second. 50. 75. 5.
Good fucking shit.
Good job, guys. Holy shit.
Good job.
I should have.
We got the close game that we were promised through the first half, and then Space Station got on defense and blew that sucker wide open. They get away with the full 3-point victory over M80 in this matchup, all off the back of, damn, that's a really sad way for Cameraman to lose that 1v2.
Yeah, I said in the beginning of this, it was going to come down to the IGLs to really do well on these attack rounds, and sure, Fultz managed to muster out 3. They did get 3 rounds on defense from M80, but the second we saw that side swap, M80 looked lost almost in every single round.
Yeah, and I think SSG was really well prepared when it came to those defenses. That was the big point for me, was when it comes down to denying plant and utility and playing the defense, I feel like SSG was just better equipped when it comes to this map. And every step of the way, we saw a different style of SSG defense. One round, they were defending the basement very passively behind the utility, which was that last round. They got the defuse off the Azami. Another round, they were playing very aggressively, constantly getting picks. The retakes from M80, or the retakes from SSG, every step of the way on their defenses was beautiful. Their rushes on attack were equally as good. They didn't give M80 the opportunity to stall them out with utility. They were doing so many coordinated attacks and rushes to get them an early pick, and then they would just progress the round as if it was a default round. It was really well played from SSG.
I mean, this was by far the best version of SSG I think that we've seen, regardless of that bounce back during that SQ game. Just like you said, they went into this game very prepared. It clearly goes to show through both attack and defensive halves. I mean, even on the entries, they're looking, I mean, across the board, they're looking extremely well. And you got to highlight Ashen too. Yeah. I mean, he was finding so many gaps in M80 setups, just sneaking into sight, grabbing 3 kills just right off the rip, allowing SSG to flourish in those rounds. So, I mean, you got to give a huge credit to Ashen for a lot of these rounds and the success that came from this game.
Yeah, even when M80 was able to get that opening pick, SSG's mental resilience, we saw it against SQ, and we saw it again today. They were still such a threat in the rounds, always being able to creep around, get those kills back, and it kind of stunted M80. M80, towards the later half of the game, looked like they were just scrambling to find kills. They didn't really have an understanding, and they didn't really believe in the calls that were being, called. 2
very different points of perspective on the players who were brought in over the offseason. Benja 8-7, Hyper 0-9 to get this game kicked off. That's not what you want from a guy who was just brought in over the offseason.
It's not great.
It happens.
It happens. It happens. You really got to shake off. You're only as good as your last game. I don't think Hyper's going to let that, influence the rest of his performance throughout the stage. But it's definitely a wake-up call. It's definitely something you have to look at and be like, okay, because realistically, you never should be dropping 0 kills. It is unfortunate. Like I said, it does happen, but it is important to take from it and to not carry that over into the next game.
No, 100%. As we move into the reasons that Space Station won, round 9 certainly was a standout because it was Jump Out City, and this thing absolutely was a Space Station highlight reel.
Oh, the jump outs from SSG was amazing, and here's the second one. Obviously, it allowed so much pressure to be taken off the shoulders of this retake right here. This was a beautiful retake from SSG where the Oryx came up blue stairs, Benja came from top square, and that was only possible because of the double jump outs to get the players off of the CEO window. So yes, it's a risky play. Yes, you lost your life just for a 1-for-1, but it was for a bigger picture of that square retake, and they shut M80 down every step of the way.
And it just goes to show the heads-up plays that SSG is fully aware that they got rid of everyone that was on the window that did allow them to be able to peek from Skylight, to be able to take that blue fight, to be able to help and move around the map the way that they did. I mean, like I said, this is the SSG that I've been wanting to see. This is the SSG that they've said, these small rounds are stopping us. This is what we can be. This is exactly what SSG needs to be for the remainder and throughout this stage.
Yep, and for M80, I guess it goes to show that if they can't play anything that isn't Clubhouse, then it's just not going to go their way, at least not for this stage. We have Ashen on the line to talk about how this game went. Congratulations, dude. Good to talk to you again. How much of a grin did you have on your face when you saw that it was Bank? I saw that in the ban phase and went, I wonder what's going to happen here. What did you think?
Yeah, that's obviously a map we like, and we're very, we have a lot of stuff for it, and so we knew that they really didn't have a lot of preparation for it, just based off how many options we had, and we used the options and the tools at our disposal, and we got the W. So.
Well, Ashen, I gotta commend you once again. I've talked about you throughout these last stages and how well you've been performing, but you just find these gaps. And not only do you find these gaps, I mean, you guys had a huge resurgence back from last week's game against SQ, and then even to now. I mean, what has been the big change and factor for this team? Because I've said it that you guys look like the absolute best than what we've seen so far throughout the stage.
Yeah, I think for the attack side, I think it's just really just getting our timings and just when we see something, we always have an answer for it, but it's just, doing the right answer that we have for the situation. And then I think on defense, it's just our team playing proactivity together, like just like retaking, just actually getting everyone involved. That's a big thing that, we've worked on and something that we've grown on for sure.
Goes to show.
Hey, Ashton, I know if I ask you this question, you're probably going to give me something like, we don't worry too much about the team that we're playing, but I want to ask anyway, do you find it personally easier to play against the better teams, the teams that have more footage? Because when you guys look the best, it's against those top echelon of teams compared to the weaker teams. Do you find it easier or harder compared to the top teams and the bottom teams?
Well, I think as the stage goes on, like, obviously we say we don't look into it, but I think for the other end of the teams that, if we play a lower team or like a team that's higher up in the rankings, I think obviously those lower teams, they can be scary because, they're unpredictable because, sometimes, they just have nothing to play for. They're already out of playoff contention. And, but I think the top echelon of the NAL, it's very competitive. There's a lot of teams that are, tight together. And I think the big thing you should look at is just playstyle matchups, like, just like aggression and shit like that. Or sorry, and stuff like that.
No, you're fine, dude.
We see you in the lobby. This is not, uncandid of you by any means.
Yeah, just and for those top teams, it's easier obviously when you have footage on them, but you can't always trust footage because these teams, they do change a lot and it's not always reliable.
Absolutely.
Well, at least from the way that your schedule is progressing, it looks like you've gotten past most of the big hurdles at this point. When you go into Super Week, the only team that you're facing that's within the top 5 is C9BC. That's your game on Wednesday. Any thoughts on them?
They won the major and stuff. We don't care. We're here to play NAL, and Matthew hot and cold. I'll see you in the lobby.
Curious about that matchup when it comes out.
You better not mute me this time.
No.
Chat. You better not mute me.
Is that a habit for them? Do they typically just mute in all chat so that they can't see what's going on?
Yeah, they don't like when I talk trash. So they.
I mean, it's a mental thing. It's an absolute mental game, and I personally love that you do it. If someone can't handle it, the pressure will show that they just can't handle the trash talk. And I mean, like I said, I love seeing you in the lobby, not only from your play, but obviously through your text.
Look, man, I swear half the reason that Dark Zero grabbed Kobe was so they had a good guy in the server and also good in all chat for moments like that. And so, but hey, that matchup's already happened, and you got the dub. Again, congratulations, dude. We'll see you for the Super Week. Take care, man.
Thank you. Have a good one.
Big plays for Space Station. Again, perfect defense on Bank. To Ashen's point, they love that map. M80 can't win something that isn't Clubhouse right now, and that's kind of a stunner to me.
Yeah, I mean, the map pool, definitely. I mean, we saw M80, especially in that interview with Cameraman after the game yesterday. He specifically spoke that it was all about how they were feeling in the moment based off their map ban. So they go with their gut, not necessarily so much on the statistics. And we've seen it so far that hasn't always been in their favor. So maybe looking forward for M80 going into the last week or playoffs, they're just a little bit more on the number side of their map picks.
I mean, I don't think it's necessarily a bad thing that you aren't showing your entire deck of cards in terms of your map.
No, that's cool. If you can play like one map the whole stage, you'll do it.
And if you can find success on it, it works out great. Because once you get into playoffs, we are going to be seeing more maps being opened up and being played. Well, you can hope. You would hope that the other team, is going to try to explore a little something or facilitate something. But I mean, I think it is important to acknowledge that, they are bringing it to a different map. Sure, it didn't work out, but again, still games. They're still in a good spot nonetheless. But I'm a little disappointed just based off the lack of coordination once again that I was talking about, what we saw yesterday that helped them win. Well, that didn't help them win, but made it a lot closer than it needed to be, and then absolutely getting dumpstered today by SSG.
Space Station jump all the way up into second place with that victory. They're just behind Sonics trying to get into those top 2 seeds, but again, Super Week will decide who actually gets those top 2. On the other end of the spectrum, number 7 and number 8, Wildcard and Los, are game 2 after the break.
Yeah, so BDS, I think it's like the #1 jersey I've seen like of esports, so I have to give it like 5 out of 5. It's really cool.
It's more a social, or like classy. So I'll like BDS is my top 1. So 5.
And I think my favorite thing about the jersey you actually can't really see, but it's the Kappa logo on the border. I'm a big fan of casual esports apparel, like something you could wear out without like being like, wow, that guy's like a gamer, like something casual.
I'm gonna rank these all based on how they would look on me, and I don't know if a collar would really look cool on me. I think I look maybe kind of goofy, so I'm gonna put that 3.
he's not wearing that jersey anymore, but the jersey itself looks good. I like how the silver reflects. It looks very cool. I think the SSG jersey is cooler. I would rate this one a 2 out of 5. 2 out of 5.
0. He looks better in SSG.
I mean, that's also a really good jersey. Like I have wear it, like it feels good, you know, good material. 2 stars above the logo. Not that many other teams have that. I have to give it like 3 stars out of 5.
Okay, 5. I love this jersey. I would love to wear that. Like, I'd be cool in that jersey.
I also think it's really cool. Overall, also another simple design, black, great color. So I'm gonna give it a 3.8 out of 5.
This one could be a real slobber knocker of a game.
They've got to clear out that position. That one through the screen as Spirit pops the head.
Managing to close it out. Spirits must know that they're there. Manages to find the kill. 2v1 Frida is low health though.
Oh, the take from Spirits in the 1 versus 1, holding onto the back of Spirits. They've traded places, but Frida has that one extra little bit to tie him.
Desperation will make a man do anything. When you're stuck at the bottom of the ladder, all you want to do is climb higher. The problem is when someone equally as desperate is standing right next to you. Wildcard in Los is the story of two dogs fighting over the scraps of the other, for those might be some of the only points that they'll be able to earn all stage. Welcome back to the NAL. I'm Jacob, he's Laxing, he is Foxy, and that is the situation these guys find themselves in. 7th place and 8th place with no chance today to jump any higher, but they need all the points they can get.
I mean, it's a little repeat of history. Not much has really changed. You could say, obviously, Los has improved a lot compared to what we saw, but how much that margin is when I say a lot, it's really not a lot.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously, it's in situations like this where teams that are at the bottom of their, at the bottom of the leaderboard per se, get a chance to really use their full depth of an arsenal because they're playing an equal of the same caliber. So they're able to really finalize through and get a chance at seeing the issues, what's great about their attacks and defenses all the way through instead of just getting stumped at the start.
And sure, they might be at the bottom, but when you look at Los's attacking, I mean, they're third right now so far.
Yeah.
That's got to be good. That's going in the right direction from what we saw last stage, but again, they just haven't done enough to push themselves into a higher contested spot.
Yeah, let's talk about them because the defense is obviously the big problem that we need to keep on talking about for Los. In their case, they're still looking for a win that isn't over Oxygen. Same thing for Wildcard, but for Los, they lost against C9BC on Consulate yesterday, and it's getting really hard to pin them down. Again, a top 3 attacking team, but they've only won 5 rounds on defense this stage.
I mean, you said it. In the Oxygen game, they did get that win, and they got that win specifically because they were able to isolate 1v1s, and they won those 1v1s. And when you look at Los's attacks, they have potential. They have a lot of potential when their coordination is key and is on top of each other. But their biggest issue is their defenses. The coordination, the pre-prep planning doesn't transfer over to their defenses, and it doesn't look like they have a really good understanding of how they want to defend. But their attacks, this is something that we saw beautiful against C9BC. They went for a fast CEO rush with a little bit of flair of the Amaru going up the connector hatch. And this is a basic CEO take that Los made their own. And it worked so successfully because they had the pre-prep planning and they did it all together. They were all on the same page. Once the diffuser is down, they jump out, they play the post plant. Yes, C9BC can get those kills back, but there isn't really a leg to stand on when you get that case down. But when we get to the point of their issues not translating over, it's the defenses that are killing Los. This is them on the last round against C9BC. It's a 4v2 man advantage. 1v1v1, they all individually are swinging C9BC outside. They have a 2-player man advantage, and instead of just slowing it down, working on who's going to jump out when, doing it all together, showing that coordination that we saw in their starting attacks, they decide to just throw it out the window, panic a little bit because the case is down, and they all lose their fights. And that's the guidance that they don't have on defenses because the pre-prep planning is not there on defense.
I can agree with the flair and the things that they bring in those initial rounds, but that's what worries me is that you can start out that way, but especially when you're going against teams that understand and can quickly adapt, that is where they struggle, and that's where we see that coordination fall. For that matter, is because they can't find their way back into the round. They can't figure out what they want to do. And if you can't do that on attack and you can't do that on defense, it's why we're seeing them at the bottom of the poll. Whereas if you could just put yourself in one area and be strong at and then be okay in the other, regardless of that statistic of saying that they're third in attack, we would see Los in a better position. But it's because of the lack of coordination that they have in a lot of those rounds that we are seeing them at the bottom.
It's just weird for some reason in this meta, you totally would expect teams on defense to be better broadly, but for them to be much better on attack, top 3 in the league in that respect, and still have so few wins on defense, that's ultimately the massive question mark that we need answered here. Otherwise, they may not have a chance to get back into standing for Montreal. The thing is, Wildcard are bottom 3 on both attack and defense, so we're still looking for the bright spot on this team to come out. Lost 7-5 on Club yesterday to Dark Zero, or up 5-1 on defense. All they had to do was win 2 attacks, and even that was too tall of a task.
I mean, the thing is, this team just can't find the rhythm. They went to Clubhouse 3 times in 3 separate occasions and lost it all the same. And when we looked at that game, I mean, there was some redeeming qualities they had a good defensive half. Fox even said, if they get a 5-1, great, but it's not going to be the best that they need. They need to be able to do something on attack, and they just simply were not able to do anything on attack. They literally couldn't do anything on attack, to say the least. So, I mean, there's a lot of things that this team can take away from, but are they implementing it in future rounds? Absolutely not.
I think the big takeaway is we can look at how well or how not well they're doing this stage, hopefully just as a learning moment to say, hey, you can be better than this because the skill on this team, it's there. It just hasn't shown up in the lobby yet.
Yeah, they have the capability of doing it. It is unfortunate when you look at this stat for the entire team that they're negative in every single sense at a 91 average for EPS. I mean, it's just not looking great. But when I talk about can't finding the rhythm, I mean, I have a couple clips to kind of demonstrate of them not finding the rhythm. This is a round where this realistically, they could have brought it back, but because in the early round, they didn't play a trade game, they didn't figure out how they wanted to approach this attack, they just were funneling in through construction, into Logi, and just would not allow themselves to find any weight in this round. And it just goes to show that the lack of coordination from their IGL to their team clearly isn't being instrumented in these rounds or being, you know, deployed in these rounds to get that understanding of what needs to be done, what the approach needs to be. And then when we go into another round, once this finishes out, it just looked good. It looked good for them. This is where we saw their foot get into the door here. Kansan plays this dirt spot beautifully, ends up getting 2 picks here. So yeah, gets the 2 picks here. Sorry, I had to take a little breather here.
You're good.
And this round, again, we were talking about in the back. It was looking good. It was like, okay, we're actually going to see some life from Wildcard. Everything's going flawlessly. They get the man advantage. But then it all goes wrong because they don't drone out Nave. They don't figure out where the last 2 guys are. They just immediately rush for this plan. I don't know who called it, maybe the IGL of Bosco, but then Nave plays this beautifully. And again, he stalls this out, he waits. And this is where it all goes wrong. Kansan already did the job. He got the 2 kills. He got them able to get into sight, to get this plant. Sure, they didn't drone it, but all Kansan has to do is wait. He doesn't have to peek this. He could work with the guy up top in kitchen. They could pinch this guy, and then they're back in a man advantage looking really good. It's a 3v1. They go for a post plant. But as the video continues on, that is just not what we see. Kansan gets way too over-aggressive. Nave plays it beautifully, well executed. It falls into a 1v1, and then as you guys already saw, or maybe you didn't see, Boldo ends up clutching that 1v1 when that easily should have been a wild card round.
Yeah, and Nave talked about it, that he was just hoping that Kansan would swing at that position, because we see it later. Nave dies to the holes above, and you're right, it is up to individual heads-up play for Kansan to know that he doesn't need to be in that position in the first place to be the one to swing. He lets his team do the job. Once it's done, he's still holding that power position, but because he gave it up, he makes it that much easier. Nave hits the shot, and now instead of having a 2-on-1 pinch, you just made it easier to win, and obviously Dark Zero ran away with it.
Yeah, the problems that we see for Wildcard are, it's all in the stats, more or less. They don't have any players in the top 10. Bosco is currently the 2nd worst overall EPS in the league. Guys like Bay and Kansan are trying their damnedest to turn this team around, but if the whole team's not firing, then it just means that everybody on Wildcard is suffering as a result. That's the problem. We don't want to see them in this position, but that's just the reality.
And we've seen them go back and forth, though, as they will have a really strong attack, then they'll have a poor defense, then they'll have a poor defense, then they'll have a strong, or poor attack. Like, it's constantly switching back and forth, and they just cannot find the rhythm of being able to just be consistent on both fronts.
Yeah, it's a difficult position to be in. Ooh, Chalet, I mean, Chalet, it is a wild card map that they do like to go to.
It's where they beat OXG earlier.
Where they beat OXG, it was such a close game with the way that OXG's matchup went. I just don't think wildcard matchup to Los will be that much closer. I actually think Los is more favorable in this position because Chalet is one of those more aggressive maps. You can go for a lot of gunfights, a lot of fights from outside the map. On defense, you have to be proactive on roaming. And so far, we've seen some better attacks from wildcard, but we have not seen some better defenses from them yet.
How much does that first half matter, by the way? Los's problem is their defense, so if that first half is close, maybe wildcard have a chance here?
Sure, it's going to matter tremendously, but again, it goes back to wildcard on one day is really good at attack, and then on the other day, they're good on defense. So it's a matter of, yes, they weren't strong on attack last map, so are they going to be strong here? And they need to be here because you're starting out on attack, and this is a very aggressive map. There's going to be a lot of power positions that you're going to have to be funneling players through, doubling off of each other, and if you just can't do that, then Los is going to walk away with this, but that goes back to Los. Their defenses have been really weak, so they need to be able to be coordinated enough playing the trades, playing for these positions, not giving them up right away. But I do agree with Fox. I think this does a little more heavy favor Los than it does wildcard.
I mean, I just think Chalet is a map where on defense you have to go out and get your kills. You have to hold positions into getting a trade. You can't just turtle up, and Los struggles on the maps where you have to maintain a good amount of map control and use that brain to be able to adapt. Chalet's not one of those maps. You can play defense the same way you would play attack. A lot of retakes, a lot of aggression. I think that favors Los's playstyle a lot more than Wildcard. Wildcard did beat Oxygen, but they still looked like the same old slower Wildcard on their defenses. Their attacks were a lot faster since they've gotten Bay.
It's also just crazy that we have a match between 7th and 8th at this point right before the Super Week starts, where everybody is trying to get as many points as they possibly can, and both of these guys don't have very many and have to go through each other to get any points. That by itself already makes this matchup crazy.
Yeah, if you lose, also, you get put at a point where you have to win more than 2 games to get into the top.
Yeah.
And so obviously it's like pretty much breaking the legs of whichever team ends up losing here for making it into playoffs.
And again, in either scenario, whoever wins this, doesn't matter how they win it, they still stay in the bottom 6.
Yeah, because they can't vault over Luminosity even though they don't play today. It's just kind of chaos all around. Desperation is a hell of a drug, so we'll see who's able to tap into it even more to get some points today. Carter Handefeld and Sam Stewart have front row seats to what's about to become the Hunger Games.
And I have to say, for Wildcard, you're feeling especially nervous in this position because Los only got 4 points last stage. They're at 3 right now. Wildcard were still trying to get their feet under them last stage, Sam, but they were able to end pretty close to the rest of the pack with 10. And right now, 11, even better than what I just said. Right now, they are at 2. They have 2 points, where at this point in the previous stage, they were able to beat Los here 7-4, and then, if you recall, they beat SG 7-1 the next week, and that propelled them into basically being right under SSG. Wildcard could have made it in the playoffs and didn't off tiebreak. It was this match right here that made Wildcard stage 1.
Yeah, yes it did. And I think the crowd also agreeing with just how big of a game this is. Split right down the middle for the social prediction there, Carter. 50-50. And we don't see that practically ever when it comes to the social prediction. So I think everybody at home also as tuned up about this match as we are. Chalet, a pretty interesting place for this to go down as well. We've been seeing it lean a pretty offensive favor. Let's check in on it for this stage. No, it's actually leaning defense right now. 59%. 23 rounds for that, 16 rounds for offense. Offense is at 41 right now. Those quick on the pickup. And yeah, so meaning as of right now, at least statistically, Los should be starting off pretty strongly here. But I mean, we will always point out Chalet does lean a little bit offensive favor just simply because of the nice angles that you're able to pick up. A lot of windows, a lot of different ways to cut up the map. So we'll see how Wildcard are able to operate around that. And I think that leads us to a very solid point, Carter. Wildcard have not exactly been able to hit the ground running this stage, have they? Clubhouse, a lot of the time, things just not really working out for them, and they're looking to find success up against a team that they were able to start things off on some proper footing last stage up against. So how do you feel Wildcard plays in against Los here? Do you think it's going to be a pretty bountiful day for them? Do you think it's going to be back and forth? How are you feeling, bud?
I don't know. Wildcard have just been so weird this stage.
They've been a wild card, to say the least, haven't they?
Shut up. At least before, I mean, this is not exactly like a positive what I'm about to say, but before it was like, all right, Wildcard, they are reliable on defense. They're relatively reliable on defense. They just need to work on their attacks. Then we get to the Sonics game, and it's like, okay, they lost, but 3-3 attacking half on Clubhouse against SQ, which is a team that has, gone on to take first place so far. All right, that's not bad. All right, in the M80 game, only 2-2, but then against OXG, pretty competitive game. Obviously, they win it. The defenses are better, but are still able to pull out some good wins on the attacking round. But then in the past 2 games, poor defenses one day, as Gabe said, poor attacks another day, and I'm trying to figure out what wild card we're going to see. Seems they have found Sexy Cake at least to start. He's able to see the Deimos through the wall. We got 2 different people on this Legion problem in stock. 2 players, 1 drone, 2 nades, and a flashbang, and somehow Sexy Cake persists. More utility goes in, and finally, by sheer force of will and utility, Wildcard get that opening pick as Sexy Cake falls.
Yeah, hammer or, scalpel. And they definitely chose the former, didn't they? I mean, just
like a more atomic bomb, really, but...
Exactly. Just everything that they had at their disposal, they basically just hit it with the big red button, right? And they're at least able to get it across the line. Bay's going to take some chip damage, so is Spiff, but they're still up by 1 man. Now, the key thing is, how do they utilize this? Some patience here around the map. Kanson's going to work his way in finally towards Library. He picks himself 1 up. Legacy's trying to stand tall for his team and trying to hold on to this space just a little while longer, but not really going to garner too much for that as of right now. Not a lot of positioning available to him, really, especially with this Deimos tracker coming in with that death mark on him. He's going to be forced back closer to the site. Now it's up to Wildcard with this man advantage to try and make the most of round 1.
And they have that 5v3. Sure, Spiff and Kansan and Bay all relatively worse for wear. And they expended so much utility to get that player on stock early. I mean, Spiff completely out of flashbangs. Bit of a tricky position as your entry. I think Bay might also be out of nades as well. So brute forcing Piano like you were able to stock might not, well, certainly will not be as easy as it could have been. But might actually be the point where Furious is able to bring things back for Los. First gunfight goes his way. Oh, the timing goes his way on the second too. There's the only kills Los seeming like they're going to get. 3 for the Wamai, and it is the only 3 Los will find in round 1 as Wildcard off the back of that early round are able to take the first.
Yeah, really liked how Wildcard used that. Yeah, not, I mean, the initial fights there, and the dying moments did not exactly go the way Wildcard wanted them to, right? But at a bare minimum, they utilized their man advantage to its fullest potential. They get some players over on the Solarium side, start working things in from that direction. Whether they hopped into the bathroom of Solarium, we didn't really get to see. But at least they had that counteractive angle working its way in to assist them with this pinch of the site. So very well done to Wildcard. Those 2 initial kills really assisting them in that, and at least being heads up enough to be able to utilize that position to its fullest potential. And now for Los, they're going to try and shift things up. We saw them with that initial master defense with a little bit of an extension over towards Library, a very traditional way of holding the top floor, but it did not work out for them. Overwhelmed by just the sheer force from Wildcard, especially on that interesting position that we saw from Los downstairs inside of Bar Stock, where they were able to get their very first kill. So, all said and done, not the worst setup there from Los, but definitely exploited by Wildcard, and that's why we're seeing Los move away from that here inside of round 2.
I think this would actually be an apt time to set the stage for Los's broader defensive woes and what we could see in Chile with a bit of a philosophy lesson. Sam, are you familiar with Plato's theory of the soul?
I know who Plato is. I don't know about the theory of the soul. I need you to walk me through this.
It's not the one you play with. It's Plato. So Plato believed the soul had 3 parts. That it had reason, spirit, which had anger and all your excitable emotions, and then
Beast Coast C9 spirit.
Exactly, yeah. And then appetite or desire. But Plato's conception of the soul was that those other kind of more emotive parts were all reined in by reason. It dominated the soul, and it is what ultimately controlled those emotions and stopped them from manifesting in negative ways. I'm pretty sure that's Plato. Now I'm like, was that Aristotle? I think it's Plato. Either way, I'm 90% sure it's Plato. Either way, the point I'm making is Los have a problem where they get over-aggressive, over-peak, and often do it individually. They don't have that reason fully, I would say, in charge when they are taking fights at times, and they end up getting over-aggressive, like we saw in Mezzanine. And on Chalet, that is a playstyle that can get punished quite aggressively. So when you see Legacy playing here, he needs to be careful behind this mirror window. He has to play conservatively, because if you don't, you end up dropping a body early on. And Wizard was the player to do it last time, and here, it's him again.
Yes, indeed. And Sexy Cake with a nice pickup onto Spiker, actually, here. That's all the way downstairs. I mean, yeah, Solus definitely makes a lot of sense. Whenever I see the SMG-11, my brain still just goes, SAS operator, he's smoke, he's mute. I'm like, wow, why are you all the way over here? But no, it's Solus instead. So, Los with a nice little pickup there, especially from Sexy Cake. Very well done. Yeah, but to your credit, yes, something that we've seen a lot from Los, just not really able to make sense of the exact way that they want to go about things. They have some semblance of a plan, but it doesn't exactly work out for them. And yeah, hopefully it's something that becomes more and more true, because Wildcard, they are staying true to their soul. You cannot fake yourself as a person. And they are staying true to the strategy. Los, though, they're going to batter back with this gun skill. Gets it down to the 2 versus 2. Carter, what's going to happen here?
I'm not entirely sure. I will give Los credit for this. I mean, Legacy playing that position this time is far more conservative with his positioning, and it forces Wildcard to hop in, take a 2v2 gunfight, and they end up coming away with it. So Los making a bit better decisions, and Wildcard just able to react to it very, very well. Of course, Los are able to battle back and get 2, but here, even if Arthur's able to win this fight, he might just be able to claw it back for Los, but not if Spiff has anything to say about it. Nade and bullets go in tandem, and that leaves Sexy Cake off-site alone. Spots Bay, but can't land the kill. He might end up paying for that one, but with one more shot, he'll down the Deimos on the floor. 1v1 might be spotted. Bay can call this out, and Sexy Cake gives it away. Close in the 1v1, but Wildcard get their second.
Bay's got to be counting as lucky stars right there, because that just that little inkling, that little shoulder there, right? And it just gets him punished over the bomb chassis. And Spiff into the 1 versus 1, yeah, able to make comms from that position, but you got to wait for your teammate in scenarios like this. Fortunately enough, Spiff more than solid in a position like that. We've seen it time and time again from him, and able to do it once again as he'll pull it across the line for wild card, but a bit more risque than we usually expect here for wild card. They're going to be able to still get it done. Los, though, they're going to have to really consider how these defenses are going. Some of these early risks might just be something that they have to look into, as wild card is getting aggressive at these key moments and are capable of catching them off guard.
Wildcard certainly with some strong attacks to start. Los' defensive woes continuing, though first round definitely more of a defense with a lot of problematic moments from Los, or blatantly problematic moments from Los, whereas the second Wildcard able to effectively clear out that top floor. Not the best omen for Los, that even when you improve on a defense, you still end up losing the round, but it's a good omen if you're a wildcard fan, hoping to see them get their first win of the day, or not of the day, as they're only playing once, but of the stage. Because sure, that OT win was nice, but is it really a win when the one game you got was against the team below you in 9th in the standings? Sure, they won't make their way out of 7th or 8th here, but they get closer to contesting with LG at 6 points if they're able to find this win in regulation today. So 2-0 to start. It's small at the moment, but especially with things that they can already work off of, like one player in stock again by himself, they can find something around 3 to make the gap now 2 rounds wide between them and Los, just a little bit wider.
I will say this, we have definitely seen them being more diligent today. You know what I mean? Playing a lot more tightly bound as a squad and taking control of what their, strategy deems. The big thing for this round here, Carter, what Los is presenting is this top floor hold, right? We have 2 players up here, some mute jammers surrounding them. Not exactly reinforcements to support some of these angles that maybe Wildcard ends up spamming, but definitely making it to where they at least have to consider what problem Los is presenting to them. And, it could lead to their death. That's the biggest thing here. Farius! This is what I'm talking about. Sometimes just your natural progression through these maps is just spamming some soft walls. Farius spams the library, little tiny room that leads off of it there, and he picks up Bay. Bay just simply trying to go and get an angle on the library hallway, and he ends up dead. Now, what is Wildcard's response to this? Los are going to be able to play this far and wide, a huge extension, and not only that, but we saw this player down here in games as well, and wow! Wildcard respond in kind, not with 1, but 2 kills from their front men here.
Yeah, first Dogby calls able to go out. Of course, some changes that operator. They generate now instead of just having the 2 at the beginning. So might have changed, but certainly still a very, very strong lurker like she was before. Opening kill completely neutralized by Wildcard. How can they find a way in? Farius has worked his way back, so this will leave the vast majority, if not all of the second and first floors now available to Wildcard to push in. This is where sometimes their attacks can become problematic. They can slow down very aggressively and not make use of what time they have remaining. Resources consolidating over by the wine side right now. Spiker could maybe go in for a backstab down blue or the main stairs. Oh, just spots somebody through the floorboards with a long angle, and the DMR! He does a heavy amount of damage to Arthur in the shins, but not able to secure that kill. He might pay for it too as Farius drops, but Kansan's aware of it. Excellent counter. Could have definitely been the round for Los if things went differently. But as Wildcard pushed deeper into the site, further into the late round, they're not gaining as much ground as they like. They're keeping it as competitive as they can. C4 goes out, but flashbangs fill blue in turn. Wildcard with the 10 seconds they have remaining will look to defuse.
Difficult moment here for Sexy Cake, and he's going to get gunned down from Kansan. I like the aggressive look there from Los. They're able to at least stunt Wildcard for the moment, but they respond in kind. That's the big thing there. Not only that, but they take the advantage in that moment as well, forcing Los to respond, and their response shift things back down to the site. And yeah, it's a very solid strategy, something that we've seen from every single team under the sun time and time again, but it doesn't work out for Los here. Wildcard use that man advantage to their advantage once again and are able to win it out there in the moment. And yeah, it wasn't exactly pretty, but it still gets them across the line, and they're up 3 rounds right now on this offense. This is what we're talking about. Chalet, it's kind of volatile in this way. It's really down to the matchup that you're playing, man. And right now, things looking more than offender-sided.
Yeah, things just looking so good for wild card. And yesterday, even though the first little bits against Beast Coast were competitive on Consulate, it was a 3-3 half, so we were able to get 3 rounds on the attack. This is how that game ended. It was 4 attacking rounds in a row from Beast Coast. Now, to be fair, as Vet will be the first person to tell you, Beast Coast are quite proficient on Consulate attack, but it is representative of that worrying trend so far that these defenses for Los remain very problematic, even as we enter their 5th game of the stage up until this point. It remains by far and away their weaker side, and Chalet might not be doing them any favors, but you need to take the tactical timeout 3 rounds in. It's easy to see why it can cost you in a best of 1.
You know, and on you know, you cut in at any moment here. I really want some back and forth on this, because the thing is, when it comes to Los as of right now, for these defenses that we've seen, it feels, at least to me, as though they're putting too much risk on the table, Carter. We're seeing a lot of positions picked up by them that, yeah, it's solid if it works out for you, right? But there's also a lot of moments where the offense can play that back into their hand, and they can have these deep cutoffs that end up punishing you. And I think that's what we've seen from Los so far here. They've been getting punished by Wildcard, as Wildcard's recognition of the play that's going on inside of the map has been pretty stellar so far. Yeah, they've had some things that haven't exactly worked out, but a 3-0 scoreline begs the question from Los. Are you able to adjust this gas pedal? Are you able to kind of pull things off, pull things back closer to the site, try and play some tighter crosses? Just don't put somebody at big of a risk as what we've been seeing.
And it's the adjustment I hope we see them make after this tactical timeout, because, I mean, the first 2 rounds, we saw Wizard getting really aggressive on swings and punished for them both times. He's 0-3 now. Also, need to point out that while Therius is doing well, 4-3, I believe, Legacy, either only with 1 kill or no kills potentially, and by far and away, not only one of the highest rated players on Los, one of the highest rated players in the entire NAL in Stage 2 so far. So him being quiet, definitely a bit of a problem, even if Therius is trying to pick up some of that slack. But we do see a change from Los that is still a bit aggressive in its positioning, but more standard. We have 1 player mezzanine and 1 player library, that's the dock, to try and survive any firebolts that go in the corner. It's a very standard strategy that we've seen, one that can accomplish a lot of the goals Los have wanted to on this Bar Games defense, but in basically just bunkering and holding positions instead of trying to actively contest angles.
100%. And you can see the little bit of a pace change here from Los, playing into this a lot more conservatively. Yeah, we have some shields pushed out and things along those lines, but this is all what you want when it comes to this Bar Games defense. The Wildcard respecting this in kind. They know about the shield position here inside of the library hallway. They'll get rid of that, but Legacy is still going to persist. He's going to force them to clear this out. And so far, Wildcard exactly haven't been on great timing. They went for the full clear of the map. They worked their way in from the office side. Now they're just now getting to library, Carter. This might not bode exactly well for them.
No, especially as Sexy Cake still has 2 of his stims in pocket. I mean, there has been no pressure from Bosco onto this position directly, and we know how long that Doc can survive when he has both those stims to survive the fire. He can persevere through an entire cycle, and Sexy Cake will do that exact thing, try to time it. Bosco goes in for the kill quickly, but dies in the process. And that's Diffuser. I mean, it's a 3v2, so it's timed with the rest of the team, right? And they're able to gather the 3v1, but it's indicative of how close that round was getting. Bosco needs to take that risk because it's only a minute left, and Sexy K can stall out that fire, but the gamble pays off. Wildcard are able to bounce back from what could have been an incredibly dangerous round and finish things off nicely to move up 4-0.
In good timing as well. I mean, we're talking about a sub-minute. You're still trying to clear library. You got to worry about that player over there inside of the library, you know, just pocket angle there inside, you know, behind the bookshelves. And it's just a really awkward way that this all goes down. Obviously, bodes extremely well for Wildcard, but we have Womai on the field. We don't really see anything soaked up by that. Nobody holding the cross angle there for Doc, but I think that's because we see that pressure coming in from Wildcard. Kind of hard to say as we were, you know, really honed in on that position over inside of library, but it begs the question for Los's setup. I mean, exactly what is the helping hand there inside of that area? Because Wildcard, right when they call the number of the top floor, they get it in a very serious manner as well, and Los are immediately put onto the back foot. I mean, the back foot practically doesn't exist when it gets down to the very end of the round, and Wildcard are just bowling Los over. Now, I will say to Los's credit, they did take our advice, Carter. They did slow things down. They did try and make it to where Wildcard had to clear them, but just a lot of the supporting things you'd expect in these different positions not exactly there. And I mean, this is also to Wildcard's credit as well. They peel back a lot of these different things, especially with that position that we saw inside of Library Hallway, right? So I think it's just one of these moments where Los are once again just not able to win out some of these more important advantage fights here at the beginning of the execute, and they get immediately punished. I mean, Wildcard just have such a man advantage there at the tail end of round 4. It'll make your head spin.
It's just... It is certainly, I think, the most broadly uncomfortable we've seen Wildcard, but the fact that they're still able to win the round off of it. Sure, it's best of one. Anything can happen. Gambles can pay off one day, and then just one additional play of the matchup, maybe they don't, but it's resulted in 4 rounds in a row for Wildcard, and Los have already taken their tactical timeout. It didn't get them a round win. They'll try to maybe make something happen around 5. 3-player setup around Library. Every single defense, it's felt like, aside from basement, Library has played a critical portion of Los's setup. Not necessarily even in terms of how the round played out, but just with how many sheer people around here. Think back, on Master Bedroom and Office in round 1, we had Sexy Cake in stock down below, 1-player mezzanine, and potentially another. This time around, back on Bedroom, sure, Sexy Cake isn't in stock, but he's on Library stairs. We've got 3 people on this Library side. Thankfully, Los are facing a team like Wildcard that will buy into the roam clear pretty much no matter what and go for it. But they've been succeeding on that every single time. And as Wizards peppered, you still got a lot of resources on this side, and everyone's stuck around the staircase.
And this is just what makes life hard. That Deimos track comes in. You're worried about the angle over here, you know, through the soft flooring. You have Wizard start pressuring, or rather Kansan start pressuring. And webcam kind of caught me off guard there. But when you have somebody of this talent, he's just going to cut the head off of anybody that's holding an angle like that. And he eliminates Legacy. This is this full Library access, fully in control. We don't want to see an overplay here because this might get him punished, and it will. Farius will take down Spiff. He's going to get the equalizer, and Sexy Cake rather makes the most out of the moment they're up against Spiker. Is it 3 versus 3 now? So at least Los have gotten it back under control in the man advantage. They just need to play for the positioning now, and ooh, almost makes you sweat there as you see that silhouette of Bosco, but he's on the other end of the wall. How's this last minute gonna go?
Both teams have 1 player on very low HP, though obviously Wildcard worse. Kansan, 1 bullet will be the end of him. He's able to get that first pick early on. Spiker on that Nook could maybe try to go for the backstab, but that'd leave your 1 HP player as the sole element of coverage to try to help Bosco put this diffuser down. It's a tricky spot. Wildcard clearly uncertain of how they want to play this. Their only option, if they want to go for this diffuser, is to hop through this Selma hole. They'll try to create an alternative angle. Bosco with a very nice pick on the Wizard. Oh, Kansan spots another! And that's it? They give up the half-wall position and Wildcard punish it. I mean, that wasn't the entirety, but that's what stopped Wildcard from pushing, and it's what gives Wildcard their 5th.
Wow. Just wow. I mean, you can definitely say this about Wildcard. Every single time they get one of these advantage situations, Carter, they take their time. They cross their T's, they dot their I's. And yeah, sometimes it might be a little squiggly, but they're getting it done at the end of the day. It's legible, and that's what's important here. Los are not able to make the most out of these situations, and I think the big thing is obviously the start of the rounds. They haven't really found a moment to actually garner an advantage, and a lot of the times they're working off of this back foot. It's begging these remaining players to make the most out of these situations. But I mean, you're practically asking for the stars to line with the way that Wildcard are positioning themselves, making sure that they are capable of refragging each other, capable of working their way in on these cross angles. It's just very well done from Wildcard in these dying moments, and it makes it very difficult for Los to try and work out of these holes that they are digging for themselves. And the worst thing is that we still have another round for Wildcard to berate them. And I really don't know what Los's response is, because inside of their head right now in this lobby, they've already tried to go slow, they've already tried to go fast, and nothing is working. What is the adjustment there for them?
I'm not sure, and just especially to make matters worse, I mean, when you've got 2 players that now 5 rounds in are on 0 kills, and I genuinely think up until the previous round might have actually been on like a 0% cost, and because I think Wizard and Legacy both died in like rapid succession of like kills being traded on both sides, so I think they at least got traded. I genuinely think they're at 0% cost up until round 5. In round 6, things are a lot better. Wizard gets his first kill, Wizard gets his second, Legacy gets his first 2. All right, well, that's one way to get on the board. Round 6 done in 45 seconds. Los put there first as they end their defensive side.
All right. Let's be real here. That wasn't Los. That was wild card. that was wild card in what they decided for their downstairs strategy. They said, "Hey, you know what? We're just gonna go for a quick plant on the snowmobile garage door. We'll pop that open. We'll throw some smokes down from Therm. Have Glaz oversee this. Maybe get some pressure up top from the single window. You'll hop in that. You'll push down main stairs. Just kind of have that counteractive thing to be able to make sure maybe somebody can't go through the rotate. Somebody can't peek us from blue. We have another person there, another body, right?" But every single thing that we see Wildcard do in that round is completely in error. Los gunned them down left, right, and center, and that's what picks them up their very first round. They're prepared for the rush, and yeah, that's about all she wrote. Into round 7 we go. It's a side flop here for both of these squads as Wildcard will pick up defense. Los will be on offense now, and yeah, just what an insane set we saw there through the first 6.
Very, very bewildering. No, just pace change, both in terms of like how Wildcard are taking their attacks, and then also like
completely against the script, right?
Every round has been like a slow death for Los, and then it was just like and ball of fire for Wildcard in round 6. Like, all right, cool, whatever. Still have a 5-1-half. Still in the lead going on to their defenses, which, given recent history, and by recent I mean like the past 1 or 2 best of ones, has been a bit of their stronger side, as their attacks were somewhat even to start the stage and then have slowly slipped a little bit further, compounded by, or I suppose, you know, made even worse by the fact that they're able to win 5 defenses yesterday and then win a grand total of 0 attacks out of 6 against Dark Zero. Thankfully, they got the attacks out of the way today. See how their defenses fare now. We'll see Los bring the Monty, something I don't think we saw Wildcard bring a single time, Sam.
No shields.
If I remember correctly.
0. Nope. 0. No blitz, no Monty, no nothing. Just straight gunplay, which in the current meta, kind of difficult to ask for. So
we remember Arthur on Monty on E1. That was a whole different beast. Don't know if it'll be the same here as the Candelas go out.
Very true.
Potentially some chaos. Yeah, we'll see Arthur go in, quickly take the mezzanine position up. Yep, that's Arthur, all right. Wizard follows up with one on the Bay. 5v3 established in 1 minute and 20 seconds. Spiff now has to rotate back to the site. My boy was just trying to deep roam his Vigil all the way in Solar, and now he's got to come back home. Rough spot. Tough world.
Yeah. Well, it looks like Los have cut off the binds here. They look a lot more like themselves on this offensive side so far, and it might just be centered around this Monty and what he's been able to produce so far. Kansan was playing that position rather perfectly as that flame was reaching him, but he feels as though it might lap a little bit too far and pops over the blue stairwell here. They're going to end up getting gunned down by Farius, and that's a flawless round from Los, completely centralized around Arthur's play from that Monty upstairs. Full site control, completely overseen from them bodying the extended play there from the defensive Wildcard.
And as strong attack as you could hope for, mirroring the side swap we saw during the SSG M80 game, though that was a competitive first half, then flawless round from SSG begins a 4-round-in-a-row victory. Here, Los are able to get a flawless to make things 2-5 instead of 1-5. But that round, I think, is evidence of why Los have been so close, and we feel confident as, you know, people watching and analyzing this game to predict Los to win and be competitive in quite a few of these games, as their attacks for a team that is as low as they are on the scoreboard are surprisingly good. 3rd highest attacking win rate in the league, as Fox and I think the desk as a whole mentioned going into this game. And while the defense has been problematic, genuinely, if they can keep that attacking performance consistent, it'll be difficult, but an overtime comeback is not out of the question. Flawless rounds like that, they can afford to drop a body or 2 per round and still maybe make 5-5, even 6-6 a very viable possibility.
100%, especially when you start the round off like that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You get the big picks. It's kind of hard to misstep from there as long as you're cognizant. And that's what we've seen from Los so far this stage. They are very solid on these offensive halves, which is honestly, when you look at the two percentages, it kind of blows my mind because usually defense is the easier of the two sides to get under grasp, right? And offense is usually the complicated beast just because of what it asks of you. There's a lot of moving parts to it, and things can go seriously awry very quickly, especially if you start to lose those parts via picks. And so far this stage, that has not been punishing Los. It's been these defenses, even here on Chalet, but comfortable position so far on offense. Gonna have the Brava in here for Arthur. Gonna steal a couple of these cameras. Knows somebody's trying to play one of the single doors. Rather, the single door for West Main. Gonna be Bosco around this space. He'll get rid of his own Banshee after it's stolen, and I think Arthur is going to steal the other one too. So, unfortunate for Wildcard, but definitely bountiful for Sexy Cake as he moves his way in, but he gets gunned down. Bay for one, Bosco for another, and Farias fighting back.
Fighting his way into the site somehow. 3 versus 3 as Arthur decides to get active. Los finally, I think, becoming the victor of this very chaotic early round. We transition further, one player still outside the building, but Wildcard have these vertical angles and Spiker on the retake up short, but it doesn't seem like anybody's in a position to stop Arthur from actually putting the diffuser down. Nobody really able to fight back. Spiker still playing very, very passive, and all of the attack are able to fall back pretty quickly. Legacy in such a powerful position to shut down this retake of the bottom floor too. Darius finds one. Kansan knows that he has to take the fight with him on this window, and while he doesn't win it, he makes it across safely. Spiker finally activates, but Kansan's still in a difficult position, but Spiker might just be able to land this defuse if Kansan can cover, but Kansan can't. He falls inside of Library. Spiker's got to fall off and falls right into the waiting arms of Legacy, a two-piece to make this gap just one round shorter.
It's a house call there for Wildcard. They put all of the weight on Kansan. He's just not able to stand up against this 2v1 onslaught there as the other Wildcard member has to stick that defuse. And Wildcard let another one slip through their fingers, although a lot closer than what we saw that previous round, but definitely something that they wish that they were able to pull into their favor. Now Wildcard have to worry about what Los are going to do to them for the rest of this offensive side. I mean, yeah, they got 2 rounds still to figure it out, but nothing really benefiting them in the way that they would exactly want. We'll have to see how they exactly are able to try and hold things down in this round especially. I mean, this top floor site is one that we see a lot of creativity on. We'll see what Wildcard want to do with this extension over towards Library, and already Bay trying to get something done here, trying to get some early damage on anybody hopping inside of mud.
10 seconds to go.
A pretty common position I feel we'll see an EDD or a Frostmat go, just given how odd of a room it is and how sometimes teams can just hop in and hold that position and wait for a cutoff. It makes sense to just put that bit of utility there. Excited to see what Arthur decides to do on this Monty, as we mentioned, and I think I usually throw in just a little bit every now and then is E1 basically like qualified for a major off of just like using this player on shields very, very aggressively. Obviously, if you watch Manchester, that didn't necessarily age the best, but in terms of regional play, he was quite strong. So able to do that in round 7, or round 8, round 7, Brute Force Mezzanine. Then, of course, it was a whole different beast in round 8. We'll see what happens as we move over to Master Bedroom and Office. Arthur could very easily Brute Force Mezzanine again, just hop in off the back of a couple bits of utility. Seems Wildcard maybe playing just things, obviously Spiker might be all the way over there, and Spiff is too, actually, now that I see it. So it is a roam over by the Library side, and I imagine the Monty be more than happy to go there if Los had not already decided to go for a solar take.
Well, I guess the good news for Wildcard is the fact that they have these operators implemented to try and counteract Monty, right? You have the Cap Cannon, you have the Legion in, just trying to make sure that there is something in his way where he doesn't have free reign to walk over the entire site. But now Los looking a little bit more aggressive. We see some stuns come in, some Yokais, or rather some Kandalas come in instead. And yeah, looks like they want to try and at least deal with this initial solar area. We have the Monty move his way in, the supporting angle still on the window. And Arthur, with a pretty far reach here, is going to be able to start the plant here for the moment, but I just really want to know what the idea was behind that. Were they confident in the crosses? Because I don't exactly think that was an area where it was going to bode well, especially with that closet position, right? So you know what, Lynx? I'm going to give you the reins after Los has donated the case.
What? You had Wizard? Oh, no. What?
No, he just got here. He just got here. Whoa. He just got here.
I don't. I think that's the problem, that he just got there. I think that's the issue.
You know what? I think you're right.
Now, and like maybe, I mean, Farius is Lion, so it makes sense if Lion would play bedroom window. But like, if you have a guy bedroom window, how is he losing that fight or missing that shot? If you don't have a guy bedroom window, that's a bigger question.
Man, did Arthur have the confidence though, didn't he? I mean, like he was trusting wholeheartedly. Like you almost feel for him in that regard. Legacy, can you get Bay? He will. Sexy Cake, rather, will be able to take down Bay, and Spiff will take out Wizard. But now it's down to the 2 versus 4, and my friend, I don't think it's gonna go too well. But actually, an impact here from Sexy Cake will pick up Spiff, and 15 seconds. What's gonna go down?
I'm not tolerating that. No. This has got to be match point for a wild card. 7 seconds remaining. They don't have diffuser control. They've used all their utility. One player close.
Oh, no way.
Yeah,
No
from
way.
behind the bed.
Stop it.
Nice little
Stop
two-piece
it
from
right
Canton
now.
right there. So like, I gotta ask, am I blind? Like, where was the bedroom window player? Where was he? Like, that had to have been vicious timing, because like, even if you are like a very inexperienced team. Even if you're a very inexperienced team, you put...
You know what? Just finish your point. I don't know. This is some... They've been watching too much NFL, man. They're icing the kicker right now. Like, I don't know what's going on. So they call the timeout. 6-3. Hey.
Meepy must really hear something he does not like. He's like, match point 6-3. We gotta hit the timeout.
You guys are gonna mess this up. No, I'm kidding. Like,
no, yeah. I mean, to be fair, like, you know, honestly, it's probably good that I don't go down that master bedroom window rabbit hole, because I'd probably fixate on it for like a minute and a half. But in all fairness to not only Wildcard, but also Los, with this tactical timeout, I mean, like, sure, they won that round, and it was quite silly and seemed very easy, but we shouldn't forget that the first 2 attacking rounds from Los were very, very dominant, very one-sided, especially the first one. So this has not been an easy defensive half so far. If it was, Wildcard would have won. All right, so now I'm going back to it. So the Lion was on bathroom window. The Lion was on bathroom window when he died, so that means... Did they just have nobody bedroom window? Because you said I'm trusting you when you said that he just got there.
He did.
If anybody, by the way, if you're like new to Rainbow Six or watching Chalet, and you're wondering why I'm like really fixating on this position, Sam can confirm master bedroom window, especially when you're attacking master bedroom and office, is like the first window you open and like the first position you hold when you're setting up for an execute. It is like everybody holds that position, and for that to be how the player planting the diffuser like isn't covered from is like insane. So that's why I'm like losing my mind a little bit.
Yeah, probably so as well. I mean, like you said, I mean, it's one of the main places you hold, and the reason is because of the crossfire that you get as soon as you eliminate that castle barricade. I mean, it cuts the entire bomb site in half. It's very important. So I think maybe just a little bit of a miscommunication there from Los. Maybe they thought they were a little bit safer just with that castle barricade still remaining. But the key thing there is that nobody had the crossfire. Nobody had any realm of presence around Bosco's positioning. He's still inside of the master closet. He rotates out into the master bedroom space. Nobody's on the window. Nobody's got a solid enough cross from him from the solarium windows. And he just walks up and shoots your planter in the head. That's the exact opposite of what you expect in a position like that when Los are being so bold. You expect those holds to be there, but obviously not. And now Los, leading into map and match point for Wildcard, have to figure this out 3 times in a row to push us on to OT. They're still trusting the Monty setup. They went away from it 1 time here for Arthur, but as their numbers being called up, it's back to the shield play.
Yeah, back to the shield play, and bringing out the shield play for both teams. Bosco with that clash right in the face of the Monty. 2 Zoto canisters go out to at least stem the hard breaching for just a little bit longer. Only 3 of those, and used on 2 walls already very quickly, Los will be able to open up at least one of these walls, probably both eventually. And here we go. Feed holes opened up to allow Sexy Cake to look very, very deep, not only on the left side of that pillar, but also maybe even find an angle deep into blue, depending on where Legacy's able to position himself. But this clash, and I think compounded by the player playing the blue hallway, I believe that's the Ward and Spiff, are going to be the two most problematic forces that Los will try and deal with. I guess Spiker all the way on the top floor. We'll see if anybody actually is aware of the Wamai.
We do have a flank drone being watched here. You see Farius holding this as well with a Claymore. I think they're just trying to do their best to try and delay out time and see if they can get this flank to work off without a hitch. But you don't exactly need that if you start getting these big picks. As we see the clash making a lot of work happen, especially for Spiff as he uses it as a pseudo Mira. And are we going to see the clash burn up in this? He works his way around. Monty trying to assist with this. He'll finally gun down Bosco. It's a 2 versus 4. Nitro out, but it's not going to find anybody as Wildcard cannot get these big picks. This should be a successful plant with some very nice cross sections cut up here from Los.
And Bay on such low HP too. Kansan throwing a C4 to very ill or no effect whatsoever. Very unlikely clutch for Kansan. Very unlikely 1vx, and Arthur will make that even more so. Seemed like it was going to be a really difficult execute for Los to make work, and then all of a sudden, 3 kills in rapid succession. Just go their way, 2v4. Pretty easy to close out after that once Kansan C4 does not land on the Monty. How that exactly transpired? I mean, it developed so rapidly, it's a bit hard to say, but Los, after burning through all of those Zotos, was able to open up the 2 key breaches you actually need in attacking that site. They then have the utility with, I believe, that Capitao to actually put pressure on the Clash and allow you to walk in, take the fight with her. And whenever you have a Clash strategy meant to stall time, once she falls, it can be a bit easy to push in, especially if there's nobody really contesting all that well behind the Clash against the Wine Breach. So, clearly, I think Wildcard showing why that timeout at 6-3 was necessary, because even afterwards, Los still seemed to broadly be the better team this half.
Yeah, as soon as they carve Bosco away from the herd with those fire arrows, that's when things get complicated for Wildcard. Especially with how solid Arthur was there, right? He smacks the shield away, he takes down Clash, completely opens up the possibility of a plant going down there as you don't have that constant oversight from the Clash working its way in. And Wildcard just not really able to battle back in a considerable way simply because of that displacement that we see from Los implemented into the round. Makes things a lot more complicated, especially with the crossfires they already have set up, and they're not really able to work their way back in, get those big frags, or just try and assist with that plant going down. And yeah, it just complicates things for Wildcard as those positions are being taken away from them. So Los with a very solid round there. Wildcard just not really able to work their, themselves back into that round in a very considerable way. We'll see if it goes down a different way this time around, though. They're going to shift sites. It's going to be games and bar this time around, and a little bit of a different look as well. A little, some more traps working their way in here.
Might not really matter all that much, as Los just seem to want to take this quickly again. Farius might fall, but a pretty standard games window rush from Los might result in the diffuser going off almost without a hitch, but Spiff will fight back, either running up or dropping down the hatch very quickly, peering through the smoke and the flashbangs, able to run up on the Monty, cut him down, drop the diffuser in sight, and then back off to stock. Ironically, throughout that whole thing, the first player to go down, Farius, is actually picked back up at 20 HP, so Los only have a 4v5, but that rush falls flat on its face. And while their overall performance seemed to indicate that maybe Wildcard were going to be come back on 2 games in a row, now with that massive play from Spiff, will it all be for naught? Wizard is able to rotate quickly up top. Cut down one. A second quickly follows. So that advantage held by Wildcard erased with a couple well-placed shots from Ying's LMG. Kansan will take refuge inside of Mudroom, as will likely be quiet in the 3v3.
That's the thing, right? When moments like this happen to your offense, you got to get your hands dirty, Carter. You got to go for these important portions of the map, and you have to win out your gunfights. That's exactly what we see from Wizard right here. Los needed this in order to even have a semblance of a chance inside of this round. They've got the top floor control now, and they've battled Wildcard back towards the site. Practically battered them back towards the site. Another drone in. Kansan getting tagged up, but very minuscule amount of health lost. And with this positioning, Los have to try and hope that there's another pick available to them. You can see these wildcard members working their way around, but Kansas is going to be the first one to strike. And Los now have to try and work this with a man disadvantage.
Slowly looking like Spiff with that massive individual play, likely aided by a call from Bosco, could secure wildcard the 7-4 victory they need. Not to, again, whoever wins this will be stuck in 7th place, but at least will be a bit closer to LG with 6 points in 6th place. Spiff with his second cuts down legacy, and it seems that that rush from Los is all for naught. One rush on the Monty, run up, quick headshot back off, and that seems a 7-4 was established for wildcard in that moment, and indeed will be made so as Kansan follows it up. Wildcard with their second victory, but their first one in regulation of Stage 2, as Los have a win, but still remain now in 8th place.
Yeah, a very solid game there from Wildcard. Able to problem solve efficiently on both sides of the coin, whereas we don't exactly see the same thing from Los, just never really able to get their defense under wraps and find anything that pointed them towards victory.
Yeah, nothing unfortunately, but that's 2 games done. We'll be back with the next 2 right after this.
Bar door dead.
Nice, 31.
More boys.
Bar door.
Yeah, play train.
Yeah, short double. Flaming you blue. Or
everyone just chill.
I can tell you when to wall bang. He's going bar door. Going bar door. Assume bar door. Bar door.
Don't even peek this guy. Can't plant.
Nice! Good job.
Yeah, I kind of peeked.
For the second consecutive match, Wildcard get a 5-1 first half, only this time they were actually able to capitalize on it. They get the full 3-point victory over Los and vault over them in the standings now into 7th place. It might be too little too late to save their stage campaign, but at least they got a regulation win.
Well, they did what they clearly couldn't yesterday, and that was getting a win on attack. They looked flawless on attack. Defense was starting to get a little scrappy towards the end there. I'm thankful that they did pull it out. But again, Los, both these teams completely pivoted on what they were good at versus what they were bad at, and again, completely pivoted that whole situation.
Yeah, we were saying for a moment that Wildcard went up 1-5 on their attacks, and we were like, well, wouldn't it be funny if now they can't win a defense?
Oh, no, not again.
But wouldn't it be funny? I mean, it was really, really great attacks from Wildcard, and if they can make this more of a average playstyle, average day for them against better teams, against every other team in the league, where they can start really good, really aggressively on one half or one side, and then have a couple little bit of a back and forth. If you can build that much of a cushion and you make that consistent, then I think Wildcard is obviously on the track to bettering themselves. But you know, so far can't take too much away from that win because it was against Los, and Los did not look like they were there to play today.
Yeah, and they've been struggling. I mean, Wildcard, great for getting the win, great for getting the 3 points. You're still in 6th place. You're still at the bottom of the barrel here. Obviously, again, no, 7th. Yeah, sorry, 7th. You're still in 7th place, but it's finding that rhythm. Like, I don't want to see you do good one game and then bad the next and then good the next and then bad the next. Like, I got to see that rhythm be found, and I got to see that consistency, because it's tough to like predict at this point of what the team's going to look like, because we keep touching up. All right, well, we got to see a good defense. Then we see a really great attack and a poor defense.
Yeah, I mean, we can still see it too, because they had such a good start against in their last game. Who was it again? It was against DZ. And so, you know, obviously it's not like they're only beating bad teams. They have only won against 2 of the lower teams at the moment, but they're still putting up a fight against the top teams. Just about that consistency, like you said.
Let's do a vibe check with Spiker real fast on Wildcard side to talk about how things went. Dude, congratulations on the win. That's 2 straight 5-1 first halves at this point. Couldn't win on it yesterday. Finally capitalized today. Why was today so much different for you?
Well, we were on defense, which made it easier. Yesterday, like, we had a really good defense half just because I think defense is easier, but to be honest, we weren't playing fundamentally like good yesterday. We weren't trading well, and we weren't like micro-comming like we usually do, so our just kind of cohesiveness in the late rounds or when we need to push somebody together just wasn't really there. And today it was definitely better. But, you know, I'm getting punched down top fire and I'm full blind from a game, so, you know, I'm not really sure what I can do against the multi there.
For sure. Well, I definitely want to ask you, I mean, you also being in tandem with Bosco with the IGLing, I mean, what has been the issue? Why is there such a lack of consistency from one game to the next and switching from the attacks to the defenses?
I think the main thing is last week and I mean, kind of on club, like we were too like one-dimensional, we felt like. And we felt like we weren't opening enough barricades, creating enough soft pressure, and it was very obvious what we were trying to do on attack a lot of the time. So that was the main thing we tried to fix on attack, and then our defenses, the first week we felt like they were kind of rough just because we hadn't really practiced against a lot of high-level teams going into the stage because we couldn't scrim Pro League teams. So we had a total of like 1 or 2 Pro League scrims with Bay after we picked them up, and so we weren't used to having to make plays mid-round and stuff like that, just because, you know, we could play default against the teams we were practicing against and win most of our defenses.
For sure.
I want to ask you a question more on a macro scale. We've talked a lot about your guys' map bans. You guys played Clubhouse 3 times so far, and we say that it looks like you guys have almost a limited map pool. Is there more that we're going to see through you guys through the regular stage? Are you saving things towards playoffs? Why do you guys keep taking it to, you know, Clubhouse and Chalet?
I mean, you know, teams keep banning bank on us, and I'm kind of pissed off about it. I just want to play the map.
Yeah, but could you also say that like Bank could be one of those 3 maps that is a part of your guys' top maps? So what about the rest of them? Like, where are those coming to play?
No, I mean, our map pool we feel like is very strong. It's just kind of happened to be that like the teams we're playing at the end, like our map pools kind of combined just so we play kind of club. you know, we have a very strong map pool. It's just the map kind of keeps going there because we want to ban the other team's best maps, obviously. And so club kind of tends to be the middle ground. And I mean, we should have won at least yesterday on club and against SQ. You know, if we just won one or two more of our defensive, we would have won that too. So our club is good, and we feel good about it. It's just we can't close it out at the end.
You're one of the only teams that doesn't have to worry about running a 3-game gauntlet over the course of the Super Week because you don't play on Play Day 9, so it's just 7 and 8. Starting is LG, and then moving directly to Space Station. Is there anything that you've got on the brain for how you're going to be able to claim as many points as possible next week?
I mean, those teams kind of play fairly similar, so that's nice. We won't have to go from, you know, DZ to Los again, where they play completely different. I kind of wish we had 3 games, just because we would have, you know, an extra week of practice going into another game. But, you know, we're just going to do what we do in practice and hope it translates to game day, and hopefully we can win both sides of our attack and defense that time if we get a 5-1 lead.
I'm going to say, if you can combine today's attacking half with yesterday's defensive half, then things will be going a lot better for Wildcard. But hey, good step in the right direction today. Hope it continues next week. Godspeed with the gauntlet. We'll see you next week, dude.
All right, thank you.
It's a tall task, but honestly, just seeing them get a win like this with the scoreline that they did, maybe there's still a chance Wildcard can get a playoff spot.
I know we see them at the bottom, but there is glimpse of success for this roster, and they show it with each and every single game. It's, again, they just can't close it out. But I think what Spiker said is true, that they haven't had the quality of scrims to be able to practice and be able to adapt, because obviously scrims do allow you to practice things, allow you to be exposed to things that, you know, might not happen frequently against a T2 team that a T1 team will introduce. So I think there is definitely truth behind that. But again, you are only so limited to so many play days left that you need to be finding these wins.
Yeah, you learn the most in matches, so obviously his answer to going to Clubhouse often made a lot of sense, and he's right. A lot of those rounds, you know, 1 to 2 rounds could have really changed the tides, and the points may look devastating, but Wildcard could have easily turned those rounds around. So, you know, once it gets to playoffs, if they can secure that spot, hopefully they're best of 3. I mean, they said the map pool's looking good for them, so I'd really look forward to seeing that.
We've had number 2 and sorry, I had this all wrong. We had number 4 and number 5 play. We had number 7 play number 8. Now we have number 2 playing number 3 as game number 3. Dark Zero and Cloud9 Beast Coast coming up after the break.
I guess I'll do this for the setup tour. It's a new mouse I got and I love it. Ignore the design. It's like it's a WL mouse. It's from China or something. It was actually sold out, so I couldn't get a normal color. That's why all these weird like dog designs are on it. I'm not like a big fan of that stuff. I won't say it.
I play with this WL Beast X mouse. It's a new one for me. I like it very much. And of course, I'm using the Woodson. Just need this to play. Mousepad, I don't like. Whatever.
It's just bad, May. But ever since I got her, I won a major. Before I didn't have her, I didn't. So she has to be good at.
People would say I was narcissistic, but this is me. And then this is my beautiful team, and I have that sitting right next to me, and I look at it every time we lose a round, so I know that it's just temporary.
If I make the major, I'm taking this one right here. This is like my deluxe. I'm right here.
I'll do Mayor McCheese, obviously. I always have him with me.
I'm not like superstitious really, so I don't want to say good luck charm. Bears are my spirit animal, I would say. And I also think this is it's funny. It's a little bear in a can. I actually get pulled over at security all the time because like they'll see my backpack and they'll be like, oh, you got like canned food in your bag, and then I literally start laughing when I pull this out. And especially in Canada, they always find it funny, so.
It's total calamity, total mayhem inside of the server. Out of nowhere, they find their round back into their favor.
Holding up for the plunder wave. And I think he might just find it.
There's almost no doubt that both C9BC and Dark Zero are playoffs bound, and a meeting will be a best of 3 at some point in 2 weeks' time. But today, we get a preview of that eventual matchup in a best of 1 environment with all bets off. Both teams are on 3-game win streaks. C9BC is the commodity, Dark Zero is the legacy team, and we just get to sit back and watch the bloodletting. Welcome back to the North American League. I'm Jacob, he's Laxing, he is Foxay. We get the playoff preview early in a BO1. This one's going to be fun.
Oh yeah, it's very exciting because both of these teams didn't start off their first week too hot. We wanted more from both of these teams. Obviously, C9BC has been playing in full form to what we would expect them to be from their major run. They look like that team again.
Yeah.
And Dark Zero, slowly but surely, they're getting there. And we did like a lot what they saw, some mental fortitude, nice little comeback yesterday. I think they're both in equal tension right now. It's going to be a really good match.
Yeah, I think when you look at Dark Zero, it's everything to prove here that everything that you've been doing has been working successfully. And then for Cloud9 Beast Coast, it's just another day in the office, just showing why you are the best in the region, why you were at Manchester and won it, to say the least.
Ew, 9th attacking for Dark Zero. I mean, they definitely had a little bit of a rough start.
They were 8th in rehearsals, by the way, so someone else must have
to be fair,
through.
how many rounds have they actually played on attack versus their defense?
It's not. It isn't very many. Like, they haven't played as much. It's like 6, so the percentage is low.
You got to take that into account.
Well, they played 6 yesterday, and they won 1.
That's fair.
But
Also,
they came back on defense, and that's why their defense is so high. So
no, yeah, the overall point is that this matchup is the current best attacking team against the current best defending team. So when we get those two halves colliding, it's going to be cinema. Let's start with C9BC. They are on a 3-game win streak, 2 of them coming on 2 straight console games where they were on defense first, including against Lowe's yesterday, and they just rolled over the Brazilians on their way to another victory.
I mean, you can't stop. They won't stop. C9 Beast Coast is still performing as I thought they would be. I had them at the top of my standing for a reason. They're showing why that they're, making that headway there. Obviously, they're a little under Sonics, but this game could put them at the top. But I mean, yeah, the performance that we saw yesterday, I mean, we touched up on it with the Los talk that they were quick to adapt to what Los was trying to do, how they could shut it out. And, these are their stats from their game. Everyone very close to each other. Spirits had a really good game. Gunner had a really good game. Again, across the board, everyone had a really good game. You had a 7-3. That doesn't just come from one player. That just comes from everyone playing together. And how we've been seeing C9 Beast Coast play as a whole, they've been playing extremely well together.
Yeah, absolutely. They really have that aggressive play style where it's very floaty, if I take a word from Kobe, very floaty. They're all playing around each other, and they're able to isolate 2v1 fights all over the map. They're constantly moving, and it's very difficult to get a hold on them, which makes them so difficult to play against and so infectious to watch.
Yeah, absolutely. And I got a couple clips that, demonstrate how well this team plays together. I talked about it yesterday. This team sets the tempo. They'll force you to play their game. And the one thing that I really love about this round is it starts out with they get the Malusi kill, but then they immediately follow it up with Doki with hacking the cameras, and then you will immediately see the transition of how this team wants to take it. Gunner is all the way playing top yellow, and then they force the player out of vending machine here, and they use the shield to keep pushing and take this control, which ultimately they end up grabbing this kill. But again, it comes off this shield plan, it comes off this teamwork. He gets flash, he gets pushed by this shield, they immediately frag him out, and then the shield continues to push on and get more map control. Gunner wins that fight top yellow. They do trade it out, but again, Spirits is pushing and forcing these players into unwinnable positions. And again, it goes back into they set the tempo, they set the pace. You are going to play C9 Beast Coast game. Unfortunately, Los do try to double up here, try to get this. It just isn't enough. C9 Beast Coast immediately pressure him. The shield just gets it done. Then we follow up into the next round. A beautiful roam clear. Los just looks very uncoordinated and doesn't really have an idea where C9 Beast Coast could be. But ultimately, C9 Beast Coast are everywhere on the map. They're collapsing on you. They're pinching you. They're using these drones effectively. It does go into a 5v3, but then it immediately transitions into this round. It gets a little scrappy, as you'll see here. We then get into the last little bit of this round. It falls into a 2v2, but it just goes to show the individual prowess of each player here. They can confidently take these 1v1s. Gavini's on the other side of the map, waiting for Legacy to play through, while Gunner is focused on this 1v1. And again, it speaks into this individual prowess that Gunner's confident. He's going to take this 1v1, and then Legacy immediately falls right into Gavini's trap, waiting for him. And it just goes to show, I mean, this team and their individual prowess, their skill, their coordination, their teamwork, it is shown every single game that we've been seeing so far, and it's exactly why they won the Manchester Major.
Yeah, and they're constantly playing off of each other in all those clips, and the most impressive part to me is even once they do get an advantage, they don't just instantly re-swing, go for another one.
No.
Even though individually they're all amazing, they are constantly thinking of what the other players on their team are doing so they can make a connection, and specifically they stay alive in those moments, which is the biggest thing. They are not giving an instant trade back.
The similarity between both these teams is that they lost their first game and then had a little bit of a break trying to figure out how to come back into things, but they're on 3-game win streaks. C9BC are looking phenomenal, so are Dark Zero. They got their own win 7-5 on Club yesterday against Wildcard and did not allow a 1-5 first half to phase them. Put together a perfect defensive game plan and got 3 points, but we would like to see that attacking stat go up a little bit here.
I mean, we'd love to. I mean, this rejuvenated, fast and aggressive Dark Zero that we saw, we didn't get to see too much of their attacks, but their defenses were so fast and aggressive. The way that they were holding on to position, holding their ground, and fighting back, constantly getting for those first picks, specifically holding down the main stairs area, constantly going for these retakes. Their defense was beautiful. Now, even in their attacks that they only won 1 of 6 rounds, the one round that they did win was such a masterclass on how to do a fast execute. And we have the clip that we can show you right here. Panba is locking out the roamers from Wildcard. They identify that they have only a few people in sight, and they go for a hit. Kobe takes so much pressure. And if you notice, they're also running Sledge if they needed to go through that ash wall, but they don't because Kobe takes so much room, and he does what an entry needs to do, take space. Anything more is great. He gets a pick, he goes for more, maybe a little too much, gets taken down, but look, the case is already down. The round is already shut out. Everybody else from Dark Zero just needs to fall back, play the defuse, play the time, and that's what they do. Wildcard tries their best. Did I mention Panba is still on the blue stairs, stalling them out? Exactly. Start to finish, every step of the way, Dark Zero knew what Wildcard's answers were going to be. Even though Wildcard gets some kills back, it is all for nothing because they still have top floor control. They stalled the time, they played their lives, and even though this was the only round that Dark Zero actually got against Wildcard from their attacking side, it was so nice, and it leaves me confident to say that Dark Zero is in good hands with Nafe IGLing.
I'm just curious about that point. If they're so good with Nafe IGLing, then why are they still only 40% on attack? Why are they down here in the bottom echelon of the NAL on attack right now?
Well, we mentioned it a little bit that they haven't gotten too much time to play attack. They're usually winning these rounds and building a very big cushion on their defenses.
Right.
But a lot of teams are saying that defense is the favorable side. So once you get to that attack, they only need to win a couple. But that was the first game that they actually had to start off at a deficit on their attacks. We'd like to see it better, but obviously seeing the one round that they did do successfully that was fast and aggressive like that work all in unison, it does leave me confident that with a little bit more time, the unpredictable attacks like that can become more successful.
Okay.
But now you find yourself against C9 Beast Coast. You have to be strong on all these fronts here. C9 Beast Coast isn't going to let you walk away with anything for free.
C9 BC is good at everything.
They aren't
so
going
DZ need to be good at
They are
everything.
not going to give you the space that you were taking from Wildcard in that scenario. They are going to be fighting for it every bit a step of the way. So it comes to question here. That you're bringing it to Consulate. So, I mean, DZ has always been really good at counter-stratting teams in some situations. So, I mean, you're still keeping the same coaching staff of Mint and the staff in general. They did bring on Nix, I believe, as well. So, I do expect some big counterplay going here that you're going to challenge C9 Beast Coast to this. But that goes into question, once again, you did get a little bit of those rounds handed to you in some areas that Wildcard were that, again, C9 Beast Coast just absolutely is not going to give you.
Yeah, the personalities of going to this map match for both teams because C9 BC just won Consulate twice. They're feeling confident. They play their game, like you said, Lax. So, of course, they're going to take it a third time to this map because they want somebody to beat them. Dark Zero, on the other hand, was a team that thrives on counter-stratting. They have the information. You don't have information on Dark Zero's Consulate, so it will be a very big toss-up. But when it comes to the previous playstyles that we know from both teams, obviously this is a map that favors aggressive players and aggressive teams. Dark Zero is on that track, but we saw their attacks were a little lackluster when it came to that aggression.
Just want to throw this factoid out there. It's both good and bad for C9 BC fans. Yes, they played Consulate twice. Yes, they won it twice because they were on defense to start twice, and that was their last 2 games. But the teams they beat, Wildcard and Los. So it's kind of up in the air about whether that exact same strategy is going to hold firm against another team that is on their own 3-game win streak.
It can give a little bit of false confidence for sure, because even the team that they beat prior to all of this was LG, another team which they have been improving, but they still were of the bottom echelon of teams. Can't really say that now. So there could be a little bit of false confidence here, but I don't really see that happening because even they even said in their interview, they show every team respect. They don't take anyone for granted. They're going to still display what they need to display. They aren't going to get ahead of themselves. So that being said alone, clearly they're going into every single game with the same mindset, and that's truly, I think, what propels them and puts them above the rest.
Yeah, and you could say Dark Zero has footage on them, but you could also argue that the teams that C9BC played weren't as competitive as Dark Zero will be. So
You can
C9
say that
BC
because the standings back it up.
yeah, so C9 BC didn't get to show their full arsenal that a major winning team has on a map like Consulate.
And to take into account that we forgot yesterday is in the interview, they said Vivid made their Consulate good. Before they hated Consulate, they did not like the map. And now all of a sudden they look really dominant again. Sure, they were playing the weaker teams, but that goes to show that even the coaching staff and Vivid being brand new is expanding their map pool and then making them stronger. So I can only imagine that they're going to be more than prepared to go against Dark Zero regardless of playing this now for the third time.
Yeah, it's a fair point. And I just like sitting back and letting the destruction unfold and listening to the sultry tones of Sam Stewart and Carter Hannafeld take us all the way to Carnage Heaven.
I hate to fact check you. Carnage is not playing right now, Jake. Just kidding. No, I mean, I hope this game is going to be a chaotic one because, I mean, I have found when C9 Beast Coast are in chaotic games and they have to let their incredibly talented players do the talking, it makes for a very fun siege to watch. But Sam, I get Dark Zero, you know... Like,
did you see the social prediction there?
Guys,
we're picking Dark Zero versus...
Guys, what are we doing? What are we...
Oh, man. These guys don't know ball, Carter. They just don't know ball.
Dude, we got a bunch of Tony Snells voting. Like, that's crazy. I don't know what's up with that. What I know is I get, you know, Dark Zero, haha, they, you know, going again with the, you know, the stereotype, they love their prep. I don't know if I'd want to go against Beast Coast, who have looked red hot on console the past couple days, but I'm excited to see Dark Zero if they make me eat my words.
Yeah, 100%. I think whenever you have the plethora of talent that they have, especially in their support staff, right, you're always confident walking into a matchup like this. Nobody has any tape on you. You have tape on them, and not only that, but you have a plethora of tape on them in recent history. And just seeing how you can potentially exploit C9's defenses. Now, the big thing is that C9, especially from what we saw when they won their major, is that they're not exactly one to care too much about what teams really strategize against them. They'll just beat you over the head with a hammer. So that's the big thing I'm looking for in this match. Can C9 potentially produce what we've seen from them in past history, or is it going to be something where Dark Zero have truly cracked the Konami code of Cloud9 BC?
And we'll see in this matchup. One of the things I love most about you know, Beast Coast rise and then obviously, you know, complete ascent to the top of Rainbow Six with their victory in Manchester was they were really, at least in North America, the first team to discover truly how powerful Monty is now, and that allowed them to sort of bounce back from what was a pretty middling group stage and then obviously mount that in a pretty compelling playoffs run. But by being first to the punch with Montaigne, it allowed them to actually start, you know, bolstering up their play without that operator, as he was consistently banned against them and then banned in general. So they were able to shore up a lot of their weaknesses and then become obviously a major winning roster. So even though we see this Dark Zero Monty ban, it's a very good ban in general, Beast Coast are a team that are well beyond even needing to rely on any shield. I mean, sure, they played them a lot in that Los game yesterday, but Manchester, they did a lot of work with relatively little shield play. So this is still a lethal roster, even if Monty's off the board.
Really, how do you hinder shield play in the current meta? I mean, we've seen games with Monty and Blitzband, and we've still seen few shield come out, for God's sake. So it's just, it's kind of a difficult thing to get away from right now. But a lot of teams obviously trying to problem solve around that. That's why we, you know, see things like Legion work its way into the defensive favor quite often. So you can see that here with C9's setup as well, although no real, you know, offensive shield here, but still as potent of an operator as ever. Good info and good way to be able to pull something away from the offense. Not capable of sprinting, taking a little bit of damage as well. Just always a solid option. We're gonna have Spirits here. He's constantly getting you know, marked up by those Jackal pings and trying to hold on to yellow for right now. We've seen this constantly from C9. Somebody in this position making sure that there's always a body around to try and take these aggressive fights, but not capable of winning it out this time around. We saw some success last time from Spirit in this position, but as of right now, it's Dark Zero across the board, just taking it to C9. Down into the 5 versus 1.
Pretty incredible start for Dark Zero. Not only do they have the Inox tracking Spirits on yellow stairs, also briefly had the Deathmark tracker at the beginning of that. Nafe trying to cut off yellow. Basically, that entire attack was focused around trying to pinch Spirits yellow and then take down any player who tries to support him from either the bottom or the top of the staircase. Both teams heavily prioritizing that. Works out in the favor of Dark Zero completely. Deimos will then go in for the kill. Flawless round to start for Dark Zero. Kobe with the finisher. Had 3 flawless rounds so far today, 1 in each game. Yeah.
And you highlighted it perfectly, man. Yellow was the crux of the strategy there for Dark Zero. They wanted to take that Spire away from the defense and then play off of that. They did it very successfully, especially with the extension existing from C9BC. Dark Zero were able to work around that extremely efficiently, take away that mid-floor play, and then transfer that into a pretty successful dealing with of the downstairs. But obviously very easy past that point as they were able to get all of the kills practically on these top 2 floors.
Well, Dark Zero, nobody can complain about that. Hey, first Scopos pick of the day.
Oh man.
We did not see this from C9BC yesterday on their defenses, and I want to be, oh well, no, of course it wasn't in their previous console game, because that was before Scopos was allowed in pro play, so we didn't see this from C9 yesterday, so we are going to see a bit of a switch up for C9BC. I'm excited to see where Gunnar decides to play with this, because of course, obviously, if you don't know how Scopos works, you have the 2 robots. I believe Talos and Colossus are their names. You can switch between the 2. When one is inactive, he's behind a deployable shield and acts kind of like a bulletproof camera. And when the other's activated, it's, a player you can control. Also, that gun is massive. That gun takes...
It is huge.
That gun is what people think the AUG is.
No, the AUG is also bad. I can say that as I played that literally
yes.
2 hours ago. Like, I was like, wait, they took the ACOG away from the MP5. I've got to play the AUG now, right? And then I saw that gun model and I was like, ew. who designed this thing? But yeah, pretty big gun there for Scopos. But that thing, decent recoil, decent damage. It's just a solid, rifle across the board.
I'm certainly not complaining. So I believe we saw Gunnar briefly place one of the robots down in the basement, the other obviously moving around the top floor, so could have tried to switch to it and go for a flank later on. That seems to be kind of the case. Either you set something far away off the site for you to flank later, you set something on the site so you can rotate back very quickly. Scopos not involved in the first engagement, though she has lost 12 HP. It's a trade between Gavini and Kobe. Remember last week we saw, I believe, C9BC on this very map against Wildcard. This position gained a lot of focus, as it often does when teams are attacking from admin side or just trying to take CEO in general. So much utility and manpower expended trying to clear out that player, in this case Diffuser, behind the deployable shield. He's fine for the moment. He's not taken any damage so far. It's just NGR patiently waiting on this side of the map. Likely, maybe waiting for teammates to join him. Not entirely sure at the moment.
They're waiting for this wrap from Pamba here. You can see him working his way to the map. Might be trying to go for play around yellow. They do still have to worry about that Scopos downstairs as well. Let's just beg the question of how Dark Zero tries to deal with this. We see the bees come out. They have effectively dealt with that vending position, but now we see the wrap from Pambazu. It's going to go up Spiral instead. Is trying to get that side angle here, but it's going to be Diffuser that ends up taking him down. This is once again going to put Dark Zero back into the same hole they just were.
Yeah, very, very stark contrast to the strong performance in round 1. Nafe will try to retake that position. Diffuser in an increasingly difficult spot. The second flashbang lands. Nafe will try to move him, but he somehow still gets that kill. Incredible headshot from Diffuser, but it's traded out, and that puts Dark Zero and C9BC in the equilibrium. Timing neither favoring either side, too. Gunnar will play aggressively, spots one, who puts NJR tantalizingly close to death. 5 HP and no utility. Nafe will throw out the flash at Nafe. Maybe can bait the Grim. NJR's Diffuser. Doka be the only player on the coverage. Knows Gunner's trapped in this position. Backs off, anticipating the wraparound. And that gives Gunnar a very nice gap. Impact goes wide. Won't take down the Grim. NJR can fight back, but not effectively. The Spirits working in tandem. Beast Coast answer back.
They're always so solid in these low man positions. They get it down to equal footing, and they're able to win it out. And both of their 1v1s very successfully done. Didn't really get to see too much out of Scopos there. Just really another character with a gun inside of the site. Didn't really, have a chance to switch over to the other bot and get that flank off. But still, a successful round nevertheless from C9BC.
Yeah, pretty standard defensive setup. No Tachanka like we saw from Los, though. I think about it. We did see a Tachanka during our consulate game. I can't remember who brought it, but I'm pretty sure we did see a Tachanka at least like 1 or 2 times. Either way, pretty standard on the top floor. No Scopos on the bottom floor. Womp womp. honestly could have been the same thing. Scopus in sight, somebody on the second floor going for a flank. That seems to be, like I mentioned, the consensus is like you either have one in the site, they then like use it as almost like a recall in a MOBA, and then like the other one where you're in the site, then you can like go for the flank later on, which I guess makes sense, but fortunately teams don't seem to be all that confident in its viability with that particular usage right now. We will see a roam on the top floor, but we'll go with the Vigil instead. The Boss GA cog, SMG 12, deep roam up top, likely with a couple players on the middle floor to support him.
We'll see if people tend to get riskier with that operator down the line, but I don't really think it's worth it as of right now. I honestly think the best implementation that we've seen is that shower position on Clubhouse thus far. But we'll have to see. I mean, maybe there's a couple things that other people can work out. That one was decently obvious, right? You put the shield in there, nobody can really get around it. Just a very smart choice by a lot of these analysts.
Watching Citizen like lose his mind, just like, can I even look around this shield? Like, can I look over this? What do I do?
Yeah, exactly, and that's really what you want with that op.
Yaga, not Citizen.
Yeah, it was Yaga. You are correct. But yeah, that's exactly what you want that operator. You want, you know, those positions where you're able to kind of thwart the immediate game plans of the offense. But nothing really readily available on a map like Consulate. Even though we did see that kind of extension downstairs, that's probably the best you're going to get. So the first minute expended, Dark Zero starting to work in from the farther reaches of the map. Kobe mostly focused on the front lobby space. He'll nade open one of these castle barricades and try and assist himself with some more angle work after he gets this beautiful revolver out of its holster.
Trying to hunt down that castle, move forward, but Gavini effectively evading all this. Kobe shut down. Pamazoo 2-tapped outside of Visa. This roam from C9BC, quite impervious to the efforts of Dark Zero. Bolo's got a flash and retreat. Kind of the opposite of what you want with Blitz's utility usage, unfortunately. Things have really gone awry if you're using it as an escape mechanism. Hot and cold will fall, so things not terrible for Dark Zero, but Beast Coast are really... This is a tricky spot. I'm not sure entirely what you do here. Bolo will wrap around, and that spear, it's gone. 3v3, but Diffuser able to reestablish that advantage for Beast Coast. A very hectic round, but one in which Dark Zero seem to be constantly chasing ghosts of Beast Coast as they move through that middle floor.
Yeah, that absolutely terrified me as soon as I saw that blast from the M590 get released. But fortunately enough for Bo, he's still up and still alive. Got that frag as well, so able to at least propel Dark Zero forward, or at least farther along the line than before. Going to work their way down yellow here. Case is going to be in Knave's hands. We do still have a smoke for Bo as well, so you can break up some line of sight, but it's going to be somewhat difficult with the positions that C9 still have under their control, especially with that mirror in the hallway still readily available to them. They have a lot of different angles that they can utilize to their fullest advantage as Dark Zero is looking to get this case down.
Nave hoping Bolo will be able to create quite a bit of space, throw complete chaos into the ranks of Beast Coast inside of the site. That mirror window staring him in the face. Such a difficult spot. Now that Nave has fallen, that is it. Beast Coast with the lead. Dark Zero the initial round, and objectively a very, very dominant one, but after and since for Beast Coast, it has been a very good showing on the defense. One time when it came to the site setup, Sam, on CEO, the next time with the roam, indicating their versatility and their diversity in the ways they can win rounds.
100%, 100%. And I think that that's the main thing that we focus on with C9, right? You can come in with a game plan, but C9, 9 times out of 10, is going to do everything in their power to make it to where that's sort of a moot point. And it's kind of like trying to capture a wasp's nest, right? Trying to get it inside of a jar, whatever. You got a good plan walking into it. You think you know what you're doing, but as soon as that thing activates and, you know, you have all these things trying to sting you, it becomes a problem. And that's what we have with C9BC. You're kicking the wasp nest, man, and you never really know what's going to go down as soon as they start to hop out and try and buzz in your ear. So Dark Zero are looking to try and put a cap on this thing, but it's proven to be difficult so far. We've seen some shield play work its way in. We've seen some solid roam clear, but only one successful round thus far. And now we come down to this round where C9 is going to be handling that middle bomb site. This begs the question, how does Dark Zero handle this top floor, especially with the solid, I mean, you know, plant denial utility that we have out of C9BC here? You have Gavini, you have Diffuser, you don't have Cutter anymore because he went for an aggressive peek here with the castle, but I mean, still a lot of things for C9BC to work with.
Yeah, you know, Gunner tried to go crazy and
Gunner's got a gun. It happens.
It happens. It happens. It's all good. I respect the hustle. But it means Dark Zero will have that 5v4 and going to Exposition and Piano. I believe, yeah, all 4 sites played. No, we've not had the split
We
site.
didn't do split. No.
Didn't have split. My bad. We got Dark Zero 1 basement the first round. The third bomb site we've seen played, first one on the first floor. Will be nice if you have to go through that upstairs clear and you can actually like trade a bit more efficiently with relatively little cost to yourself. You also will have all those Dokkaebi calls available as the first one goes out. Pandas are taking quite a lot of damage, but it's resulted in established control of yellow. Bolo cuts down spirits and, well, yeah, I suppose around the CEO position. One more player trying to hold on to control of it, but Dark Zero took that 5v4 gifted by Gunnar and have run with it as Gavini is pretty much stuck inside of the top floor trying to find that shot on the Bolo. It will land. He's probably going to, I was about to say, hop out of this window and retreat back as quick as he can. Nobody outside cutting him off, thankfully, so he will. Oh, never mind. Thought he was going to find a way out. I'm not even sure what the hell downed him. But it does result in an effective 2v3, now a very real 2v3 for Dark Zero.
An efficient clear here from DZ. I mean, this is a full-on just stand-in box moment, right? They're like, all right, cool. We're going to get some bodies in on this top floor. We want to take the fight, but we want to do it efficiently. We know C9's positioning now, and we want to try and clear out this area. And, I mean, tip of the cap to everybody, but especially Bo in those positions as he's able to open that up, kind of make C9 flounder a bit as they look for the kills. And obviously, we see the initial, or rather, the late iteration of that with Gavini hopping out the CEO window and trying to make that rotation. But now it's all down to hot and cold to see what he can do up against his former squad in Dark Zero. A little bit far removed from that team, especially. But hey, you know, he's got to mark that as that is still his longest tenured squad that he's been on, which is truly impressive. But we're going to see DZ start to work their way in, especially from the closet. They're looking to get this plan down.
And it could line up quite well for this TCSG. Does spot one, but the angle just favoring Dark Zero a bit better, and Kobe will wrap around and finish it. Tie game again, 4 rounds in. Neither side able to get a lead, and Dark Zero just trying to regain that ground that they lost after Beast Coasts.
And Kobe is swift, man. And if you guys haven't been keen yet, he's also at the team house now. Previously playing from his bedroom, but now over with the squad. So probably a very solid environment for him, honestly.
Yeah, certainly bringing the vibes, bringing some claps. Oh, what happened here? Oh, that's unfortunate.
He was close, too. You got to give him credit for that. I mean, it was a very close shot there out of Gunnar, but just was not able to get the very tip of that ACOG into his favor. Now it's 2-2, so, I mean...
I told you we saw it. I knew we saw the Tachanka from Beast Coast. I was like, I'm pretty sure we saw it.
You're back on this already?
It wasn't CEO. I mean, they're bringing it. It's not like I'm bringing it up out of nowhere.
Where else are you gonna bring it though? I mean, this is a solid spot. I really like this. This is no hate towards Chonk at all. I think Chonk is very good when it comes to this site in particular. You know what I mean?
Why do you why do you cut off the first 2 letters? Like you're high school buddies.
Because Chonk's my friend. We're friends, so I get to call him that. You know? I
mean, it's not like whatever. You're not gonna throw this smoke bomb at me, and I'm just gonna get hyper fixated on it. Tachanka might be involved in the lineup, but this shield by vending, the standard shield by vending, will likely remain a focal point of Beast Coast defensive setup. Realistically, it's on Dark Zero to decide where they want to push this, and that'll either force Beast Coast to react and shift some resources more towards the yellow and the CEO side, or if they can just use this utility stack they have on the shield and kind of go, not with the preset plan, but with a very easy position that they already have set up to defend. Dark Zero, they have Lion, Amaru, and Grim. This to me indicates we are probably not going to see a slow admin clear, especially as Buck is already down below with 35 seconds into the round.
Which brings us back to Chonk there, Carter. He's a little bit better than Smoke in this position, and I know that's almost heresy to say in Rainbow Six because Smoke is one of our best defensive operators, right? But the key thing here is that he's got a lot more delay for both positions. We see a lot of fly-ins on this window here to our left. We see a lot of things from the CEO window, and Tachanka's just so very good at dealing with both of those positions in a very solid way. I mean, you got so much utility with that fire launcher. There's just not really many things you have to worry about. Whereas with Smoke, you only have 3. So just it's one of those things. Volume does matter in a position like this. So we'll see if he's able to do anything about that. He is going to get marked up from the EE1D. And Nate, he flies in, gets the shotgun kill. Diffuser will pop 1, but this case is going down.
And NJR with the coverage. This is looking so clean for Dark Zero, Bolo, and NJR to make this an unwinnable situation for Gavin. And that is it. Dark Zero retake their lead with a beautiful rush into CEO.
Well, that's the one thing about Tachanka and Smoke and all the other delay operators, right? If you're able to quickly pop them, I mean, life becomes a whole heck of a lot easier. And that's the key thing there. I mean, we just see the Amaru fly into the main window there and is capable of taking down Shonk in one big shotgun blast. And that's really all that Dark Zero need. That's all that's necessary for their plans to go off without a hitch, especially with the oversight there, or rather the overseen from NJR on the top window. Capable of taking out multiple bodies from C9 as they try to pour in and stop that plant, but nobody capable as the kills just keep pouring in for Dark Zero. And now taking the lead here for the second time after getting tied up with in round 2. Now they're looking to take this entire half to themselves here in round 6.
The attack's looking so well practiced from Dark Zero. Obviously, of course, bouncing back from that very early loss to the Sonics this stage, where they unfortunately lost on Skyscraper 7-2. Since then, it has been quite a good performance, beating SSG, Los, Wildcard yesterday, and all certainly good performances. I think that 7-4 victory over SSG, obviously quite good, but able to get one over Beast Coast yesterday, who sure are in third currently, but only 2 points behind Sonics in the first place. That'd be very, very good to be tied with the Canadian-led Sonics, all the way up at the top of the leaderboard. Sonics are playing OXG after this match in our last game of the day, so we'll see the results of that one and how that affects the standings. But here, Dark Zero not only can, of course, win this match, but a 4-2 half on Consulate attack, and you are feeling very, very, very good for your chances in this series, even though Beast Coast have a mean Consulate attacker themselves.
Won't have to worry about it just yet, but definitely the rumblings of that as round 6 is obviously already upon us. Round 7 right around the corner. But can Dark Zero extend this lead? That's a big question we all have on our shoulders. And honestly, it feels like they could find some success inside of this round, especially with how we saw them go about things the last time around. I mean, capable of dealing with this entire roam game from C9, and that mostly centralized around their clear of the yellow stairs, and by proxy, just the bodies that they have on those separate floors to try and deal with an aggressive assault from the offense, as they all showed up to the party, but nobody really got their frags in the way that we usually see C9BC doing. So, as for now, though, it's a patience play for them as they're awaiting the arrival of Dark Zero, seeing the way that they want to try and clear this out. We'll work his way in from the front here, and he'll get that pistol out as well. More than likely just looking to see if he can find anybody to apply one of these death marks to.
Well, I found priority number 1 right there. He spotted the castle. He's got a soft wall right in his way. Though, if he's spotted, this castle could also just shoot through the wall in turn, but the revolver rips away those, well, not floorboards, it's on the wall, but Spirits also had a lot of HP ripped away with that turnaround by Kobe. 2 different players damaged by the Deimos in rapid succession, but a third rears its head. Gavini sneaking around the corner with the Boss G. We've seen so much action from this Deimos, and yet it's Beast Coast with the initial lead, 5-4 as Pamazoo falls. Kobe goes for the close gunfight. That shotgun right around the corner. Gavini takes it, and down goes Kobe. Not finished off as the second shot goes wide, and NGR is able to capitalize off of it. Still a 2v3, though. Remember, Kobe's down up above, and NGR is on an island downstairs in the basement. Not sure where Bolo is. He's got to have been to support. Seems he's on the opposite side by Yellow. NGR's got to find a way to wrap himself out of this one, especially as Bolo falls on the opposite side. 1 player in server, prone on the floor, diffuser a world away. A little bit of intel on the player on the B-bomb chassis. Here's one close to the corner, but the Vector responds in kind. And JR's got to take this fight. He's got to win it. Instead, he walks past, able to somehow slip between, spots the yellow player. There's far too much for him to deal with. It's a tie game.
This is why you can never hate the C9BC extension, right? I mean, they just play it so terrifyingly. I mean, there's no other way. It's just a scary sight whenever you're on the offense. I mean, we see DZ with a pretty successful round the first time around, but really that was just up to the fact that C9 really didn't have any gunfights going their way. This time, it's a little bit of a back and forth, and that's what murkies the water. C9 just can't find their, or rather, Dark Zero just can't find their way through the thick of it. And it makes things complicated, especially once they start leaning towards the site. C9 already already have everybody pulled back from those top floors. They have those nice angles set up for the entry points from Dark Zero, and they're more than capable of dealing with these swings in from DZ in this late portion of the round. So very well done from them, especially being able to stand toe-to-toe inside of those opening 2 minutes there with Dark Zero. Just once again, complicating things for them and making it to where they couldn't exactly go into their execution in the way that they wanted to.
And with that even half, it is important to, I suppose, keep in mind that this is exactly what we saw in the Los game yesterday. 3 rounds for Beast Coast on defense. They're able to win 4 in a row. I think, obviously, this is extremely limited sample size. This is not like super serious analysis on my part, but Beast Coast have technically not lost a round on Consulate this entire stage so far. They played 3 rounds against Wildcard, didn't lose any. Played 4 rounds against Los yesterday, also did not lose any. So that's 7 for 7 on Beast Coast attacks so far. They'd be kind of ridiculous if they managed to maintain that stat line after today. It'd have to be a 7-3 victory over DZ for it to be the case, but that'd be insane. I doubt it'll happen, given the performance Dark Zero have had, but hey, something to think about as we watch these rounds play out.
Hot and Cole's going to get some hot tracks there from Bolo. Was over inside of admin there for just a split moment. See if there's maybe an aggressive angle we could take up, potentially Castle barricading some things over there on the manager office section. We're going to have some fallback cutoffs though already. You can see this full extension from DZ working its way in from the basement as well. And this is something that used to be a big risk when it came to Consulate, especially in its old iteration. A lot of teams shine away from this more roam-centric extension just because of the cutoffs. But ever since the remake, things becoming a little bit more adaptable, a little bit more under the control of the defenses. These windows aren't nearly as aggressive. There's definitely still some areas in which you can get gunned down, just like we saw Gunner holding that top floor window upstairs on rappel, but it's not nearly as bad as it used to be.
No.
And for Dark Zero, they're going to use that to their fullest advantage, just as C9 did.
Broadly speaking, they'll, for the most part, be able to retreat successfully back to the side. Do still see one player all the way over by yellow. But the control Beast Coast have established, they've been able to do it relatively successfully. Dokby call goes out. We're almost reaching a minute left, and we do need to see a bit more forward momentum by Beast Coast. They still have this blitz. As they're ace on the hole, you can drop them into server and quickly establish that control. They get the information on the one player contesting. Kobilax, not alone. There are players close by, but this blitz is going to make his life very difficult, especially now as not 1, not 2, but 3 players seem to be in close proximity around this blitz. They finally move and pinch Kobe. It's taken a lot of effort and a lot of work, but they've at least made it down to the basement. They've been able to keep their lead uncontested. Both the boss G shots go wide. Blitz tries to move in, not the one for the kill. Downed in the process. It's hot and cold instead to give Beast Coast the 4v2. But Nafe creeping up might just try to retake server. Out from underneath Beast Coast. 2 fall to the TCSG. And maybe a third if Diffuser does not play his cards right. Nafe going for the flank again. Clinging to the shadows as best he can. It's NGR instead to try to bring things back, but he's not nearly as good with the single-shot weapons as the Brit creeping back for the retake. Both players spotted. He's got information on both. Down goes one. The other's got to come off, and he wins it on time. Insane play from Nafe to give Dark Zero the lead post-swap.
That was incredible from Nafe. That was so very well done. You can't play it better. Able to not only deal with the initial 2 on the flank, but also able to make the most of the moment when the plant starts going down too. C9 have got to be feeling it right now. A lot of pressure on their shoulders after allowing that round to go awry. And especially with just the capabilities from C9, we expect those rounds to just go so easily into their hands. So again, tip of the cap to Nafe to be the one to really throw a spanner in the works and make life complicated for C9 BC. Let's look at these and see exactly how he got this done. I mean, look at these shots out of Nafe.
Yeah, just really, really nice stuff. And just one more bullet lands and that exchange with Diffuser there, and Beast Coast are able to win that out. Likely a lot. Honestly, they probably trade there, even if he hits that one remaining shot. But still really nice stuff from Nafe, just able to use that chaos, because again, Beast Coast, sure, they go into server with 4 people, but they go into server with 4 people when there's only a minute left. There's only so much of a grasp you're going to have on the information, especially when, as we know, and maybe they did as well, how many Dark Zero members were either in server, directly outside of server, or in a position where they can be right by server very, very quickly. Players like Kobe, who obviously died, but Pamba, who was trying to shoot back, and then Nafe, who was able to go for that flank. So just making really good use of the chaos, and also just an unfortunate symptom sometime of when you do try to take control that dominantly, but with that low time remaining. Moving over to CEO now. Saw an Amaru rush from Dark Zero. That was quite impressive the last time we saw the site. No Amaru, but Spirits back on the Blitz in round 8.
You got the Finka in there too to assist Spirits, and you never can really predict where Spirits is going to take a shield, right? I mean, when you look at it initially, all the bearings go, oh yeah, they're going to try and maybe deal with yellow with this or something of the sort, but I would never put that on Spirits because he will just appear out of the ether somewhere and start killing somebody. So we'll see how this goes down for C9BC. They're leaning towards admin as of right now. We got Pamba over here as well as Bo that we just saw over inside of the main conference area. We'll see what they potentially want to do with this. They're going to roll it back towards site and try and hold on to vending, as well as just the main checker area. This is going to give C9BC this initial foothold as they start to work their way into the top floor.
Likely run into the hurdle that admin takes always run into, though notably there is actually, I don't believe, a deployable shield here. I mean, obviously it's not in front of the Goyo, but don't think there's any in a fallback position either. No, so Bolo is just holding this with the vending machine. I mean, deployable shield or not, these are the kinds of positions Bolo is really, really strong at holding. It also means that if you just tuck behind the vending machine, you obviously aren't exposing yourself to those grenades necessarily. Instead, almost all of the denial is focused on these Vulcan packs, forcing Beast Coast further into the recesses of admin. And with that first one detonated, it'll likely go at around a minute remaining. Nafe able to win a key fight down below to maintain vertical control, stop anybody from trying to maybe go for some explosive through the floor. But really, I think the biggest impact from that is just that Dark Zero have a 5v4, and they're keeping Beast Coast locked in admin.
And that's exactly it. I mean, you look at this timer, Carter, and it just starts to worry you, right? You feel the pressure. You're not even in the server. What does C9BC do here? Well, it's kill. They have to find a way to get in this round. They have to clear out these positions, specifically this far angle and what we see here inside of vending. They have no real capability of that right now. I mean, Blitz is getting chased by someone. What? And he makes it away. There's no way. He turns around, he's trying to take this fight. Nafe, that was the craziest thing I've ever seen anybody do against Blitz, but it's still working out. I mean, he's the only one to die. It's a 4 versus 2, make it a 4 versus 1, and it's all Spirits, all alone. Yeah, he's overhealed, but what's he gonna do with 15 seconds remaining? He's gonna be able to at least down one, but Kobe will clean that up, and Dark Zero get the round after that complete chaos in the last minute.
I mean, Nave's perfectly fine to turn around at that point. I mean, literally, you're like, oh, the Blitz is chasing me with 40 seconds remaining? Sounds like I'm going to run into the basement and try to, keep him focused on me as long as I can. So whether Nave's looking at him or not, I mean, he is totally fine. Timeout from Beast Coast is definitely logical at this point. Sure, these are the first 2 console attacks you've won in 3 plays, or you've lost in 3 plays so far, but you're also now down 5-3, and Dark Zero are looking very comfortable on their defenses. I mean, even without a shield in the vending machine position by admin, keep in mind, both times Beast Coast played that site, they were also playing Goyo. It was a diffuser there behind the shield. But sans that secondary utility, and just with a couple Vulcan packs, partially compounded, to be fair, by Beast Coast really taking their time on that clear, Dark Zero were able to achieve very similar results with a far less utility cost to them.
Mm-hmm.
It kind of shows that something's not going exactly quite right for Beast Coast on this attack.
Yeah, and it really just comes down to what we've seen from Dark Zero and being able to just stand stalwart in the face of adversity, right? C9 has been trying to apply some pressure to these positions, but Dark Zero are forcing them to take it with their cold dead hands. And C9BC just have not been capable so far on these offenses. And, you know, we have seen them get at least a handful of kills here that have boded well for them, but the key factor is that Dark Zero have been more than capable of keeping things even keel deal. I mean, you even think about the round that we saw Nath end up clutching. I mean, it came down to the wire there for C9BC on timing, and that really is what made things favorable for Nave after he gets that big flank. Just the timer eating at C9BC and begging them to put that case down.
And though this wasn't really the story in that round, you know, it obviously allows for plays like that from Nath. It allows for potentially unforced errors when you just have to try and get your hands around something so, you know, problematic and so big with very little time remaining. And not necessarily the case in that round. It was more just kind of like a slow death with, you know, being trapped inside admin and running out of air. But two different ways Beast Coast have lost rounds so far and need to find one win to try to make this work. They'll keep Spirits on the Blitz. 3 rounds in a row now. They will keep Spirits on the shield. Perfectly sensible decision given the strength of the operator. We also saw a lot of Monty play in the Los game yesterday, so it makes sense to keep him on that shield. We'll see how they try to use him differently. They're going to try to use him to take very quick control of yellow. Think back to when Dark Zero completely bombarded this position with utility last time. Doesn't even seem to be anybody's here on this defense for DZ.
Well, that will mean all clear for C9BC in this portion of the map, but still have to continue on to see if they can rub shoulders here with DZ. Gonna be chilling out here across this mid floor as well as the top area, making sure they do have that verticality implemented, and that's the biggest thing when it comes to this bomb site, making sure you have oversight, or rather overseeing of that bomb site. We still have the Blitz implemented here from Spirit. He's going to work his way up yellow. C9BC more than likely going to work around this. We don't really ever see them just try and go on a one-off sort of deal and trying to make an aggressive launch, especially when you still have so many bodies available to you. We won't see that just yet out of yellow either. Here, still in the 5 versus 5, we're going to get our first fight, and it's going to be Gavini taking down Kobe as he tries to rotate across the vending machine. Here's that pinch coming in for the top floor. So 2 players to worry about. Deathmark coming out. Nave's going to get a very nice shot onto Spirits, and now a lot of pressure onto Gavini. He can't get things done, and Impact actually flies in, and it'll take him down, but we still have the pick coming in from Diffuser. It's a 3 versus 3 with a sub-minute.
I mean, Beast Coast are presenting problems for Dark Zero, but they're very easy ones to solve. Gavini just face checks vending and is able to find the kill, but then walks in the middle of a crossfire. Gunner completely unaware. The vertical angle's up above. I mean, it's chaos, and Beast Coast, who are normally so good at threading it, are completely at the mercy of Dark Zero, it seems. Ironically, throughout all this, Hot and Cold and Diffuser are in the site, which you think is good, but this is, again, part of Dark Zero's plan. They have vertical angles up above. We'll see if they have vertical angles watching this position. They don't for the moment, and then very quickly, Nath opens one up, has somebody right next to it to shoot through once it's open, and that's match point for Dark Zero. 3 rounds in a row, and post-timeout, doesn't look like much was solved.
No. And really, I mean, it just comes down to how solid of a hold, how solid of a grasp Dark Zero had on that top floor. I mean, C9, no matter what they tried as a bunker buster, they were not capable of getting it under their control. And it seemed like as their last ditch effort, they try and get this case down and force DZ to rotate off of their, Eagle's nest that they have upstairs. But instead, they have the, they have the vision, they have the drones, or rather just the cameras implemented to make it to where they know that plant's going down. You get the hot mark, and they make that verticality instantaneously for Hot and Cold. I mean, it's just so difficult for C9BC to try and fight back simply because they were not able to garner control of this top level.
Dark Zero looking very, very strong on this defense, especially in terms of that coordination, just playing off each other and communicating so well. Beast Coast obviously bringing Consulate into their pool a bit more strongly in Stage 2 than it was previously, but Dark Zero is certainly more than their match in this particular outing. It's always a bit risky when you have a team play the map 3 times in a row, especially if Beast Coast won it. You basically have a spot where, sure, no team is probably going to take you to Consulate, but you've saved so much VOD on yourself by playing a map 3 times in a row. But now this win might force them to move to another one in their first game next week. For potentially the final round, we will move down to the basement. The side of probably the closest round, I suppose, for Beast Coast so far, as it technically, I think, was like a 2v4/1v2 from Nath to make that happen. But since then, it has been nothing short of excellence for Dark Zero on this defensive side, and I don't think it'll even if, maybe Dark Zero lose, but I don't think, based on the trends we've seen, that this round is going to come down to a clutch.
We'll just have to see. You never really know, especially when it comes down to these two. It's been a little wild so far, a little unpredictable at certain moments. So just see what they can get done. You have Gavini working his way in with the Ram. Bolo, though, with a very... wow. This is not something that you really ever see out of a DC lineup either, especially under Mr. Troy Canadian's watch, right? We don't really see those aggressive swings like that off the front door. But this time around, it's a different DZ, and they're going to get a pick up there off the front panels. Able to get that big frag, and now Kobe actually going to die on the rotation back as C9 do have some semblance of control across that mid floor. 4v4 here in about a minute and a half. No dope call just yet, as do remember they ended up switching up her utility just a little bit. Those do come into play over time now. Stealing some cameras there for their one down member, so Diffuser will be flipping through the defensive cams to see if he can get any information that the offense should be privy to.
And thinking back to that opening engagement, you mentioned, it doesn't really feel like Dark Zero because of how long it was under a bit more slower of a setup, but thinking about, again, the dimensions of that trade, what it means, I mean, trading the Capcan for the Ace, it's certainly a trade that favors Dark Zero, even if it's a 4v4. I think also importantly, those kinds of plays really have been working quite well for Dark Zero when they haven't been working for Beast Coast. Gunnar tries to go for spawn peaks by himself instead of the Panba Bolo duo like we saw just now. Doesn't work out. Those Beast Coast-esque plays Dark Zero are doing just aren't working quite effectively, and can Beast Coast make it work here? With Gunnar creeping up around the corner, Flashbang goes in. Will that give the game away? There's two different players, but he doesn't find anything for it. Just walks in the middle of a crossfire, and it's incumbent upon Gavini to just make it a 3v3. He'll move deeper into the site, spots another, but Dark Zero are just shooting straighter. They're shooting better, and they might stick the landing in round 10. Spirits and Hot and Cold have both worked their way in, but because of those losses, it's only Spirits to cover this diffuser with 7 seconds remaining. Goes for the quick pre-fire, but it's another 1-for-1. And that, my friends, hold on, is a 7-3 victory for Dark Zero after 2 nail-biting wins on basement.
I mean, what else can you say? Dark Zero call up Cloud9's number. They challenge them to console at a map that they've been so dominant in throughout all of Stage 2 here, and they're able to take the win. Very well done from Dark Zero here. Obviously had a very solid strategy walking into this series, and I'm very excited to see what our analyst desk has to say about this.
I am certainly as well. That is not our final game of the day, of course. We do have one more match coming up. It is our number 1 versus our number 9 right after this.
Pipes.
Power tarp.
10 seconds left.
Oh, something I think.
Yeah, on the reinforced.
Pipes,
Sauce.
2v1.
No time. Not playing. Not playing. Pushing catch.
Let's go, baby. That's that flawless defense.
NBC's streak on Consulate comes to a swift end, twice against lower caliber opponents, and then the one time against Dark Zero, and suddenly they have a 4-game win streak. Congratulations to Big Purple Bastion. That's a phenomenal way to knock the reigning major champions off their stride on a map they really like.
You know, I mean, a lot of those rounds were really close, but I mean, Dark Zero just, I mean, they looked great. They looked great in every aspect.
Especially in the end round, every moment they knew exactly how they wanted to finish and close out those rounds. They played it really well. We were worried a little bit for C9BC having the footage already exposed. I mean, we thought at first, you know, C9BC was keeping it close, but Dark Zero really started to run away with it, especially when the sides flipped. They really were able to just have a really good understanding of how they needed to stall out C9BC on their attacks, and the defenses were locked down.
This was the matchup of the best offense and the best defense. C9BC came into this with a 60+% attacking win rate, and Dark Zero shut them down every single time. It really does go to show that the stats honestly mean nothing when you're in the server like this.
Oh, absolutely. And can we just highlight Nafe? I mean, he was making some tremendous plays. Again, he had
He went 11 and 5, dude.
Yeah, he had another big flank that was such a pivotal round that looked like that was going to go in C9 Beast Coast's favor, and Nafe just stepped up to the plate, got that flank off, got back to sight, I believe, and then shut down the round from there. I mean, Nafe is really stepping into that IGL role and just even more in a figure role of this DZ roster.
Yeah, and I mean, we say the statistics didn't work out for C9BC's favor, but for Dark Zero being one of the best teams, or they were the best defensive team correctly.
Yep.
And they really showed it. Once they were on defense, I mean, you see it in the stats right there. They ran away with it, 4 defensive wins to close it out. And yeah, I'm really happy that Nafe did do well, because from week 2, their first game that they actually ended up winning, Nafe was just happy to get 1 kill, you know?
That's right.
And so now he's topping the charts, leading the team, and also leading the team in game. And we really saw it, and that's what I was saying at the start, you know? DZ is in good hands with Nafe IGL.
Yeah, Nafe 11 and 5 on the day.
I was going to say, they're putting all the DZ haters and, you know, just, I mean, not the DZ, yeah, the DZ haters, they're silencing everyone.
They do exist,
They did it against C9 Beast Coast, and C9 Beast Coast has been looking really strong. So hats off to Nafe, hats off to the rest of the DZ boys.
Yeah, the schedule for C9BC when they go through Super Week is also going to determine whether they even get to top 2 at this point, because Dark Zero steal a really crucial 3 points away from them. Let's get Bolo on the line to talk about this game. Dude, again, congrats. We only talked to you last week, but we wanted to get you back in here to talk about this, dude. When Cons came up in the pool, when we saw Cons, I immediately looked at that and thought, I don't know if C9BC want to do this. Was it just a prep game from the past 2 times they played it? Was that how you beat them today?
I mean, yeah, we have a little bit of an advantage whenever it comes to Consulate because they played it previously, right? But I mean, it's a map we feel comfortable on, and at the end of the day, that's all that really matters. So it just worked out.
Question, and congratulations on the win and the streak so far.
Thanks, boss.
I mean, how does it feel playing this aggressive pace that with now this DZ roster that it wasn't before? Does it kind of remind you similar to kind of how what's the TSM played back in the day?
Yeah, a little bit. I think there's some glimmers of similarities, but I mean, I think I said in the last interview, when you have a bunch of gunners, when you have a bunch of gunners going on a team, I mean, you just got to capitalize on it, and you just gotta. Bro, Kobe, calm down.
I'm so glad to know, because that's where I got caught up asking you this question, because I thought that feed was coming from production standpoint, but I'm glad to know it's coming from
it's
inside.
Just the guys
DZ's
hollering
game.
in the kitchen.
Yeah. I mean, that's just kind of. That right there is just the epitome of our team. We're just a bunch of goofballs having fun in the lobby and out of the lobby, and we just float.
That's huge.
Yeah, I mean, it absolutely looks like you guys are completely enjoying yourselves a lot more, especially in the cams compared to previous seasons. And how much of a contributor has Kobe been? Because even at the end in the winning comms, he was the loudest one, screaming, getting everyone excited. How pivotal has he been to making you guys feel a lot more energetic in your guys' games?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I feel like the vibes on DZ has always been pretty good, but Kobe is just a different level. He is something special. It's been a blast having him here, and you just need a hype man, right? He's always talking after every round. We got a typer now, so it's pretty sick.
How many times do you guys hear float in a day?
A lot.
He literally just said it.
Yeah, I mean, he hits us with the whole vocab of all like the Xbox terms and all of that. It gets a bit too much at times, but you know, that's what we get.
All right, well, we want to let you go and hang out with the festivities with the team, but I do want to ask you real quick, with Super Week coming up, you knock off C9BC, wonderful way to get 3 points against a team that good. It's OXG, then LG, then M80. I don't envy anybody who has to face you at this point, given it's a 4-game win streak, but what do you do to keep that streak going into Super Week?
I mean, honestly, we haven't really been thinking much of it. It's just one game at a time, right? Like as anybody should. We're just excited for the next week. More games, the merrier. So we're ready to have some fun and hopefully squeeze out some points for a top 2 finish.
And
Fingers crossed.
And float, yeah.
Joke's on you. That question was a trick question. You passed the quiz. Congratulations. That was exactly what you're supposed to say. Dude, thank you so much for the interview. Congrats on the win. Go hang out with the boys. We'll see you in Super Week.
Thank you guys so much. Take care.
4-0 streak for DZ. I don't remember what happened in week 1. I don't even remember at this point.
It's irrelevant.
I just remember the wins because the wins are great.
It's pretty. It kind of paints a nice picture that the team that they did lose to is the one with the IGL who left, and so now it goes to show that there wasn't necessarily one right path. Every path that every team believes that they can go into can work as long as everyone's on the same page about it and believes in it.
I think that's also like I've done a lot of interviews with Bolo and seen many interviews from him, but that's definitely the most where I've seen him like just smiling, laughing, having a good time. I mean, especially even hearing people in the background in Dark Zero's camp. I mean, many times throughout many interviews with Dark Zero's, dead silent. It's just someone talking.
I bet it's pretty quiet when they lose.
So the fact that there's a lot of vibes going on, I mean, it just goes in to show that, you know, Kobe is really making an impact over there and keeping everyone's livelihood going.
It's also crazy how we opened up Dark Zero's stage playing against the Sonics, and now they are 1-2 in the standings with Sonics in the #1 position. So it just means that when Super Week comes around, it's really going to start heating up. But speaking of the Sonics, they can open up an even bigger gap between themselves and the rest of the field because they play Oxygen Esports in game number 4 after the break. Don't go anywhere.
I'd have to do Vivid, our coach. He's amazing. Amazing coach. Can I pick myself? Nah, I'll humble myself. Bolo, entry. We're gonna get Woos on flex. LG, new pickup. W. And then we're gonna get another flex for Bay. Bay's gonna be on flex. Benjamaster and Gunner. Every team needs a solid MVP.
So my Dream 6 roster, Vivas, that's the coach. That's the current M80 coach. Myself, Troy, NJR, I'm gonna say J90 and Gunner.
This one could be a real slobber knocker of a game.
They've got to clear out that position. That one through the screen as Spirit pops the head. Managing to close it out. Spirits must know that they're there. Manages to find the kill. 2v1 Frida is low health though. Oh, take from Spirits in the 1 versus 1, holding onto the back of Spirits. They've traded places, but Frida has that one extra little bit to tie him.
In the history of the NAL, only 4 teams have ever started a stage losing their first 5 games. It's a club nobody wants to be a part of, but it may have a new member in about an hour's time. Oxygen and Sonics over the last 5 years has been a matchup we look forward to every stage, but this time has a much different connotation. Welcome back to the North American League. I'm Jacob, he's Laxing, he is Foxay. We are now at a point where we might have another team go 0-5, and it was a team that was 5-0, the first team to ever do that to start last stage. That's a pretty dark contrast.
Yeah, but I mean, I feel like this is painting the picture of a David versus Goliath story. You know, if there's a moment to bounce back, you know, we've been harping on OXG, but if there's a moment to bounce back,
I suppose
it's gonna be against the second best team in the league, because now Dark Zero is #1. So it's gonna be against the second best team in the league. I mean, you can only hope if you're an OXG fan.
I mean, it's kind of a situation. Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on you. Fool me 3 times, shame on Reddit. Fool me 4 times, shame on Twitch chat. So surely, being this 5th time, this has got to be the one.
Yeah, no more mistakes here. This is when we really lock in if we're OXG.
The last time that there was a team that was 0-5 over the course of just the BO1 round robin stage, it was 2022, stage 3. It happened on OXG. When this guy was back on the team. To be fair, it also happened to Beast Coast. There were 2 teams that went 0-5 to start that stage.
Okay.
But this, I mean, do you remember what it was like starting off as an 0-5? You were trying things out.
Me.
No, not you. I'm looking through you.
I mean, yeah,
we just got rid of Lax, and then we got Sweater. Things were a little bit shaky, and obviously, like, we felt like things could go in our favor. We just needed everyone to be listening, all on the same page. And hey, we may have not done too hot that stage, but then we went to Invite and we got 3rd.
That's true. You'd already locked in an Invite at that point, so 1 stage going by the wayside.
I think there was a 99.8% chance you guys couldn't make it, regardless of you getting last place. So they were making
something like that, yeah. But that's the thing that current OXG are doing their utmost to avoid at this stage. They lost 7-5 on Clubhouse yesterday against M80 to give them their current 4th loss. But admittedly, that was a close half. It was just when they switched to their attacks, they let the game slip through their fingers.
Absolutely, and I mean, I'm going to start by speaking it into existence, manifesting it for OXG. I mean, we've been talking about them negatively, but I want to talk about them in a positive light for a little bit. They have such amazing individual players, and that's why the games have been getting so close, down to the wire, 1-2 rounds. They have not been getting smoked out, and they have great players. They just need a little bit of guidance. But one of those great players was Yogg, and he was doing such a great job bandit tricking against M80. Yesterday, we thought it was amazing. He was doing a great job at shutting them out, keeping it close, and making these rounds that we've talked about. If you keep the server wall closed, your team should be absolutely winning those rounds. And Yogg actually went ahead and got 8 different types of gadgets. That's Selmas, Thermites, and Fuse Charges. He got them all. And you got to ask yourself, that's crazy. That's such a high number that he could be getting. Like, oh my God, like how did OXG not win that game?
Yeah, but the problem is we know that they're mechanically skilled. We know that when push comes to shove, they can get their timings correct, but they're still the lowest team on attack in the league. Why?
I mean, the biggest issue is their communication and their coordination. There's not really an area where they have an understanding of where that meets and what everyone is doing. And this is around on defense that shows the lack of coordination. You can see Hat's in the corner. This is right after the CC bandit trick. Yogg, unfortunate wall bank, but Hat is still in the game-winning position, but there should be some type of game plan as to what his goal is there. If he dies, who's trading? Nobody's trading. And then Hyper goes ahead and gets another kill into Rafters. And again, there's still no swing. If you are playing these very exposed, open positions, going for game-winning plays, we've seen players like on DZ, the game that we just saw, Nafe had game-winning play yesterday. When you're in a position, you have to have an understanding at what's going to happen afterwards. And there just wasn't. Everyone's playing on their own page. The communication's not there. The game plan isn't there.
It goes into the just lack of leadership that we've talked about for so long, or the lack of guidance, as you said, that someone needs to be stepping up on this roster. It's not just on one person. It's literally on everyone to just be like, hey, we got to focus up. We got to play this. We got to do this. We got to figure out something. We just can't keep repeating mistake after mistake. And that's really the biggest thing. It really just comes down to the communication and coordination and lacking the guidance.
Yeah, there's never been a completely winless team in the NAL for any stage at any point, so it stands to reason that OXG are going to get a win somewhere in this stage. It's just the current best team in the league right now is the Sonics, and they're standing across from them in the lobby today, who have been looking pretty darn phenomenal. Again, their only loss came on a Chalet game to Sonics not that long ago, but they bounced back again yesterday, and they're still looking red hot.
Oh, they're looking more than red hot. They're looking phenomenal. I mean, you know, we question, you know, what that ideology is going to look like with this roster, with Troy coming onto it and Surf as well, and it's been nothing but perfect so far. Sure, they had that little blip against SSG, but they immediately came back into the next day, bounced back, had a very good game against LG. To be fair, LG put up a really good fight. There were a couple rounds that probably could have went in LG's favor, but all through and through, I mean, Sonics have just been looking amazing.
Yeah, Sonics didn't fall prey to runouts. Surf had a really good game against his old team. Grixer did too. Again, that's an LG team with a ton of upside, but they still beat him yesterday.
Yeah, we were talking, you know, how fast is Troy going to, you know, get used to this roster and playing with these players. Well, you see right here, the Yokai drone being used for Ambi to have this quick jump out, getting 2 kills. Unfortunately, Ambi couldn't get this kill. He had to go attend a school class. And then, but Surf here, he plays his life so well up here. They don't clear him inside bathroom. They don't clear him top white. And he plays this perfect because he gets 2 kills here. He gets the man advantage to be heavily favored or at least equalized it, and then it just comes down to a 2v2. You get to play it safe. Time's on their side. They have to force the attackers to get the plant down, and they play it calm and collected. They wait for Luminosity to make the mistakes. Grixer ends up playing this beautifully. I mean, he kept his composure here in this 1v1. Grixer has always been a very well composed player, but we speak of composure. Going into this next round, we didn't get to capture the beginning of it, but Nock ends up getting killed by Ambi. Ambi's just been doing such a good job and such a pivotal piece for this roster. But this is where I talk about composure. Is Silent walks through main bar, and this is such a power position. SQ doesn't know what's happening. He gets control of Cocktail, gets this kill, but as you can see, everyone on the board isn't moving. They're waiting for LG to make the mistake. And that is the composure that I'm talking about, is because some situations, people are gonna panic. You're gonna freak out. They're in sight, but not Sonics. They play it smooth, calm, collect. They retake the site, they retake the situation, and then it comes into the last round. It's 1v4. No one's getting overzealous. No one's trying to go for this kill. No one's trying to feed their stats, and the Canadian shuts it out. And it just goes to show in each separate rounds that the composure that this team has, and especially in that last round, is truly what is propelling this team to the top.
Yeah, and that round specifically was very great discipline. They lose Cocktail, which is a very pivotal piece to that top floor on Cafe, and they're all waiting. They're not just rushing in with their heads down trying to just win a 1v1 and get it back. They're all waiting for the understanding of how we're going to retake it together. Fortunately for them, Silent gives up the position, walks into the rest of Sonics, and because they were waiting, all trying to get on the same page, that was the strength of Sonics, is they all want to get on that same page because they all trust and believe in Canadian as their IGL.
Yeah, Canadian in the interview has already stated everybody bought into the culture off the rip. Everyone immediately understood the roles that they were supposed to fit into, which is phenomenal for a squad that we weren't certain how the best player in North America of all time was going to fit into this team, and now we'll get to find out. The thing is, Oxygen still have yet to find a map that is their strong suit, and most of them got banned out here. So what do you do?
It's gonna be pretty.
Wait, Lair hasn't been banned yet.
It's gonna be.
Lair hasn't been banned yet.
It's gonna be Lair. It's gonna be Lair.
It's Lair!
Oh my God!
The first time we see it in North America, and Oxygen had the final option between that and Labs.
No, it makes a lot of sense if you're OXG to go to this map, because if you're playing against Canadian, something that we've always believed is that he is a very good leader, good at counter-stratting.
Yeah.
So when you don't want to take them to a map that you're already struggling on, that they have footage on, and the best place to take a top team is a map that has a bunch of unknowns, because even though you have a leadership issue on Lair, you can still find success because it's an untouched map.
You can play
Anything
ranked,
could work.
essentially.
Essentially, yes, anything could work because there's no way to counter things that no one's seen yet in NA.
That is a good way to put it. You are allowed to just play ranked here and play freely, and this map is still untested. I did just recently watch it in Brazil. I watched it from a very attacker-sided favor, but also very defender-sided favor. We haven't really seen a consistency across all regions of what this map really is. So I do like this for Oxygen, but at the same time, it is a little scary because rank can only get you so far when you're playing against top teams. Sonics, I will believe that they're going to adapt quickly and understand what needs to be done versus what doesn't need to be done.
Yeah.
So the rank playstyle, I can definitely see getting some rounds, but again, it does come back to the guidance that this team lacks, that even in a new map that is untested, we do have to see that at some point.
Somehow I feel like the record OXG came into this game with got thrown out the window when it was Lair. because now we know how mechanically gifted those guys are. We know they can fire back. In a game plan where the whole strategy might just be shoot back because that's the thing you know best how to do on a map you don't understand, did this just become more even?
I think it's definitely the best playing ground that OXG could have went to. Obviously, you're still going to favor SQ, but on a map that's so big and so versatile, Oxygen definitely has maybe the edge on defense because there's a lot of ground to cover because it's so big. But then on the flip side of things, attack, there's so much map you have to take. So I'd expect if OXG has a game plan on this map, it's maybe a fast, aggressive rushing takes on attack and then very sporadic individual roams on the defense. But, I mean, at the end of the day, it is always going to be up to Sonics to lose this map.
I completely agree with everything Fox just said. I think it's just going to come down to Sonics truly digging deep, especially showing this map this early on, whereas maybe we would have seen it in playoffs. So we really got to see what this is going to look like. We haven't seen either team play it. It's really a toss-up in the air. But again, just due to Sonics playing so well, you obviously got to give it to Sonics.
Yeah, I mean, I know I predicted Sonics, and so did you, but I got the lucky charm on. You know, if there's a time for it to happen, you know, you guys can do it today, maybe.
Well, we'll see if the school both of you guys graduated from has the chance of coming back in this one. Sonics are 9-5 against OXG since the pandemic, and they're trying to do what they've done for most of their time in a head-to-head, send OXG home with absolutely nothing. Welcome to Lair's debut in the North American League, casted by Sam Stewart and Carter Hannefeld.
And if any of you were around for stage 2 of last year, you know that Sam and I casted like 6 Nighthaven plays. Like, I think we had all 5 first Nighthaven plays in both NA and Brazil a year ago. So we'll see if Lair gets played 4 more times in rapid succession after this. Either way, our match between our, going into today, first place and 9th place team, Sam, will be the first play of Lair in North America. That's got to be exciting.
Yeah, you know, you can only pray so much for something to not happen to you and to happen to Parker first. But, I mean, it sometimes just doesn't work out, and you have to be the one to cast Lair first. And that's okay. That's okay. This map has been somewhat interesting to kind of get under wraps and at least give it its initial look, right? Go in, break things down, and kind of just see how the map ticks. And Carter, let me tell you, for lack of a better term, it's interesting. It's the biggest map that we have in the pool by far. The map is extremely large, and at least for me, from the very jump point, how do you get a proper offense going on this map? That's what I'm looking into today here. You know, we're gonna have the Doke ban, we're gonna have the Monty ban, so already pulling away a couple things. I really like the Doke ban here, especially just because the map's so large, right? Makes it to where they have to really dedicate their time to roam clearing. But that goes back to my original point. This map is so large that you really can't go for that full clear like you would on a traditional siege map. So we really have to just lean into these offenses and try and look at it from their perspective. How are they going to try and problem solve this?
Yeah, Lair is a map that can really punish a team that falls back consistently on full clearing. I mean, and obviously that might change once teams are able to play the map more, but as you said, because of how big it is, because of how many rooms there are, if you try to, second floor site's a bit of an exception, but if you try to like take everything on the first floor or the basement too, you could easily find yourself bogged down. And that might change as we play the map more, but because of how new things are and teams are still trying to prepare and find out how to play this, right now it could be very, very difficult, especially with OXG starting on the attacking side, still trying to figure out who is the one leading, who is going to be the one calling. No strategy has worked so far. Not a single victory, only 1 game ending in overtime and still ending in a loss. OXG trying to find their way back into the spotlight on new territory, hoping this is their ace in the hole as they are finally throwing the kitchen sink towards the wall.
And it's time, I guess. Time to open up this map for the very first time, too, as Oxygen's going to hit the field here on Lair. And what do we have at our disposal from the offensive side? Well, a solid amount of hard breach. I bet there's some secondary hard breach inside of Yaga's pocket as well. But the main thing that we're going to focus on is Diaz here. I think that we're going to see a lot of Nomad implemented on this map just because she provides such a good flank watch on a map that's so large. I think that's going to be the initial strategy for a lot of teams. Just try and find the area which you find or deem the utmost important and carve that area out of the map with things like air jabs, things like just solid drone placement on top of other utilities too. So we'll see if that is any assistance towards Oxygen and what their overall game plan is for the offense. As this first minute's already ticked off the board, we have a few bodies already inside of the map.
And it seems to be so far we're already seeing where OXG are going to focus the bulk of their attack. They've already opened one of the breaches towards R6 room. Over, on the exterior side. I believe the outside call it is display, if I recall correctly. But either way, Newer's able to find the first one, as I was about to say. The next place we're likely going to see OXG move on in is going to be from Operation and then move in through Mezzanine. This breach right here is so strong. It can stop the defense from, one, retaking up through Mezzanine, but also denying anybody trying to get the diffuser planted through the breach you saw opened earlier on.
Yeah, it's a huge point of this map, especially for this top floor. We see a lot of players just try and prioritize this. Not, nearly as much pro play on this just yet, but just from what we've seen so far inside of other versions of Siege, just a lot of priority when it comes to that area of the map. And we're going to see Newers try and hold on to this. It has a nice little crossfire there for across the site too, but 42 minutes off the board now. Oxygen have to start leaning this towards site, and although they do have a pick on Rexen, still some solid positioning here for Sonics. They're going to take down Yogg as he tries to work his way up the main stairs. They're making life complicated for OXG.
Yeah, certainly so. Ambi looking to take another gunfight with the Nomad inside of Bathroom. The Legion in a bit of a tricky spot, and he won't find his way out of it. DS able to land the shots far quicker. Gritcher hops out, but somebody immediately going in for the trade as Gomez has stormed into the bomb site. But Tachanka, meant to deny the plant from a long angle, now has to fight CQC with an LMG. Somehow comes away with it as Gomez seems to be flying blind in that engagement. The Goomine will reveal DS's position and put the Nomad on very low HP. Down goes Surf. Pre-place C4 right beneath that diffuser. He'll walk outside to try to pick it back up. There's a Canadian with it, and it is! I wasn't sure if it was the mute, and indeed it is. The IGL wins the 1v1, and Sonics take the first round on North America Lair.
And what else would you expect, man? They got the layers there, and not just the map name, but the layers of utility, too. They got all the information on that top floor, able to call that out for the Nitro Cell pre-place and get that big pickup. Oxygen, though, I mean, doing a pretty solid job of clearing out those initial portions of the setup, but Sonic's just adaptable in the moment and making the most out of it, especially for Canadian there as he gets that big pickup on Newers there at the top of main stairs. Able to knock that case on the ground and then make a play off of that. So very well done from them. And that's going to throw them into a basement defense.
I also like the overall strategy of that Tachanka to deny the plant at the long angle too. Kind of building off some of the concepts that we've seen from Tachanka in general, but also on that we just saw Beast Ghost try to use on Consulate. But now we will go all the way down to the bottom floor, lab and lab support. This is one of the, I always like whenever people ask why is Lair like said to be so big, like obviously the first floor is quite large, but I always think of the basement because it just feels like one gray like mass at the bottom of the map.
Oh, thank you. I swear it's medics, isn't it? I know it. I know it is.
there is like a very slight amount of blue light. I think Ante nodding with the camera. There's a very slight amount of blue light in the middle, and the rest of it is just like one big blob. But this is the site that I think is kind of like the site when we mentioned earlier. If you try to take too much control on Lair, you can really get punished. This is the site that I think of, like, even if you try to do, like, think of Clubhouse, like, oh, we'll quickly clear the second floor, then move down to the middle, execute with 45 seconds remaining. Yeah, you can't do that on Lair, really, unless they're, like, full anchoring, and you realize that pretty quickly. Sonics are not doing that. Canadian has extended to the top floor, and with Pulse, is sitting using his heartbeat scanner to try and see if there's anybody outside of Operation, where we saw OXG push from last time, but they are more than aware of this.
Well, they know that the Pulse knows that somebody's through that wall, but how are they going to go about this? Dog's trying to work his way in through gun range. He does have somebody in play with him here, but how long does Canadian want to stick around? He's got a lot of solid flooring around him, so he can really just try and stick to this and waste as much time as possible. I think that's the main strategy here for him. Knows that there's somebody here on the crossfire, but is going to come under fodder himself. Surf is going to run out and get immediately gunned down, and now this is becoming very problematic, but Canadian's going to take a fight with the pistol. Ends up picking that up, but Gomez will trade him back. Oxygen going to lose 1 for 2. And this is looking decently solid, at least to start off. But Rexen still on this mid floor, making his way over towards the yellow stairs. He should get back to site without a hitch.
I should be able to, but OXG certainly firmly in the lead, even with, Gomez on low HP. A lot of potential to rat on this bottom floor, especially with OXG only on 3 drones. Sonics could play the trades, but again, with just how many rooms and corners and little crevices there are in the basement, could easily find an inexperienced team. I mean, and everybody is inexperienced on this map. Overlooking a key position, making a bit of a mistake, and allowing, say, Rexon with the TCSG to try to make a play that we just saw Nafe do on Consulate, a map that can also be, even though it's quite a bit smaller, can still result in a player finding a position that's gone overlooked. 40 seconds remaining. OXG still have that 4v3. Looking to consolidate, at the bottom of blue stairs and try to find a way to put this diffuser down inside the site. Ambi with the ability to get aggressive, pulls out the super shorty, but overcooks it a little bit. Hat waiting on the coverage, cuts him down. Grixer spots one through the hatch, but it seems like OXG might just have a way into this round. Long angle might be working Grixer's way, but it only puts Hat to 2 HP. This diffuser will go down relatively without a problem. 1v4. The Melusi to find her way out of. And it seems that the only thing she'll find is OXG winning their first round, and Gomez confirms it.
I think it's well done from both sides there. I think Oxygen have a very solid plan in dealing with the roam game. The big benefit there for them is that the kills didn't really go Sonic's way. They just really weren't capable of garnering anything. And yeah, they're able to at least take away the timer from Oxygen, but there's such a stark man advantage in the favor of the offense that it just complicates things for the Sonics. They're not really able to fight back in any considerable way once it does come down to the execute for the basement. I mean, all the way down to Ambi just being able to risk things through that, you know, that rotate and everything still being okay for OXG. Just nothing really to sweat for them as they went through that full clear. But I don't think it was a bad strategy from Sonics, and that's what I was getting at with the fact that I think it was pretty even killed there. You know, if Sonics gets one, maybe even, you know, 2 kills inside of that, you know, mid top floor, you know, situation that they have going on, I think things really go their way inside of that round. So might be something we see them revisit down the line, but as of right now, they're going to throw it into the mid floor and give Oxygen their 3rd brand new look of the map.
Now, our first of the mid floor sites, bunks and briefing, all the way on the eastern side of the map. Canadian back on that pulse. This one's a bit more simpler, I think. You have the pulse down below, whereas before, obviously, the pulse was above this site and just trying to gain information, maybe influence the roamers, though from an offside position himself that, as obviously as you saw, left him quite vulnerable to OXG players. Here, he can do basically the exact same thing, but this time just from inside the site. Rexon roaming around with the Vigil up above, Canadian safe, temporarily at least, within the confines of the bomb site, can give information to him to either get aggressive in operation, fall back to R6, whatever he wants to do. So, a bit, I think, more normal of a strategy, even though it might be the first time we're seeing it on Lair. Is important to note, by the way, this is obviously the not time we're seeing Lair in the world, or certainly in Europe, Brazil, and NA. Ironically, Sam, every region has had a 7-1 victory, or like all of the big 3 regions. Europe and Brazil have both had dominant 7-1 victories with dominant attacks, 2 overtime games with dominant defenses, and then Europe had like 1 mid-tier regulation game. So like, this map seems like, in theory, I think it leaned defender-sided, but it's funny that we literally have like results indicating both so far.
Yeah, and I mean, honestly, what else would you expect out of the Siege Pro scene as well? I mean, just a lot of people favoring different things, right? Some teams really comfortable when it comes to their offenses, and their defense is still solid, but just not nearly as solid as when they get on offense in that comfortable seat. But we'll have to see how this map continues to pan out. I always give it the good, you know, quarter rule for the year, right? Give it 3 months and see exactly what's going on, at least initially. Let people kind of pan things out, see what strategies work, see what strategies don't. And yeah, trying to use that as more of a jumping off point. Speaking of jumping off points, Oxygen's trying to jump themselves off into a frag here. Not too much going on, though. We do have at least an initial volley here on the main bridge area, this top floor. It's not really capable of getting much just yet. Really hoping we don't see a swing in from that window, because that would have been highly punishing. But Ambi's going to give it up to Diaz instead. And Oxygen fight 2 minutes to get that first frag.
A couple times now, Ambi's been punished on swings like that. OXG able to keep a pretty good handle on the aggressive youngster for Sonics. But that kill does come 2 minutes into the round. OXG have been struggling to find a way into this building. They finally found it over by the Sky Bridge and making their way down green, but Rexon's still on the top floor. Oxygen might have a cutoff drone, but with only 3 remaining, the status of one is very, very unclear. And Newers is incredibly focused on Canadian, prone behind this desk. Oh, The Pulse avails himself for just a second. Surf now falls within the site. When is this flank from Rexen going to come out? Is it even going to come out in time? OXG have just taken control of the bomb site. Rexen does find one, but far too much damage has been done at this point. Soon the Vigil falls, and OXG take the lead with two very, very strong attacks.
Yeah, and these last 2 rounds, we've seen Oxygen casting quite a large net, haven't we, Carter? I mean, especially in this round where we see them take into consideration the entire top floor, get things droned out, see exactly where they can try and make this defense tick. And I mean, the Sonics, they feel comfortable in the position that they've gathered, or rather been gifted from Oxygen, because they take quite some time clearing out that top floor. It gets down to a sub-minute. Ambi's like, hey, I'll take the fight. It's a 50-50. I'm pretty good, especially when it comes down to these gunfight moments like this, and he doesn't exactly win it out. That's perfectly fine. It happens sometimes. But what happens past that is that Oxygen kind of just riled themselves up. They're prepared for war there in that last minute, and they take it to the house up against Sonics, who are constantly getting peeled back left, right, and center. Oxygen finally get them to practically existing inside of a fishbowl, and then just gun the last 2 down. There was really nothing that they had to be, too concerned about, especially going into like that last 30 seconds, because the kills just came in so bountifully to them after all that extra work went into those first 2 minutes.
With round 1 coming down to a 1v1 that Canadian had to win off-site with the C4. Quite a strong first 3 rounds for OXG. Could very well find yourself in a world where you're up 3-0 with even before that 1v1, just how close they're able to keep the man count consistently. And also 3 times now they've been able to win the opening engagement. So very good stuff for OXG to start in a position where we really need to see them start picking up wins to make this a viable stage. Callie on the board, by the way, to deal with this clash. And you can see he can actually spot the shield through the drone hole. Might be able to send a bullet in, knock the shield to the side, and maybe have somebody sweep in to try to get the kill on the clash. Bit of a role swap in the defense, though. Surf was playing that Tachanka last time. Now Canadians picked him up. And Surf has picked the Clash up in turn to play aggressively overbuying Operation. I think it's the same strategy overall, just with an addition of the Clash to stop OXG pushing from Operation like they did last time, but still a bit of an interesting change.
Oh, it's pure delay across the board. I mean, look at this op lineup. We got 2 people that place things on doors that are annoying. We've got so much delay past that. Clash, Smoke, and Tachanka. This is all just to get in the face of Oxygen, because Canadians recognize all of OXG's stuff is happening in the last minute. If they have stuff implemented to be able to stop that, then things are okay. But what happens when Oxygen game plans for things like this Clash? This is where things can really start to go awry.
This is also why the Mez position is just so difficult to deal with once that hole is opened up in Operation. If you try to push up, your only option is to either push forward or fall back. And especially as Clash, your only option is to fall back. So unfortunately, an easy position, I think, in hindsight, for Surf to get stuck in, and OXG playing really, really well around this. Close to an execute once again, in a far better position than they were last time. Rexen might find the kill on Yaga down below, but what needs to work for Sonics to deny this is this Tachanka. It is all the way across by the other bomb site, behind a deployable shield with a lineup to put these Shamika grenades on the breach and stop the diffuser from going down. OXG are still in position to land directly in the path of that fire, so they might have had a brief advantage, but this round is not certain just yet.
Well, 45 seconds remaining on the clock. The Sonics have been able to keep things even, but that's going to change up real fast, quick and in a hurry. I mean, at least if you look at that before the fight goes down, nobody even tagging each other up on the door frames. But Oxygen, they have to hop too. They have got to work their way into this site. The case is on Hat. They're trying to work their way in through Ops, and Rexen's looking the wrong way. Newers isn't, though. He burns 2 to add 3 to the heap in total for himself in the round. It's all down to Grixer. He'll get 1. Come on, Grixie. Let's see it. He's got the swing here. He knows one's behind the desk, but can he get the frag? That's the key important factor here. He knows that rotation's coming through. He'll find Hat, and it's all down to the 1 versus 1 up against DS. Does he even know about this down? But he doesn't know about the hatch. Fortunately enough, Carter, he's got time. There's 30 seconds remaining, but if DS has recognized this, he can get Hat up. The rotation up main stairs. He's going to take the swing, and the fight comes down to this. Oxygen, low HP, but oh my! Grixer gets it done, and the Sonics tie it up the back of Grixer's quad.
two 1vx's for the Sonics just to win this one bomb site. It has been an incredibly close affair for the Sonics against OXG. It ties the game, but even after that, OXG are firmly in the lead when it comes to momentum, though I will say, aside from Newers going big on that entry, a 3K for Newers in round 4, the strategy for the Sonics was almost going perfectly before Newers walked up mezzanine and got those 2 kills. Because, as you mentioned, Sam, there was both the smoke and the Tachanka. The smoke had a lineup, and the Tachanka did too. So every time OXG wanted to go in with 50 seconds left, they'd run into a Shamika grenade or a toxic canister. This forced Newers' hand to push in, but I think we saw Sonics getting a bit lost in the chaos. Rexon putting his back to the single doorway of mezzanine, allowing Newers to get a pretty easy first kill. So I think Sonics, even though they won the round, definitely getting a bit lost in the chaos right there, getting extremely antsy. That gave OXG a really strong chance at closing out round 4.
100% there. But somehow, some way, Grix are able to pull it back across the line. I think, you know, obviously that's the most impressive key of that entire round. But strategically, I think Oxygen had something very solid on their hands. A little bit quicker to the punch that time around, able to kind of bait out the utility game there for Sonics, and having a solid understanding of the fact that if they sit there and they dilly-dally too long, they're going to get punished. In this case, it's not going to be going down. But Grixer's just shooting really strongly today, and they get punished pretty quickly there. So very well done from him. Gonna tie things up here into the 2 versus 2. Is already some fireworks here in North America on Lair.
I definitely think the first like 1v3 you and I have cast. I'm not sure though, but either way, definitely a big highlight play for Grixer. But OXG clearly showing so far that this was not really a gamble, that they are pretty well prepared on this match, and they might get stalled out by that strategy from the Sonics, but when it comes to acquiring the control before that execute, they're doing it decently well so far. Now switching over to the Blitz to try to speed things up a little bit. We are back to the basement site. This went pretty well for OXG before. Canadian was on Pulse trying to get out intel from a bunkered position, but he was pretty quickly found, pushed out, and dealt with, whereas now he's playing a bit further back, a bit closer to a staircase to retreat, and sure, I think that cedes a bit of ground quicker to OXG, but you're a lot safer, and Lair can take so much time to get all this control, especially when you're attacking the basement. I think it's a much better alternative for the Sonics.
Attackers have recovered their diffuser.
Mid-floor control now here for OXG. Let's do the head count, folks. How many do you see? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 bodies downstairs from Sonics. Exactly what you'd expect at around this time in the round, and even past that. What we saw from the previous round on this site from the Sonics, a little bit of an extension got them pretty severely punished, and even though they were capable of peeling back and trying to play to their favor on time, things did not work out for them. It was actually very easy for Oxygen to bowl them over with such a crazy man count, and wow. Sonics more than capable inside of the utility game as well. What else would we expect, right? The Electro Claw goes out there from Rexon. It'll eat up that hard breach. And now Oxygen looking to try and work their way in through more of a funnel. Surf is going to gun down 1, but they're trying to find something for themselves. Just, they can't do it. The plant's going down for Hat 2. Oxygen, something's got to give. Nitro Cell out. Man, I can't even hand this thing off to Carter. It's down to a 1 versus 5 in favor of Newers. Or rather, in favor of Sonics.
Well, yeah, I was about to say, I mean, Newers is good, but I don't know if he's that good, unfortunately. 1v5 when Sonics basically get their entire plan to function exactly how they wanted it to. Seems Sonics will guarantee themselves a tie half, as Yaga, unfortunately, has had to crawl back deep to the recesses of filtration just to try and make this on paper a bit more winnable. Shotgun close around the corner. It'll be Rexon instead to land that 3K. Overall, the past 2 rounds that we've seen, even though Sonics might have come very, very close to dropping round 4, the story of these past 2 rounds have been Sonics identifying that if we can just stop OXG from putting the bomb down and we force them to go into an execute with minimal control where they have to deal with our utility, we can win. And that seemed to be the game plan for most of the rounds. It's not entirely clear on rounds 2 especially, but in rounds 4 and 5, they said, all right, we're going to have the Tachanka, we're going to have the smoke, delay time, stop the plant. Grixer needed to clutch a 1v3, but if we don't have that Newers 3K, it almost worked out perfectly. This time, they say, all right, we're going to fall back, 5-man hold site. We'll try to force them into a bit of a limited take by just like fully stocking up the backside. OXG try to go for that, and what do you know? C4 lineup lands, even though the Blitz creates space and distracts the attack. Hat still goes down, 1v5 for Newers. So Sonic's reverting to this condition of just like fully focusing on plant denial. Again, will it work long-term in the strategy of Layer? We'll see, but for right now, it is keeping them afloat against Oxygen.
Yeah, 100%. That's exactly what we see out of the Sonics. And you know what else I like past that, Carter? I like that they were willing to kind of go for those bigger extensions in some of these rounds as well, just to truly test the full breadth of Oxygen and see how they're going to respond to things. I think they're going to kind of keep things kosher, keep things on that utility, that utility game, just because we've seen success with that so far. Whereas when we saw those bigger extensions, Oxygen were able to highlight those mechanics, get those big kills on their roam clear, and then make life complicated for the side setup of Sonic. So might shy away from that a little bit. We do still have Vigil here, so might still have some far-reaching threads, but more than likely going to keep things close to home at the end of the day.
Now, with that Vigil, obviously you can never be sure whether it's an individual player, whether it's something coordinated, but seems to be a bit more focused towards the site and horizontally. Though if OXG do go for another limited take, Rexon might find himself with the freedom to rotate around over by the rocket stairs up into mezzanine. We'll see. Newers on the glass, bearing 9 close quarters. Seems that OXG are setting up for another one of these direct takes over by the blue stairs. Maybe try to go for the smoke, cut off that long angle through the rotate hole that we see to try and stop anybody from getting aggressive on the doorway. I mean, when there's so much to deal with on the map, you feel almost kind of pigeonholed into going for these very small direct takes. If Sonics realize that, they'll have a lot of room to work with. And I was about to say, this Electro Claw should work perfectly. 2 rounds in a row now. Sonics have been able to deal with that hard breaching utility.
They try an EMP low too there, Carter. It just doesn't work out. That Electro Claw's too high. Barely scathes past that. Nitro Cell out, and oh man, so much damage done to New. Yaga not going to take nearly as much because of that shield, but Rexon, is he going to activate himself as he's made this rotation? This could be the play right here. Drone out. They're going to drone towards him. Oh, he'll find him. The backpack runs out in the nick of time. Favorable for the offense, but obviously not exactly the way Rexon wanted that to go down.
No, not at all. And Gomez is hunting down below in basement, ready for this exact contingency. Rexon can keep sneaking around, though, because OXG have really only control of blue stairs. I mean, he is free to rotate around the vast majority of the map, even though it's a 5v5. So this is unfortunately a bit of the problem, as Sonics, I think, have realized at this point that OXG are trying to go for direct takes, and that gives them so much freedom to rotate flank. But Gomez creeping up from the back should catch Rexon completely off guard. 5v4, but the utility is still in their way. The C4 is down Newers. He's picked back up, but you still have these toxic canisters and the angle that Grixer can peek from. So all the utility, all the angles, still solid because OXG have not acquired vertical control. Keep in mind, you can open some of the soft floor, and they're just opting not to do it. Surf will punish them severely as a result. 2-piece for Surf and Grixer alike, and what a bounce back for Sonics in the first half.
Yeah, 100%. And yeah, to your credit there, sir. I mean, first time we're seeing this map here in North America, and you're absolutely correct. There's a lot of verticality when it comes to playing that bomb site. And not only that, but I do believe there's also direct access from the outside on one of those panels too. But we see Oxygen try and combat things from this stairwell angle, and it just doesn't really work out. I especially love the way that Sonics are consistently wasting their time. I think something to highlight here is the fact that although it might seem to the untrained eye as though Rexon didn't really get all that much done there just because he existed and didn't kill anybody, he probably was the biggest threat to Oxygen on that entire offensive round. He didn't kill anyone, but he wasted so much time, and Oxygen did not feel comfortable trying to make any headway towards the site with him still existing, or, you know, to their knowledge, existing around that stairwell. They finally get him dealt with, but the utility game is still so loaded on the site that they're able to thwart any game plan that Oxygen have going into the dying moments of that round.
And not only are they obviously he's just wasting time at being off the site, but like the exact specific angles he's holding are either, inadvertently allow him to take a position that completely cuts off where the attack is trying to come from, bottom blue stairs into the site itself, or directly allows him to hold an angle doing that exact thing. Both the stairwells he was moving up were in a position where he could completely cut off the entry. And once that C4 went out and people were such low HP, even if you get that trade, odds are if Rexen holds that position, he'll be able to go 1-for-1 pretty easily as a result. So the sheer threat of him gave OXG a lot of pause. And then the positions he were holding were extremely impactful just by him even making OXG think that he was going to hold them. So really, really strong stuff for Sonics to end that half. Sure, in order to get this 4-2 half, Canadian needs to win a 1v1 in round 1 on our 6 room, and then Grixer needs to clutch a 1v4 on our 6 room to get here. This could very well be an OXG 4-2 if the worlds were different. But after all of that, we saw a really strong defense on basement and a really strong defense on the first floor. Now it's Sonics in the lead.
Hey, there's no replacement for talent, and that's what we see out of the Sonics, right? I mean, those 2 rounds probably going to matter the most on this side. I mean, if you just completely remove those 2 from the equation, it's a 2-2, and really it's up in the air as to what goes down with those. And I mean, from everybody's eyes, we're going, okay, Oxygen, more than likely a round that you should pick up. But that's the reason we play these games, folks. Sometimes things do not go exactly the way that you think. And Sonics with 2 big rounds to prove exactly why. Attack pods for right now, but a pretty interesting half there on Lair. I think my biggest shock is that the offense isn't exactly running into the most amount of trouble processing through the map. Yeah, it's taken a lot of time, but we expect that, right? But they're actually getting some considerable pressure towards the site. The defense has done a very bang-up job, of being able to delay things out in a couple of these rounds and keeping their utility down to the wire there and really making it matter the most, getting in that sucker punch there up against the offense. But I mean, for all intents and purposes, I think Oxygen have a decent plan implemented for their offensive sides here.
And I also think that, definitely I would say like the weakest defense for the Sonics was that, that first basement defense they went for, where they tried to do this extension with the castle and the pulse, and they just were able to deal with it pretty easily. But beyond that, I really like their strategy and their game plan overall as well in these defenses. Of course, we do have the side swap coming up, but we are going to take a short break as we get everything sorted out. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with the second half of Sonics versus OXG. welcome back, everybody. And in my opinion, what is often the best time for a tech pause, which is, all right, we saw a first half that was exciting, full of clutches. By full of clutches, it was in a third of the rounds that we saw. So that's pretty chock full of clutches, if you ask me. Especially for the first match of layer we've seen in North America, Sam. But now we've taken a breather. We hung out for a bit, we used the bathroom, and now we get to see how Sonics perform on attack and how OXG can perform on defense.
Yeah, and quite a different look here from OXG.
Oh, we have a Scopos.
We have a Scopos in. We're on Talos right now, which, by the way, every time I hear Talos, this is probably for, like, you know, the older... Actually, no, it's probably not even for the older heads, because... But, yeah, Bethesda's just remade this game so many times, dude. Every time I hear Talos, my brain just goes, Talos, the Unyielding. Just every single time.
Well, I mean, there's a lot of other different, like, forms of Talos. Like, there's a game called, like, I don't know, but it was like an indie game with Talos in it. Talos was also an actual, like, god. Talos was a giant automaton made of bronze to protect Europa in Crete from pirates and invaders. That's at least what the tagline of Wikipedia says. Which, as my librarian said, anybody can edit that, so it could be true or false. Who knows?
Yeah, my sixth grade English teacher used to be really mad about me using Wikipedia, so...
A minute in, we'll see what Scopos decides to do. I will say I saw obviously Talos was on the second floor, so I'm not sure where the other one is, but I mean, I imagine what we saw Newers do on Clubhouse. I mentioned earlier that, like, we've seen teams like either put one off-site and then play in-site initially, or play off-site initially and put one in-site. That's what Newers did. He put one in CCTV and then put the other one off-site, and then he would just, like, fall back to the one in-site if need be. So that was like the bathroom one that you talked about on Clubhouse. So we'll see if that's what he does here. Either way, most other defenders on the middle floor is only actually one player on the site at the moment for OXG.
Yeah, and that's the thing, the Sonics. They're looking burly downstairs. Quite a few bodies. More than likely going to try and rush in here, and I think that's exactly what they want to do. They've recognized that the site is, for the most part, hollow. They're going to continue to clear out these ankles as they try and set something up to get this case down. Nobody's taken any damage. Gomez, that was self-inflicted from him dashing through a wall, more than likely. Already have the cutoff set for these rotations, too. Now, the Sonics want to try and play this out. This case is going to be on Surf, so pay attention to his positioning.
He's got maybe the best utility too. The smoke bolts to block the vertical angles. Firebolts now to block off any close or far positioning. Newers can basically teleport down to the bottom of that Scopos as well to aid the players on the site. Still, I believe, in the shield position. Maybe even rotated down to the first floor, but Sonics are just so close to the site and are struggling to find their way back in. Newers can support DS at any time once he decides to swap, but frankly, Sonics might just lose this round on time as we are waiting and waiting and waiting for them to push, and OXG are just barely keeping them at bay. Surf put to 1 HP, Oxygen with the advantage, 4v3. The DS takes quite a huge chunk of his HP away. 31. Canadian just spots somebody, domes Gomez, but it seems OXG are likely to make this 3-4 as Sonics are so close to the site, just outside of it for over half the round, and they never set foot in it for long.
As soon as they get up to the gates there, Carter, that verticality starts coming into play. It's that verticality that we saw smoked off by the Capital, but there's still other areas inside of that site that you can abuse in the exact same manner. And it kind of stunts the Sonics' growth downstairs. They don't really have something to rely on when it comes to that mid-floor clear. They do have some players holding on to stairwells, but nothing that's really assisting them when it comes to a lot of these positions that we see held by the defense, and they get punished for it. They try and work their way in. They try and deal with a couple of those players by throwing, you know, a couple bodies at the mid-floor, but Oxygen time and time again are capable of repelling them and complicating this offensive assault of the basement. So very well done from Oxygen as they're going to take that basement site into their hands. And now with round 8, they're going to head upstairs here to see if they can defend that in kind.
And not at all the long-range denial setup we saw from the Sonics, where you had the smoke into Tachanka with lineups to deny a plant over by Operation. This is a bit more what I think people would generally see in their ranked games. Like, you have the reinforcement by Operation, a mirror window watching in to allow you to play aggressive, and of course you can very easily fall back into the site, assuming, you know, you don't overstay your welcome, because then you have to rotate right in front of the head holes. But this is a bit more my speed, I would say, from what I'm used to seeing in my lair games. sure OXG will execute it better, but we'll see. Fresh and Friends can go hard sometimes.
Don't get Fresh that.
I know he's watching right now. It's like what? It's what, 2 a.m. British time?
Yeah, it's like 10 a.m. for him.
I know. What?
No, I meant like for him personally. Like he doesn't sleep type thing. Yeah.
I was like, I just told you the time. What are you talking about? It's like, come on,
No,
man.
I don't think it's 10 a.m. in Europe right now.
Well, I mean, it is. It's probably 10 a.m. No, it's not 10 a.m. in Europe. It's 10 a.m.
It's
somewhere.
not 10 a.m. Oh my. Yeah.
Now,
You know what?
Now I look stupid.
Yeah, you're frustrating me here on Lair. You know what else is frustrating me? Oxygen's capability of getting these picks inside of the opening minute. Because damn it, boys, we're gonna lose Yogg, our bandit. He's gonna go down here. Not only that, I think it was a verticality. I think Ambi just walked right under him and was like, all right, well, skeleton key to the ceiling. Free frag onto the bandit. He's gonna get rid of these mute jammers as well.
So, ironically, OXG actually quite good at getting the opening picks this game so far. Converting them? Not so much. But this time, around where Sonic's able to find that opening pick on Yogg, deal with that bandit trick, they seem to want to go for this plant over by Operation, but the Rexen over here, and who the hell has the diffuser? I know Surf does, but it's unclear where Surf is, because we got 2 people by Bathroom right now. Rexen over by Operation. I just saw Surf drop the diffuser, like, seemingly in the middle. So Sonics are still trying to find exactly where they want to go. Could be a blitz through Bathroom, though, to throw the entire core of the site into chaos. And with that bandit gone, very easy to open up this wall. Minute remaining. And I will say, the one problem OXG are going to have, their main source of denial is likely the C4 behind the mirror window, because with no smoke, no Tachanka, if these C4s don't land, Sonics might find their way into a 5th round.
Yeah, it's not exactly the safest position either. You do have it on that soft panel, some capability to spam things through, and yeah, you can take a gunfight back, but a little risky. So we'll have to see how the Sonics want to go about this, working their way through medical over towards the main lobby area. We do have a flank here from Newers. Oh, New! He gets them both! Perfectly timed! I thought it was a collateral there for a split second, but no. Still has the remainder of that magazine. The Blitz almost getting punished too, as Canadian getting lit down to 50 HP. And Sonics starting to fall to the very same sword that we saw Oxygen fall to. This last minute is just chomping at the bit to eat the offense up. Canadian goes down. It's a 2 versus 2. Sonics have to try and contest. They have to try and fight this Mira setup, and they have the cross. I think this plant's gonna go down.
They do. Rex and Prone will quickly fall back off. Hat's able to find Surf, and with the shotgun, this is favoring him. Rexon's got to quickly fall back. Hat reacts in time. Shoots Rexon, 1 pump to the chest. OXG tie the game.
There's no team exactly feeling comfortable in their executes. Nobody's really found the true heart and soul on how to try and deal with these site setups. And both of these defenses have, rested on that knife's edge. They're trying to, force the offense down into bad timing and force them into these last-ditch efforts to get some portion of the site cleared out and get this case down. That's what Oxygen have hung their hats on in the last 2 rounds, and it's got them 2 rounds for their efforts. Now it's down to one of the best IGLs that's ever touched the game to try and figure out this side of the coin.
I think, is that every single defense of our 6th room as well coming down to a 1vX of some kind? We have a Hat 1v2, we have the 1v1 with Canadian, and yeah, the Grix are 1v4, so this site has been extremely difficult for the defense to win, and even though it has a 100% defensive win rate so far in this matchup, it has come at incredibly dire margins for the winning side. But still gone their way. OXG tied the game 4-4, and instead of going to the basement as their second site, which Sonics prefer to do, they will instead go down to the 1st floor, bunks and briefing. And I gotta say, if Newers is able to hit flanks like that consistently, and bob and weave through a Sonics lineup, man, we could have a very, very rough time for the Sonics in this attack.
Yeah, we really could. And honestly, I think it just bodes to all of the offenses on Lair. This is something that you're always going to have to worry about. This is a roamer, a ratter, whatever you want to call it. It's just that kind of play style's favorite place. I mean, there's just so much area to work with. I would be terrified to see Laxing on this map in a competitive setting. I mean, it would be truly terrible for whoever was on the receiving end. But, I can dream only so much. We're going to have the Mav out here for Grixer. They're going to start accessing this outside wall. This is what I was talking about when we saw this site, picked up previously from Sonics. There is an immediate access to the outside, so it's going to play somewhat similar to what we see on Clubhouse with those exterior walls, and they're going to try and prioritize this first. They'll get that left-hand panel open and immediately seek greener pastures here as their first job is done off their task list.
Attackers recovered the bomb diffuser. Attackers have located a bomb.
Able to open the exterior quite well. Which, of course, like you said, especially in drawing in the Clubhouse comparison, often the first step you want to go for. The thing we're going to need to see is how well OXG can hold this vertical control and stop maybe Sonics from just walking in through that direct panel and immediately getting the diffuser down. See the Solus in play, which we don't often see anymore. Of course, a whole lot of change to Solus. If you don't know far more than we can get into right now, all right, I don't know really what happened there, but...
I think they wanted the big breach instead of the little ace hop holes, and they called that, so that's why I threw the second one on the ground. It was like, let me not waste those.
It was just extremely hectic because then the Maverick ran up to the wall too, and I'm like, we got 3 hard breaches on this phone.
Man, it's really whatever you want. Just tell me what you want, coach. I'll get it done.
I feel like I mean, it's been 2 minutes. The Sonics have opened up these walls, but like these vertical angles are completely uncontested. I feel like this is going to be the end of them.
Too. Like, what do you do with this? You know what I mean? Hat's got this beautiful position here, overseeing the breach. I mean, Yogg's playing right on the edge of this fire. They know he's around this area. He's fully blind, but they're still not capable of doing anything to actually dislodge him. Here we go. Hat finally going to take some fight, but it's going to get smoked off from the Capitao arrows flying in. Let's have another angle to support here from Gomez. It's going to be Canadian that actually goes down first, but it's going to be a trade at the end of the day. With sub 30 seconds remaining, Sonics finally trying to get a plant down.
Finally trying and might do so successfully, though it's spotted by, I believe, the Solus from up above. It's Yaga to shut it down. Man advantage established. Yaga going huge. Make that 4, though it goes wide. And we'd be able to recover. Hello? 1v1. He recovers that diffuser. It's warded up top. There's so many vertical angles. Ambi is, hold on, finds a way into the bunk, but the Warden's able to drop down. Does he know Ambi's here? Yes, he does. OXG, 3 rounds in a row. 5-4.
On the defensive side, starting to prove its worth here on Lair and just how difficult things can be for an offense. I mean, folks, look at how Sonics are stunted simply by some solid vertical play. I mean, we see the arrows come in to smoke off Hat's position, but not only do we have other angles working their way in, but we have nobody available to shut down Yogg on his swings as he works his way through sight. So just a large conundrum for the Sonics as they work their way in, constantly taking fire from multiple different angles and getting shut down all the same. A beautiful moment there, though, as they are able to somewhat gather things back under their control, but not able to get that plant down successfully as Sonics recognize things, or rather, Oxygen recognize things very quickly and are able to take down that last SQ member. And 5-4 in favor of Oxygen. I mean, from that initial start that we saw from Sonics when they were on offense there, I really thought, or rather, when they were on defense there, I really thought that we were going to see them kind of run away with this map here.
Yeah, I kind of had that feeling too, only because I think just, you know, when you lack a lot of evidence of what this map can be, you think, all right, Sonic's in the lead, you know, we're trusting in Canadians' prowess. It seems like they're going to be looking very good, but again, keep in mind, you kind of counter that very point. You know, that first half was incredibly close. I mean, if Canadian doesn't clutch that 1v1 and Grixer doesn't clutch that 1v4, I mean, this is a 7-2 victory for OXG after that round win. So it's been incredibly, incredibly good from OXG in this match overall. And if those 2 rounds don't happen, this is their first victory, and Sam and I are done for the night. Going back to the bottom floor, they're continuing this trend. They're forced Sonics to take their tactical timeout. And while it is a close 5-4, this bomb site, it was basically the same story as all the other bomb sites that the Sonics have tried to play. It was pretty slow. They get to the edge of the bomb site, and then they just cannot seem to find secure footing actually inside of it. They got close on our 6 room. Hat still won the round.
Yeah. I mean, It's just such a difficult map to bunker bust, Carter. That's really the key thing here.
All right.
And when you have players like Newers who are more than capable, more than confident, and also just comfortable at the end of the day with taking aggressive peaks like this, life just gets worse. You think back to early, Cafe and things like that, where if somebody died on the offensive side, especially in the utility meta, I mean, your life is ruined, right? Like, there's really nothing you can do. You're just like, all right, well, I guess we try and funnel, and we all die to defenders holding nice angles. With the way that the timer's been working against the offense in this game, these are the moments that you cannot have go down, especially with the operator they lose. This is what's here to try and assist them with this clear. They're supposed to be able to drone things out, find somebody, and then start death marking them to bits. But they can't even do that anymore.
And like the operator that Damos is like most suited to find in this lineup is like, I mean, obviously the Oryx I think is the big one, but like is really good at finding Scopos. Like OXG have decided like they want to use Newers to basically like give him like not necessarily a second chance or a one-up, but like give him the position to play aggressive. And then he could just teleport back to the site if he wants to. And so if you're able to use that Deathmark tracker to like hunt down Scopos or hunt down one of these roamers, you're basically nullifying what so far has been the win condition for OXG, or at least maybe not the win condition, but has been a really strong force that OXG have had on these defenses, either the threat of it or it actually happening, as Newers multiple times now has found and made a flank work really well. Hat with the second kill for OXG cuts down Canadian. And match point is looking very, very likely here. Keep in mind, going into the day, OXG were firmly in last place, only gathering 1 point from an overtime loss to Wildcard, the team in 8th now. Sorry, no, team in 7th, excuse me. The results did change today. But as this round keeps going on, it is a slow death for Sonics. Oxygen might not be out of trouble, but it's quickly looking like they might be able to bounce back just yet.
Oh? 2 big pickups.
Well, hold on.
We did still have that body in the mid floor from Oxygen. I don't know if we'd have them rotate back yet. I do believe it was Yogg, and yes, he is still here. So he's going to work his way over through the green hallway. Does have a couple of options to get back downstairs, but we already have another body down low as well. No case in anybody's hands as of right now, as they do have to work in to pick this back up. With sub 30 seconds remaining, Sonics have got to find more than likely another frag and a good position to put this case down, because it is going to be an onslaught to try and kill this planter.
It's also, I think it's going to be difficult for Sonics as Yaga wraps around. I mean, he's got the timing, he's got the positioning. He is going to destroy Sonics at the exact moment they are weakest. Grixer's ready for it, looking at the hatch, but this is the only player who can cover. He's dedicating all of his focus to this, and he almost loses it, but Rexon gets the diffuser down in time. Grixer, no, not another one! Not another 1vx for Grixer. Instead, it's Hat's second of the match to net OXG. Match point, 2 counter diffuses in 1 half.
I mean, it really just comes down to how favorable these defensive rounds are for Oxygen at the end of the day, right? I mean, you think about the play style of each one of these individual players on OXG, and you just go, yeah, they're very capable inside of gunfights. They're very capable of finding those advantages early on into the round. And Lair, it pushes that to the limit, Carter. I mean, when you get these early picks, it is so difficult to try and fight your way back in. You're playing a man down. You're trying to clear this huge map. And not only that, but you're trying to stake claim over a portion of it so you can actually get a play under the bomb site, right? And Oxygen, just time and time again, are just stomping on the Sonics at every single turn. Yeah, it's a little messy there inside of the last portion of the round, but they have the man advantage still, and they're more than trusting in their system to be able to get these refrags. Really well done from Hat there, especially as he's the one that truly nips it in the bud. But overall, beautiful, picturesque siege from Oxygen and what they're being asked to do here on Lair.
10 seconds to insertion.
And talk about, if Oxygen are able to close this out, talk about what an impressive first win this would be in the NAL. Able to take down the current first place team on a brand new map for both squads against an IGL really known for adapting on the fly very well. I mean, this is a high quality win to net if Oxygen are able to stick the landing. At 6-4, we've seen wider comebacks happen, but when it's come down to clutches, both teams have shown they are capable of pulling through in those really dire moments. In Cat's case, on this bomb site in particular. Hopefully it doesn't have to come down to that same metric this time, as Oxygen's defensive strategy is similar to Sonic's adjustment, bringing the clash on the top floor.
Yeah. But we don't have the collie from Sonics.
No.
I'm disappointed in Canadian,
That was
dang
important.
it.
That was important for how Oxygen cleared that.
How dare he not recognize game there? I thought game recognized game, right? But apparently not. No, they got plenty of things to be able to try and deal with this. Don't have anything that's exactly direct. You'd really want a Zofia or like what we saw with Kali or somebody with you know, nades or something of the sort. Capital you can kind of toss in there with his fire arrows too, but they won't exactly have a direct way of dealing with her, but they should be able to at least operate around the knowledge of her and pull things off as a squad. Some smokes in here. Rexon's going to take out one. They're going to get in the face of the clash here, and Ambi's going to be able to gun him down, and that's what we're saying. Not a direct way, but solid enough. Smack the shield away, have somebody gun her down, and that's really all she wrote. 5 versus 3 in favor of the Sonics as they are trying to do their damnedest to get this offense into wraps.
I think that's a bit of a new map moment, just kind of not aware of all the angles you're kind of exposing yourself to. Y'all get able to find a bit of a tight squeeze for those bullets into Mezzanine. And that does drop the Blitz, who did his job in taking down the Clash, but you definitely like that Blitz to create a bit more space overall. Rexon alongside Surf and Operation, the former with the diffuser, so likely going for the same plant spot that they did before. Breach open. Wow, that lightning was real close. Sorry.
No, we could hear it. Don't worry.
Did you? All right.
Yes.
That actually low-key scared me. I'm not even gonna lie. That was like immediate. Anyway, back to the game. 45 seconds remaining. Sonic's still going for that plant spot, but if you notice, it's still electrified. They have failed to open up this immediate wall, but they might win this on kills anyway. Sam, as with 35 seconds remaining, Sonics might not have their win condition down, but they have the 4v2.
They most definitely do. New with a pretty aggressive swing there from our central room and ends up getting gunned down. They know that Yogg's overplaying off of this panel. Getting aggressive is Yaga, but he cannot find the head of any player. And back and forth on this carousel we go. Finally, somebody's going to be able to take down Gomez. Yogg will go down to Ambi's hand as well. And the Sonics will stave off the end of our day here by at least one more round. You can see Canadian still locked in. Job's not done yet. We need 2 rounds, I do believe, in order to pull this into OT.
Yeah, and definitely so. I mean, sure, Sonics were able to win that round, but so much of it after that initial blitz, no pun intended, onto the Clash, felt a little happenstance. I won't lie. I mean, they were able to push up and get control of Mezzanine, deal with the Clash with the Blitz. Really quite nice. Sure, the Blitz falls after that, but they've got the 4v3. They dealt with sort of the bulk of the defense, actually like stopping them from taking control of operation. Good overall. But when it came to fully, I think, acquiring like a winning position in that round, it was tenuous. They weren't able to open up the office wall. They were really struggling to push beyond the bathroom position, and they had the advantage, and Sonics are quite good at winning their gunfights. They're able to make the best of it and end up winning the round, but Oxygen's still doing a pretty good job, even in the 3v4, from keeping Sonics a bit on their toes and keeping them a bit uncomfortable trying to get that diffuser down. As we move to the final site of regulation, potentially the final round before we go into overtime, we'll have all the way over on, I believe the opposite. No, this is Bunks and Briefing. I will say, I keep switching these first 4 bomb sites in my head sometimes, but we will have Bunks and Briefing as our final site. See if OG can close this out 7-5.
Yeah, it's first time here. First time jitters for us as well, right? I mean, we got to work it out. I'm over here looking at charts.
Well, I mean, I got Thor outside my window right now, so I'm kind of concerned.
Just smashing Mjolnir against an anvil, huh?
I'm not, like, Sam and I were talking about this before. I do not find thunderstorms comforting. I think we evolved to be weary of them for very justifiable reasons, and I don't want to, like, override my evolutionary instincts. I would prefer they weren't happening.
I mean, you know, we did hide in caves from storms, but at the same time, they're so good to sleep to, man. I mean, like, I can't, I'm just saying, maybe at the end of the day, you should just, you know, try and cuddle up next to a thunderstorm and see if you can sleep well.
You turn on SpongeBob to fall asleep, don't you?
Dude, no. Yes, but no. I wouldn't put it past me. I'm just saying that. You know what else I wouldn't put past me? Trying to figure out what the hell is going on with this defensive setup right now. Do you see the amount of vertical angles we've gotten? This looks like we've got RAM on defense. It's just angle after angle.
It's like I'm watching Library Lounge on Villa. It's just like
Oh
literally the entire floor ripped up just to deny the plant from up above. I mean, I like it. This is a good strategy to defend that middle floor. It's not exactly the easiest to anchor in, and if you just hold the second floor, which is just like a couple rooms, and you get so much vertical control, combined with the castle, and you've got a pretty mean second floor setup. It's taken Sonics a minute 40 seconds so far just to begin to unravel this. Hat's the first to go down. Candela is clearly working quite well as one goes out, and Cirque immediately gets a kill as a result. Rexon on the hop, and doesn't even find any damage. Sonics have taken quite a lot in turn. 2 players on 1 HP. Surf trying to find a way to clear out this roam. OXG, even in the 4v5, finding ways to wrap around them, but Sonics now tightening the net. Ambi picks up the Sonic second, Hayden with the third. And if OXG were hoping for 3 points out of today's game, it seems they will unfortunately not have their prayers answered.
Yeah, Sonic set up at the marks across that entire top floor, and as soon as the starting gun goes off, they are able to clear out that entire section. All that verticality now being handed over to them. It's all down to New, but Grixer will sweep that under the rug, and the Sonics will at least guarantee themselves 1 point here today after a very dominant defensive half from Oxygen that looked like it might slip through their fingers. They'll at least guarantee that and have the potential to pull it fully across the line for an extra point on top of that.
I don't know why. I've never seen somebody actually just get up before. I was like, what?
Had to go for a walk real quick.
I was like, where's he going? Like, come back.
What would you do if he just started doing jumping jacks in his room?
I'd respect it. You gotta keep the blood flowing. We've had 5 1vXs, by the way, so far this game. We had a Grixer 1v4, Canadian 1v1, and then 3 OXG 1vXs. So it has been quite a crazy game, though I think somewhat indicative of like the fact that this map is new. It's like, okay, well, sure we got an advantage, but converting it is we're still workshopping that one.
Yeah, everybody's acting like they know what's going on, but nobody knows what's going on because we haven't really rehearsed this all that much, have we? I mean, guys, we're even acting like we know what's going on. Okay, I mean, this is what happens with every new map. So, were you just trying to go against the grain? Is that what you were just trying to do?
I was trying to defend my reputation. You're like, we don't know what's going on. I'm like, all right, I played a few I played ranked games in this map. Okay, listen.
Yeah, I can tell you right now, none of my ranked games were indicative of how this game right here is going. I can tell you that for sure.
I mean, listen, I have seen quite a few. I've seen quite a few armory and maintenance attacks end just by a team sitting at the bottom of blue stairs. So I can immediately disagree on that one.
Listen, man, I'm sorry, but my roaming Mira on top floor when I'm playing basement doesn't really, give me the best sample of.
That's because you're a bum. That's a completely separate issue. Anyway,
my bad. I'll check myself in next time. Apologies.
That's fine. Anyway, basement is the first site. Neither of the first 4 ones that we were talking about or that we just saw. Keep in mind that Sonic so far on this site have struggled to actually get inside. Hey, I'll give Sonics this. They are consistently on the bottom floor. They are consistently outside of the site. But both times they've tried to attack this, they try to bypass the roam, and then they just get stuck in the tunnels down at the bottom of layer with really no ability to convert that little control into a successful execute.
Yeah, and it's so difficult, right? Because this entire garage area is pretty easy access for the offense, but as soon as you start operating in through, the medical area down there and a couple of these rooms that are oversaw by the defense, things become difficult. There's a lot of verticality that can play into these, and that's what complicates the position so much. That's why we see the Sonics going about things in the way that they are. They're going to get some positioning downstairs, but then you have Canadian here to try and assist with this clear of the mid floor. I mean, Oxygen even have somebody all the way upstairs to try and deal with this via flanking. Rexon's gonna give a little giggle, a little tizzy here as he ends up taking down Yaga. A rush in from Canadian. Grixer's gonna take down Gomez, and oh man, are we gonna get a Legion down too? I think we will. Sonics all across the board. Newers will be able to fight back a little bit, but Oxygen are not looking green at all.
I'm kind of wondering what the hell has happened in the past 3 rounds. I mean, we had 4 rounds in a row for OXG. Admittedly, all very, very close. Hat 1v2, another 1v1, another 1vx from Gomez, but one where it felt that they were constantly keeping Sonics at bay and forcing them to overperform a little bit in the late round. And then all of a sudden, Sonics, 4 people left in round 11. Flawless round in round 12. Now another 1v4. that OXG find themselves in and seemingly winning every single gunfight and getting everything they want. It has been a complete about face for Sonics, and now they find themselves on match point. Keep in mind, OXG only have 1 point from an OT loss, and at one point they were up 6-4 and had 2-1VXs knock on Sonic's way, could have closed this out 7-2, and now they're in danger of losing the whole thing.
Yeah, I mean, at a bare minimum, at least they do get a point from getting to overtime, but this is not how they wanted things to go down, especially when you look at the very start, our first 6 rounds that we see out of this game, all going the way practically of Oxygen, just victory after victory. Sonic's grasping at straws to try and get something going, or rather, the opposite. Sonic's doing a lot, Oxygen doing very little. And then all of a sudden we see this very dominant defensive half from OXG, nobody really capable of figuring out the offensive sides. And then here inside of round 11, a completely different face shows up from the Sonics. But honestly, I think it comes down to this, Carter. I think Sonics are taking their time a little bit more and really prioritizing what the initial portion of their strategy is. Good example in that last round was they get things set up downstairs, but nobody moves into an area where they can get punished from verticality. They're just holding door frames and things to see if somebody's going to try and get aggressive off site, right? And then we see Sonics activate themselves in that mid floor to start dealing with those roamers, start dealing with that verticality on that mid floor. And as soon as they start getting those big kills, that's when we see the pressure play downstairs, and Oxygen bodies are just falling left, right, center. It's just across the entire board, and Oxygen just really don't have a leg to stand on past that. When you're losing 4 bodies in a 15-second volley, that's when things really start to fall off the wagon.
Damn, looking at I suppose sort of the record for Sonics, this makes sense, but they won 4 sites in their defensive half. They won basement once out of 2 times they played it, and they played each of the first 4 sites once, lost bunks, won armory. They've won R6 room twice, but those were the sites where the 2-1VXs needed to happen. I think it really shows Sonic's confidence in this strategy, which I think is very well placed. I think especially the Tachanka and the smoke iteration of this was a very, very strong top floor hold. And even if the rounds came down close, even if, the reason they won it that second time was a 1v4 from Grixer, I think Oxygen had a really hard time dealing with this long-range utility setup. And even if these rounds came down very close, I think this strategy is very strong.
Yeah, 100%. Especially if Sonics are able to keep the bodies upright. If they're able to successfully keep Oxygen at the gates and then start to use this utility to keep this case out of the sight in the late round, this is where things are going to become hyper potent for SQ. For Oxygen, obviously it's trying to thwart that. They want to try and move with this clock in an ebb and flow. They want to make sure they have time to try and process things and find a safe haven for that case to go down on site. But you can see everything for both of these squads building up to this point. Is Sonic's going to be successful on this extension, or is it going to be Oxygen that's able to battle back against them, get some of these exterior kills so that they can work towards site in a successful way?
And that angle outside of operation has been very, very key for Oxygen, keeping control of that mezzanine position, especially when the clash was on the board. The strongest example of it, no, obviously no clash here, just having it, stopping anybody from retaking up mezzanine, it forces Sonics to fall back on that utility, which admittedly is very, very strong. So even if you do that, we'll see what Oxygen are able to accomplish. Very, very strong site hold for Sonics and OXG. I think we'll probably spend the next 45 seconds, in all honesty, just clearing out this utility inside of the site. I don't think there's much they can do beyond that right now. Well, hold on.
Yeah. I think we're going to have a lot more happen in here just in a second. That's waiting on the call. That's the Kandala in hand. And it's going to be a complete onslaught. Any way you cut it. 5 versus 5. Sub-minute here. Something's got to give. And honestly, I'm getting a little worried for Oxygen.
I am too. It seemed like maybe they were setting up for a Candela and a backstab from Gomez, but now as DS rotates over to the opposite side, I think they are understanding sort of the utility play that Sonics have been getting at every single time they've done it. But here's Newers over by Mezzanine with the diffuser. Are they just trying to go with this off of kills? I mean, this could work out, but it's going to be very risky. DS moves into bathroom. Grixer just outside. trying to hit a backstab from this position is so difficult when you're separated by that half wall that's separating Hat and Diaz right now, with all the Sonic's guns consolidated in this position, but they're winning the fights. Gomez and Diaz's gunfights both go their way. Ambi might manage to fight back, but Oxygen have hit the ground running. They found the momentum they needed. It's only Ambi able to mount a consistent defense against this OXG assault. He holds control of Mezzanine, and that might be the key to this entire game as Canadian fights back to make this a 2v2. Spots another, down he goes. Only one player remaining, and he downs himself in a frost mat. A brutal finish for OXG as they let a potential 7-2 slip away through 1BXs and then a 6-4 to a 4-round comeback.
Carter, you come for the king, you best not miss, because he will punish you severely. Canadian with a great display of power from the IGL position there, as he's able to take Lair back under Sonic control. And yeah, it takes overtime, but hey, it's the very first game here in North America, so we'll give him that.
Dude, I'm not gonna lie to you, I tried to put my foot down on the floor and I stubbed all of my toes against my desk real bad.
All of them?
I stubbed all 5, even the big one. Oh, that hurt real bad. Oh, that did not feel good. As I imagine OXG are probably feeling, that was just a natural segue. As OXG are probably feeling after that game, because, I mean, it's a really bittersweet game, I think, for us as well, because obviously we've been talking about how OXG have been struggling, they've had their problems, and certainly the attacks, I think, didn't look great, but it's also like Lair, Sonic's attacks, frankly, didn't look all that great either until the very end. Like, both teams had major problems. And to see them still lose and not get rewarded for that effort, man, it's really heartbreaking. And we do have, Jacob, Lax, and Fox on the desk to talk about it, but man, I kind of wish OXG got a few more points out of that one.
They're going bomb, going bomb. Reset, bomb down, reset. Frost dust. Frost matted.
Let's fucking go.
Let's fucking
Dude,
go.
I just hit the most legendary accidental flank of all time, bro.
Let's go.
No, dude.
Yeah, honestly, I'm with Carter. The opportunity for OXG to get a couple more points on Lair was right there, and it just slipped through their grasp. It would have been nice if they didn't join the now 0-5 club. They are now the 5th team in North American League history to lose their first 5 games of the stage. Meanwhile, for Sonics, as of right now, they're the undisputed North American kings of Lair until someone knocks them off that pedestal.
Yeah, I mean, be that as it may, where OXG currently is, being 0-5, that wasn't a bad game from them. That was actually a really good game. I really liked the innovation, especially the first time seeing that map. The way that they were stumping SQ on those defenses was very creative. I love the vertical play. I love the top-down play from OXG. I really think they had a good understanding of the map. Now, as time went on, as the rounds progressed, Sonics just had such a good adaptive style on their attacks to eventually beat the defenses of OXG that they were losing. And OXG didn't have, I guess, enough time in the map to transfer some things and make some things work. And SQ, I mean, it would literally look like they were just IGLing as the game went. It was great.
And I think that just plays into game day reps. Scrims, you can look phenomenal on it, but once you get into game day, that's where you really get tested on your fundamentals. And Oxygen, yeah, I mean, they did look really good. Yeah. I really thought that this was going to be the game. This is where they were going to do it. And you talked about it going into this map. You really liked it for them, and they started out very strong. But then, like you said, Sonics were really bouncing back on their IGLing. Wow. And I mean, it just... Yeah. This really did go down to the wire. And it really came down to a clutch round from Grixer that ultimately would have solidified this round for Oxygen had they got it.
Yeah, 9 opening kills. I mean, obviously, just the amount of times you get that opening kill, if you're not able to convert it, that is just little issues that happen, and I'm sure OXG is going to be watching that game back and just, just kicking themselves at that. There was some of the rounds that they just let slip through, but still, it was such a great showing from them. From what we've seen so far, that was the best-looking Oxygen that we've seen so far. Sonics, I mean, of course, you can't take anything away from them. They are currently the best team in NA, so you'd expect them to get away with it in the win. They adapted on the fly, and I mean, they showed why they are the team currently standing in #1 spot.
Yeah, I think we'll be questioning for a minute if OXG can't get wins on known maps, what happens when they can't also get a win on an unknown map that teams are still trying to figure out. However, for the Sonics to break ground on a new map and only lose 1 point from that entire endeavor is honestly still really good for a map that the league itself is still going to have to figure out. And when it goes into international play, I mean, it's not getting very much regional play right now. For Sonics to break ground there and get a dub is phenomenal for them.
Yeah, that was a great litmus test on how Lair will be played, and I'm sure a bunch of teams that I was watching have their own stuff, their own hidden strats. I mean, there's still so much that you can do with the map. So now people have a VOD that they're going to take, and they're going to look at what OXG did and what SQ did and see what they can make better, what they can change, what avenues were open, and what positions people mainly played. I think it's going to, you know, the map's going to be seen a little bit more before the end of the stage.
Yeah. Reminds me a little bit of Border when you're going ventilation or workshop, that you play that top floor, you play top armor, you play top arc, and you don't really have to touch the bottom floor. You just have to hold the top, and that's what I really like that OXG did. It kind of reminds me of that. But again, I am more excited to see what Lair can look like for the future because again, it is still untested waters. We've seen it very little throughout all the region. We just saw it here for the first time in NA.
We wanted to put a guy who had 17 frags in this game in the interviewer's chair. We have Grixer on the line. Brother, congratulations on getting the first Lair win in North America. Talk to me just about the map in general. Is it a map that you like? Were you happy when you saw it come up as the one you were going to play today? Give me some general thoughts on Lair.
Yeah, I mean, I really like the map. You know, it's definitely nice to finally have a different map. I think, like, especially replacing Oregon. I think Oregon got, like, pretty stale, you know. I think Oregon's been played, like, forever since, you know, since the game came out. And Lair's definitely, like, refreshing. It's definitely fun playing it for the first time, but I feel like as nice as it also is, like, as hard because there's no review on anybody, you know, like, oh, she picked it. They've never played it before. We've never played it before. So at that point, I think it just comes to, like, who has just a better map at that point.
Well, Greg, so I want to congratulate you on not only your performance, but how well you guys have been performing. I want you to kind of run us through that 1v2 clutch that you had on Castle. I don't know if we can pull that up for you to be able to see as well here any second now, but again, I do want to talk about that round because, I mean, there was so much that happened in that round from your point of view, and I would just love to hear your in-depth sight on that.
Yeah. So, I mean, that round was like like a 1v2, 1v3 or whatever, but it was like, I was in a pretty good position. Like, it didn't really feel like I was at such a disadvantage. It was kind of unlucky in the 1v2 though, because I did down the Cali, as you'll see, and then I accidentally dropped the hatch when I was trying to just hold the Nomad's walk away. So when I actually dropped the hatch, I thought they were gonna res him. And then when I walked up the Met stairs, I saw his laser on the wall, like right when I walked up to the right. So I knew that he was holding like either an aggressive angle or that he was like backed up further. Which I don't really know why, honestly. Like, I feel like he should have just either res right away or just played more passive.
Yeah, and what?
But yeah, I mean, what's up?
I was gonna say, what were the comms like? Was it just very quiet? Were they just letting you focus on that, or were you kind of getting fed information throughout that entire play?
Pretty much just letting me focus. Unfortunately, we like lost the info like relatively early on in the round, so they were just kind of letting me listen. And I mean, it definitely helped because I heard the guy get downed, and then yeah, I mean, it was just a lot easier when you can just like fully focus on just like, you know, trying to clutch around.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, you guys were very focused, and we saw you guys actively trying to better each attack and be able to overcome OXG's defenses, which obviously had you guys in the first half. And when you guys see a defense setup and then you see the exact same setup a couple rounds later, what does the process look like to beating it? Do you just go a completely different way? Is it specific things that you focus on? Just tell me a little bit about that.
Yeah, so I mean, obviously, like, early round info is definitely like the most important thing, you know, when you're attacking, because like we did obviously recognize that they repeated sites, but if you see like certain similarities with like they have 3 of the same ops, 4 of the same ops, you can kind of tell that it's going to play out the same, you know, especially with it being a new map. You know, not a lot of teams have like 5 strats a site like maybe on some of these other maps. So we identified specifically one of the basement rounds. I think it was the round that we ended up winning the attack on, I think in overtime. We knew that we were going to go basement. We saw like the similar ops, and instead of just going to a direct basement, we ended up actually roam clearing them because I mean, they didn't, like the previous rounds we just went direct, right? So they weren't used to it. They didn't know what we were doing. So yeah, exactly. They just played Ver, relied on the Ver, you know, we weren't pressuring them. So it's just, you know, they're free to do that. So we took Blitz. to roam clear them. I pressured lobby side. Richie walked up yellow stairs and he was pushing that side. So we definitely got some pretty easy picks on the roamers. You know, we had really good info that round. We had a lot of good drones, a lot of good intel on those roamers. So I mean, as soon as we made it like a 5v2, you know, we just at that point, I mean, it's pretty much just the rounds won. You just gotta reset and just win the round.
You guys have been able to score points in every single game that you've played thus far. Even if there was one game that wasn't a win, it's still points every single time. The minimum threshold to crack into top 2 to get that first round bye has always been around 14 or 15 points, and you guys are at 14 already with still 3 games left to play. What do you do to make sure that you get the number of points that you get in Super Weekend? Are you trying to win every game, or are you just trying to hit that minimum threshold and then lay off the gas a little bit? What are you doing here?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, you know, getting first or second place is definitely an advantage. You know, you get a bye, and you get like, I guess, another life if you want to make it, if you want to put it that way. But I mean, at the end of the day, like, it doesn't matter. I think, you know, we could have like 0 points. We could literally not drop a single round. There's always things to improve, always ways to improve. You know, we want to get a win in any shape or form that we can. You know, obviously regulation wins are a lot easier, or like, I guess a lot more convenient, you know, for points. But I mean, it doesn't matter. You know, I don't think any of us ever talk about standings a lot. You know, we approach, at the end of the day, like every week we approach it as if standings were like completely blanked and completely new. And, you know, I think the team has a very good environment around that. You know, I don't think anybody on the team lets their head get too big around, you know, us having like the record that we have, or the points that we have, or the wins that we have against other teams. So I definitely think that helps us. And yeah, I mean, like I said, like any other game, it doesn't matter who we're playing against, what the circumstance of the match is, what it means. We all treat it like the same.
Yep, trying to go 1-0 every week. That's 100% the right mentality, dude. Again, congratulations. You guys are on a hot streak. We'll see you in Super Week. Don't let your foot off the gas. Have a good one, dude.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Number 1 for SQ. First time Lair gets played in North America. They claim the crown. It is nigh impossible to stop the Sonics on what is right now a generational run.
Yeah, I mean, the main story for every single map that they've been playing is the processing in rounds, problem solving in rounds. You see it amongst every single game that they've played since the start of the stage, and it's only going to get better as they develop more strats. I mean, you heard him say some teams have 5 straps per site, so obviously the more time that they get to be able to depthen their arsenal, the more devastating they'll be to play against.
Yeah, and this roster's still very new in terms of picking up Troy and Surf. That was pretty last minute, so the fact that they're finding this much success this early on, we question how fast that would take, and it's really taking off in terms of the right trajectory for this team.
It's such a blistering fast pace, it's almost difficult to keep up with at this point. It's crazy how well they've gelled so fast.
Yeah, on the other end, I mean, it's definitely unfortunate that OXG wasn't able to come away with a win there. They ended up getting a point at least, but still, OXG, you could see the OXG passion that I feel like we've been used to seeing from that team in that game as it progressed. As they started getting closer and closer, you could see in the cams at the start, there wasn't much energy, but towards the middle, you could see newers getting hype, everyone getting excited. You know, even when they would lose big rounds, you could see the pain in their faces because they wanted to win it. And that was the first time that I've seen that since the start of the stage, where the passion was radiating out of each player.
I don't think there's ever been, even on the old formats of the NAL, a team that in the best of ones went 0-6. So hopefully OXG can win a couple games, even if it's just one, for the rest of this round robin phase, and they will have chances coming up during the Super Week. But here's the games that we had today. Space Station, Wildcard, Dark Zero, and Sonics all finishing with W's as we close out our final play day before we get to Super Week.
Yeah, a little bit of a quick day. I mean, I think all of the games we expected to be closer were the first 3. We didn't expect this last one to be as close as it did. So really
the games between the tighter teams weren't very close, and the games that were the 2 teams that were furthest apart was the closest game. What is this paradox?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it just goes to show when teams show up on the day. I mean, it's all about, doesn't really matter what statistics, who's better on what side. Sometimes you just show up on the day, and some players will play better than other days, you know? It's just how the game goes.
That's what I'm really excited for once we actually start getting into those playoff brackets, is we do get to see best of 3s. We actually do get to see teams get tested and push the limit, because some teams really are naturally good in best of 1 environments, and then you put them in that best of 3, and all of their just fatigue sets in, and some teams thrive in that chaos. I mean, so I really want to see what playoffs look like and just see the teams that we will be seeing in playoffs.
Yeah, the entire point of the best of 1s, iron the kinks out before you get to the best of 3s. It's exactly what this environment is for. And we'll look at the standings to get a picture. Sonics started at the top. They will remain at the top, but the gap has now started to close a little bit. C9 Beast Coast losing their game plummets them down 2 more spots. DZ is back up into the top 2. Wildcard, Los, and OXG still making up the bottom 3, though in a slightly different order than when the day started.
Yeah, and next week we have the Hell Week. There's 3 days back to back to back. So literally all of the standings could potentially change if you see teams on the bottom just win out. Obviously, can they get to the top 2? Probably not at this point, but getting close enough to knock some teams that have been doing consistently well in the middle towards the bottom. So it's still not impossible to see teams at the bottom side make their way up.
And we said the important thing is, you know, regardless if you're getting first, regardless if you're getting 6th, you got to make it there. That's all that really matters, because that pushes you into playoffs. Just because you make playoffs doesn't guarantee you that invite spot to Montreal or that spot in Montreal. So you really just have to find yourself in those semifinals and then just play almost perfect throughout those brackets to secure your spot.
Yeah, even if you get top 2, 2, that doesn't mean that you get the spot to go to Montreal. It's how Grixer put it, you get an extra life. But we've seen teams make it to top 2 and then fizzle out and not make it all the way through.
Scheduled for September 25th, 2024 is when Super Week of Stage 2 begins. The games look like this. Los and M80 will kick the day off. Dark Zero and Oxygen will meet in Game 2. And as we trickle down, we get to our highlight matchup. Cloud9 Beast Coast and Space Station will meet in the main event.
I think every one of those games is going to be a pretty good game once again. I mean, if Oxygen can keep putting up the performance that we even saw today, I think that'll be a pretty close game relatively with Dark Zero. But the wildcard Luminosity, again, I've just really been excited watching Luminosity. Obviously for wildcards, you know, we talk about they're finding their rhythm. If they can just stay consistent on both their back end and their front end, I mean, they can be a very competitive team. We can see that. But again, across the board, I think these are going to be really good games regardless of where the standings are sitting at right now.
Yeah, this day could definitely have a lot of upsets. 100% agree, DZ, OXG. If OXG show up how they played today, with that same amount of passion, this game could be a lot closer than we expected. But every single game, I mean, obviously, everyone's anticipating for the last game of the day. So, I mean, I would say that would be the day where the most upsets could occur so far.
For sure.
Yeah, you're probably right. I think it's kind of similar to what yesterday looked like, where we thought it might be, it had every right to be a very fast day, where it on the schedule might look like it, but there's going to be a couple of either very long games or a couple of upsets in the midst of that too. And again, we're playing on a Wednesday for the first time this stage, so that might throw a couple of teams off. It used to a lot more practice time, and then they get to game day and they're like, hang on a second, we're playing early. What the hell's going on?
I don't know. I mean, I know every single player, especially when I was a player. I mean, I think Spiker said in the interview today, you just want to get more games in. As many games as you can get in a week and just be playing. I mean, matches is what teams live for, and you can practice every single day of the week. You won't get the same amount of results than when you win or lose a match, and you can actually work on everything as it would be in the actual serious situation.
Well, it's just the sheer quality of a scrim versus an actual pro match. I mean, it's a night and day difference. As hard as you might go in scrims and as hard as the opponent you might go in scrims, it will just never equivalent. Oh my God, I can't.
It will never equal.
It'll never equal. It will never equal to what an actual pro match is, no matter who you're scrimming, no matter what the scrim looks like. So getting as many game day reps in as possible definitely helps any team improve from a negative sense, from a positive sense.
Remember, not every team has games, not every team has 3 games left to play in the Super Week. There will be 3 teams that have buys over that standing, which means that there are a couple of teams that only have a chance to get to 6 points as opposed to a full 9 spread. Some are going to have to win out to make playoffs. Some are going to have to win out to make top 2. Others are just fighting for their lives, trying to avoid the last chance qualifier at absolute all costs. For us here in Philadelphia, we are all done with the first 3 weeks of the North American League. Thank you very much for joining us. As always, we'll be back same time, same place on Wednesday next week. Mark your calendars. We're in studio 1 whole day early on week 4 as Super Week brings us to the conclusion of the North American League round robin. Have a good night. We'll see you then.
It's total calamity, total mayhem inside of the server. Out of nowhere, they find their round back into their favor.
Holding up for the blood, the wave!
And I think he might just find it!
Op.